Sword cloud. Extremely daunting sword cloud. In the void, the old men stared at the place below them with icy cold eyes while daunting water energy surged around them. Those middle-aged men and old men who cultivated inferno and metal energy did not strike. All they did was watch by the side, doing nothing. As a total of 8 sword clouds were formed, each one of them was hundreds of meters in size. 8 budding realm experts played the sword clouds at the same time. Including those budding realm experts who did not strike, they had about 15 people in total. With so many supreme class experts killing a master who was unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment, it was a piece of cake despite the other party also being a budding realm expert. Kill! 8 elders let out a cold bellow in the sky. Within the sword clouds, long swords sprouted out all of a sudden. The long swords gave out a chilly aura in the rain. Instantly, thousands of razor-sharp swords darted out towards the shop below for a kill. Her? Oh no! At this time, Wuxia, who was refining equipment in the room, had a drastic change in his expression. With an arm swing, he put all the surrounding materials into his space ring. What a daunting killing aura! His expression was altered slightly. With a thought, a shield appeared in his hand. On the shield was water current flowing at a rapid speed. At the same time, another long sword showed up in Wuxia's hand. Sword Alps. He waved his arm and set up walls of sword Alps around him. At the same time, Wuxia raised the shield in his hand. The shield in his hand ballooned, wrapping him completely with water energy. Boom! At this time, Wuxia sensed a round of terrifying attacks charging in his direction. It came from all sides and he had nowhere to hide. Who dares to strike in Yongchang City? Wuxia was slightly aghast as he fixed his eyes on the sky with a stern look. Whoosh! At this time, the entire rooftop was torn apart as frightful water swords were darting at him. The dense water swords came one after another as though they were endless. Wuxia saw the sword clouds that contained domineering energy in the sky were releasing the water swords. There's more than one. Cold radiance was found in Wuxia's eyes as the water energy around him intensified. Below that stream of water energy, a layer of mustard energy was also encircling it. Boom boom. Destructive attacks kept raining down on Wuxia. The incessant water swords lasted for 10 seconds. The entire shop was completely gone under such a daunting rain of swords while a pit that was a dozen meters deep appeared in the ground. All right, we'll need to restore this place before dawn. An elder withdrew his sword cloud and spoke impassively while taking a brief glance below. This stupid fellow is a total waste of our time. Another elder commented coldly at the side. Master Xuanhua and Master Qingming revealed a smile. Going against all the elixir pills shops and blacksmith shops in Yongchang City will never come to a good ending. The crowd looked down and they were almost certain that this wicked master, who was unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment, had totally vanished from Yongchang. They exchanged glances with one another, ready to settle the remaining matters. Let's go, an elder said without any emotions, as though killing a person here was nothing but a trivial matter to him. I'll get my men to withdraw the array. Another old man's voice was heard. Oh. However, at this time, the rain in the sky was getting heavier. But the strange thing was, not only did the rain not fall on the ground, but it was gathering in the sky. It was as though the rain was controlled by some dominating force in the surroundings. Her? What's going on? The 15 budding realm experts sensed the eerie change of the surroundings and revealed a look of surprise. He's not dead. An old man sensed something moving below as a golden radiance shot out from his eyes. Phew! Wuxia let out a deep breath while the level 11 shield in his hands was full of cracks. The attacks from 8 budding realm experts had almost injured him. Who are you people? Why did you try to kill me? Wuxia swept his gaze across everyone and eventually stopped on Xuanhua and Qingming. Seeing them made him realize what was going on. Her? He looks familiar. When Master Xuanhua and Master Qingming saw Wuxia, they found him to be very familiar. Isn't he? Master Qingming suddenly had a flash of memory. He recalled the young man who once showed up in his Saint Forge workshop, applying to be an alchemist in their shop. How is this possible? The two of them exchanged eye contact as they found disbelief in each other's eyes. The lad, which they had rejected back then, was actually an alchemy master unparalleled in refining elixir pills and equipment. This is a fucking joke. Oh? You're not dead? It looks like we have to go for one more round. The surrounding experts ignored Wang Xian's questions as they raised their eyebrows and spoke without any emotions. 15 budding realm experts against one was simply overkill. Since you guys refused to tell me, then go to hell. Wang Xian revealed frantic murderous intent in his eyes. This was the first time in Yongchang world that he felt such rage. Ha ha. Upon hearing his words, the group of 15 people grinned disdainfully. Bobo. Yet, they were surprised to find out that the rainwater gathered in the center had ballooned to 10 meters in size at this instant. Subsequently, the 10-meter water space spread out, enveloping a radius of 5 kilometers at a rapid speed. The 15 of them were horrified as they quickly propped up space within the water region. What kind of battle technique is this? Asked an expert from Yongchang Immortal sect coldly, as he studied the surrounding water region with vigilance. Not sure. It doesn't seem to have any offensive power. Bewilderment flashed in the eyes of an expert of Dahong Immortal sect. Forget about it. Let's kill that brat first. An old man released golden radiance as he moved. The long sword in his hand immediately wielded a golden beam that struck at Wang Xian with domineering speed. Great waterfall water shockwave. Wang Xian stood in the water region, depleting his water energy within his body at a frantic rate to connect with the entire water region. Boom! He sensed that the entire water region was almost like his own world. He could easily control this world. Is this the power of an immortal's battle techniques? Radiance flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. Seeing the long sword that was darting towards him, he swung his arm. For a moment, destruction happened within the entire water region as though it was the end of the world. The rainwater swept toward the long sword and that old man. It was as if the entire water region was erupting with the wrath of God. The charging speed of the water shockwave was unusually fast, such that the long sword was scattered around like a lifeless log. The daunting water shockwave continued charging at that old man. What? For a moment, the old man was horrified as he could sense the entire world collapsing. All the energy of the world was rushing towards him. Boom! The energy of the water shockwave reached the old man in an instant, and the terrified expert from Immortal Slaying Sect emitted a golden glow. However, the glow was just like candlelight. In the face of the deluge, it was extinguished directly. The corpse of the old man sank gradually towards the ground. When the water shockwave fell on the old man, he instantly lost all signs of life. Be careful. Leave this region of water now. Quick. When an expert from Dahong Immortal sect saw the expert from Immortal Slaying sect being killed instantly, he was terrified. He shouted and retreated back immediately. Retreat. Without needing his reminder, the rest retreated back solemnly upon witnessing how terrifying the water region was. Can you escape? A cold and ruthless light flashed across Wang Xian's eyes as he waved his palm. Boom! The deluge behind him flooded towards the group with devastating might. The 14 people were terrified to realize they couldn't escape from the water region. Unity of sword and human. A golden ray of light shot out from the eyes of an expert from Immortal Slaying Sect. The next instant, it was as though he had turned into a sword as he charged forward. Boom! Wang Xian stood within the water region and waved his arm sharply. Boom! Once again, the unstoppable water shockwave crashed towards the expert from the Immortal Slaying Sect. No! That expert growled loudly and the longsword in his hand glowed with blinding golden rays. However, the golden rays shattered like glass as they were crushed instantly. Caca! Terrifying water shockwaves fell on him and sounds of bones cracking reverberated instantly. Soon after, his body fell towards the ground. Grand waterfall water shockwave. This is great waterfall water shockwave. An expert from Dahong Immortal sect screamed in horror. What's the great waterfall water shockwave? Beside him, an old man raging in scorching flames could feel cold perspiration breaking out on his forehead. Within the water region, his strength was restricted by at least 20 to 30%. Immortal class battle technique, great waterfall water shockwave. The old man replied with disbelief. What? This cannot be possible. No. No. He can't be an immortal realm existence. I don't believe this. The words of the old man incited frenzy among the group. They stared in disbelief at Wang Xian, who stood in the water region. How can a young man like him be an immortal? We are assassinating an immortal? Fuck. Since you guys dare to try to assassinate me, all of you can die now. Great waterfall water shockwave. Wang Xian shouted, and the water dragon energy within him was depleted at a frightening pace. The surrounding water region was completely within his control. He maneuvered both of his arms. Terrifying water shockwaves charged towards the group as though it was a devastating water dragon. At almost the speed of instant shift, the devastating water shockwave penetrated through the bodies of various budding realm experts. No! Get away from me! Flames of Yongchang! An old man shouted, and horrifying energy burst out from his body towards the great waterfall water shockwave. However, the attempt was futile. The entire water region seemed to be a world of its own. If the world was attacking you and wanted you dead, there would only be a single outcome. They had no ability to withstand at all. As the water shockwave swept across, corpse after corpse fell to the ground. Wang Xian heaved a sigh and the surrounding water dissipated. He wiped away the perspiration on his forehead and felt entirely depleted. In just a little more than 2 minutes, I have almost exhausted all the energy in my body. However, this water shockwave is truly frightening. 15 budding realm experts couldn't put up any resistance at all. Wang Xian moved his hands and weapons flew towards him, among which there were 3 pieces of level 12 spiritual equipment. He looked around him and a blue and red light flashed in his eyes. Spirit array. They have sealed this region with spirit arrays. However, ruthlessness flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. This spirit array was a far cry from the spirit array around Yongchang World. He could move out of the spirit array and see what was happening outside. It seems like I have encroached on the interests of various elixir pill shops and weapons shops. These must be the people they have sent to assassinate me. Although I have affected your business, you sent assassins after me without even discussing the matter. How domineering. Wang Xian looked across the corpses. He had long expected his actions to offend the other elixir pill shops and weapons shops in Yongchang City. However, he had made another consideration. That was if they approached him after he offended them, he would raise a collaboration proposal. He believed the other party would definitely be satisfied with the collaboration proposal. However, the other parties had sent 15 budding realm experts to assassinate him directly. All the forces behind the elixir pill shops and weapons shops in Yongchang City are likely to be part of this. Since you guys wanted to take the tough road, I'll play along with you to the very end. A cold light flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. He looked at the group of people waiting outside before moving. It's about time. Our elders should have killed that damn master by now. He wouldn't have to die if he knew what was best for him. After offending all the families behind the elixir pill shops and weapons shops in Yongchang City, his death was certain. Just as Wang Xian flew out of the spirit array, he could hear 2 people ridiculing him. Hee hee. You guys are the ones who don't know what's best for you. Just as the 2 men were conversing casually, a cold voice resounded from above their heads. Who? The 2 of them were shocked and lifted their heads immediately. Cough cough. At that instant, their eyes widened and fear overwhelmed them. Bam! 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 Sounds of bodies falling to the ground were incessant. Over 50 people. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and looked towards the yard. At that place, there were even wooden materials prepared to restore the structure. Other than that, he also found 4 jadestone plates that were each the size of a human head around. Concealment array. Level 1. Spirit array. Is this a spirit array? One that is prepared and made? Wang Xian was shocked. Recalling that the Dragon Palace would require spirit arrays, he smiled and put them within his space ring. The small shop was completely destroyed and has to be rebuilt. Wang Xian frowned. He waved his arm, carried the materials and came back to the small shop. Perhaps the assassins had taken special precautions. Only his small shop was destroyed. Wang Xian waved his arm and streams of water supported the wooden materials. After half an hour, he had finally rebuilt the small shop. As he retracted the water flow, everything was largely the same as before. The rain was still falling. However, it was a lot lighter as compared to before. There was only dim lighting around the area. Wuxia looked at those corpses and a cold smirk appeared on his face. He turned his attention towards a tall tower in the middle. Yongchang Tower was the tallest tower in Yongchang City. It was also a tower for spectating the city view. He waved his arm and the corpses were hung on the tower. I hope your assassination attempts don't stop. I'd still like to have some fun with you guys. Yongchang City was a big city that had a population of 10 million. Yongchang Tower was a 500-meter-tall tower, situated in the middle of Yongchang City. As Yongchang enjoyed its peaceful days, the entire city was prosperous with the vital economy controlled by various families that were established by the higher management members of Immortal sects. Yongchang City was a safe city as the Yongchang law enforcement team established by the three Immortal sects upheld the security. At dawn, when the first beam of sunlight shone, the entire city was fully boisterous. The early birds were walking in the street, ready to do business or work. However, a horrifying shrill sound suddenly cut the silent dawn air. Below the Yongchang Tower, a woman was terrified upon seeing the corpses on the ground as she let out her screams. Look at the bodies, the bodies. The woman pointed at the tower as she frightfully exclaimed, drawing all the curious people over. What bodies? Why are there bodies? Who would dare to do it? A middle-aged man lifted his head in disbelief. The three Immortal sects had absolute control such that Yongchang City was very safe. Of course, fights and bloodshed occur when people are around. Yongchang City had its own dark side. Someone could disappear for no reason, but nobody dared to commit murder openly, and would only destroy the corpse quietly because no one dared to challenge the superiority of the three Immortal sects. However, the middle-aged man stiffened as he craned up his head and looked at the tower. Bodies were hanging from the tower. His eyes went blank with shock as he fixed his gaze on those two bodies. That is? His body slightly quivered as he narrowed his eyes. The two masters from St. Forge Workshop. They are budding realm experts. It's the elder from AO family, a budding realm expert too. The elder from Dahong Immortal sect. That old man is the attendant from Yongchang. This is madness. There are many budding realm experts here. Gosh, who did it? How did they die? At this time, shocking exclamations were heard from all over the place. Instantly, the surrounding atmosphere began to seethe. More and more people were gathering at the bottom of the tower in the middle of Yongchang City. This is big news, big news. It was appalling for everyone to realize the deaths of so many and their bodies hanging above the tower. Who dared to be insolent? Hanging their bodies on the tower after killing them? All the ones who are dead are big shots. There are even two elders from Immortal sect. That's way too insolent. Each of them revealed a shocking expression. The elders from Immortal sect were the most important big shots in the entire Yongchang. Yet two of them were dead. More than 10,000 people gathered below the tower before 7 o'clock. They were pointing around, exchanging conversations in shock. Get out of the way. At this time, another exclamation was heard. One by one, the law enforcers rode on their swords and came directly to the bodies. The law enforcer in the middle was a middle-aged man, half-step to budding realm expert. When he swept his gaze across all the bodies, he froze. Budding realm, 15 budding realm experts. A group of law enforcers exchanged gazes as they revealed a stern look in their eyes. Budding realm experts were considered top-notch experts in the Yongchang world, with there being no more than a few hundred budding realm experts. Yet, 15 bodies of budding realm experts were found over here. The law enforcers gasped at the sight of it. Report to Immortal sect immediately. This involved the elders, attendants of Immortal sect, and it's not within our scope. Who is it exactly? How dare he challenge the superiority of the three Immortal sects? Who is courting their own doom? The morning in Yongchang City was unusually seething. 15 budding realm experts, including two masters of St. Forge Workshop, elders, and attendants of Immortal sect. Those dead people hung at the top of the Yongchang Tower. Such a brazen act shook the entire Yongchang City. This was a blatant provocation. This incident struck fear into many people within Yongchang City. After all, 15 budding realm experts, the top-notch existences, were dead. What kind of person could kill so many experts? This was probably the most incendiary event in the 1,000 years of Yongchang City. At this moment, 60 people were already gathered at the same courtyard as yesterday. Oh Shuwen rushed over here with the members of the family, with both eyes filled with disbelief. The atmosphere in the courtyard was rather tense as the elders of the family sat on the chairs in the hall, sweeping gazes around everyone. That little shop is still there, but our people, an old man exclaimed in a low voice as he looked around with a sullen face. We had so many experts with us. How is it possible that they were all killed by the Dragon King? Is this even possible? Is it possible? Everyone darkened their expressions. Was it possible that 15 budding realm experts were killed by the Dragon King? But who else could do it if it were not him? All of them were well aware of the mission yesterday. It must have something to do with the Dragon King. 15 budding realm experts. The old man was shaking. They only had 2 budding realm experts in their family, and losing one was a heavy loss to them. All the people around kept silent. The death of the 15 budding realm experts was a huge blow to them, after which they all felt wary and fearful. What should we do now? An old man took a deep breath and asked. They had sent some men to kill the Dragon King. Yet everyone was dead and their bodies were hung at the Yongchang Tower as though it was a provocative sign to them. Fury and fear were felt by them at the same time. Can we make use of the power of Immortal sect and punish him? Said an old man after less than a minute of silence. Immortal sect? Now that he has been promoted to an elder of Dahong Immortal sect, how could we make use of the Immortal sect? He's the alchemy and blacksmith master. Besides, we could not announce openly that this incident had something to do with him. Another old man shook his head straight away with flickering eyes. Unless we can find his weakness, or else. An old man sighed. Now that we have fallen out with each other, he will be a strong opponent since he has the means to kill 15 budding realm experts in one go. I won't feel safe if we don't remove him. This Dragon King just sprouted up recently. I went to check on him, but couldn't find out anything. His identity is somewhat mysterious. I think we should focus on digging up his past, said Ao Shuwen as he furrowed his brows while looking at the old men. As one of the top 3 most outstanding of Dahong Immortal sect, this was the first time he felt a tinge of fear for someone of the same level. That's right. We should know our enemy. Let's dig up information on him and cease our actions for the time being. But we also need to prevent him from striking at us. The deaths of 15 budding realm experts shocked the entire Yongchang City. Soon after, news on this matter also reached the 3 immortal sects. However, this matter ended without any results. The forces behind the elixir pill shops and weapons shops of Yongchang City had activated spirit arrays and artificial rain when they struck. There weren't any traces of evidence left. The enforcers of Yongchang City couldn't find any useful information. Coupled with the fact that the families had intentionally wanted to hide the matter, no conclusive result was obtained on the matter. Some members of the higher management of the 3 immortal sects found this to be a little dubious. However, this incident would have far-reaching consequences and few had the abilities to investigate. Although the entire Yongchang City was discussing the matter, there were no conclusive results. So they were from these families. Wang Xian stood by the door and heard the discussions of the surrounding crowd. A smirk appeared on his face. He had an additional rationale for hanging the corpses of these people on the Yongchang Tower. That was to find information on them. Just as he had expected, he got the information about these people from the surrounding crowd. Wang Xian smirked and returned to the 2nd floor of his shop. However, he picked up a familiar feeling at this moment. Joy beamed in Wang Xian's eyes. He moved to the door and looked to the east. At the same time, several tens of kilometers away, a middle-aged man flying on his sword felt his heart skip a beat. Fervent excitement gleamed in his eyes. The middle-aged man was expressionless and had a terrifying edge hidden within his body. It was as though he was a razor-sharp sword hidden within a scabbard. Around him, there were several youths and middle-aged men. From time to time, this group of people would look at him with respect and fear. Wait for me here. I'm going to a place and we'll be back soon. The middle-aged man spoke to those around him. The next moment, he charged across the skies like a terrifying sword while disappearing from sight at an unbelievable speed. Mentoreo. The group was taken aback when they saw the figure disappearing. They exchanged glances, stopped in their flight, and waited on the spot. Dragon King. At the entrance of the small shop, Wang Xian saw the middle-aged man walking towards him. Come in. Wang Xian scrutinized Roving Sword from top to bottom while revealing a radiant smile. Roving Sword, where did you come from? Were you injured when you got here? Dragon King. I suffered terrifying attacks when I entered this world. I only managed to withstand them after returning to my original form. I landed in a lake by accident and joined the Immortal Slaying Sect after I recovered. Now, I'm a disciple of the Immortal Slaying Sect. Roving Sword followed Wang Xian into the shop and explained what had happened to him. Immortal Slaying Sect? It seems like you've had a chance encounter of your own. Wang Xian was slightly surprised. Feeling the edge from the body of Roving Sword, he was very satisfied. As compared to when he was in the outside world, Roving Sword had grown a lot stronger. Dragon King, are we going back? Roving Sword looked at Wang Xian and asked. We are definitely going back. However, now isn't the time. Wang Xian walked up to the second floor and continued. Continue staying in the Immortal Slaying Sect for the near future, and wait for me to summon you. Besides that, search for the place where the spirit array is the weakest in Yongchang world. Yes, Dragon King. Roving Sword nodded his head immediately. Wang Xian nodded his head, looked at Roving Sword and asked, how far are you from reaching level 13 now? Dragon King. I'm still about 30 million points of dragon energy away, answered Roving Sword. Members of the Dragon Palace required slightly less dragon energy as compared to Wang Xian. This was because they weren't authentic divine dragons at this moment and were required to form their own divine dragon bodies to reach the first transformation of the divine dragon transformation. This process of metamorphosis required a large amount of dragon energy. However, the advancement in levels for members of the Dragon Palace couldn't rely on devouring marine animals to extract dragon energy. Other divine dragons wouldn't be able to do so either. This was a unique ability for the one with the Divine Dragon Cultivation System. In addition, the Divine Dragon Cultivation System had another ability. That was that it allowed Wang Xian to inject dragon energy directly into Roving Sword's body. It was similar to imparting abilities to another person. Within the universe, this was also a relatively difficult task to achieve. To impart personal internal energy to others, the one imparting the energy would exhaust their personal energy. If the exhaustion was too great, the one receiving might explode from the infusion of energy. However, this wouldn't be an issue for Wang Xian as he had the system in place. Over 30 million? Wang Xian squinted his eyes. If it was possible, he wanted to increase Roving Sword's strength to level 13 or, in other words, the Immortal realm. In that case, the Dragon Sect would have an Immortal class existence other than him and things would be more convenient. Take this and return to the Immortal Slaying Sect while waiting for my summons. Wang Xian retrieved a piece of metal from the space ring and handed it to Roving Sword. This was the positive-negative metal. The same words would appear on one piece of metal when one wrote on the other. This was one unique way of communicating. Yes, Dragon King. Roving Sword nodded his head and left. Continue refining. Roving Sword being alive was a pleasant surprise for Wang Xian. Looking at the metal materials around the room, he continued his refining. Over the next few days, Wang Xian focused solely on refining spiritual equipment. Perhaps killing 15 budding realm experts the previous time had the effect of deterrence. Over the last few days, no one was sent to assassinate him. Over this period, huge families and forces went to Wang Xian with requests to refine their elixir pulls and spiritual equipment. After refining for 5 days, the materials left in the shop had increased instead of decreasing. However, Wang Xian accepted all requests. As long as people requested for him to refine elixir pills or spiritual equipment, he wouldn't reject them and gave a guarantee he would complete the orders within half a month. It's close to the arranged timing with the elders. Time to head to Dahong Immortal Sect. At the thought that Dahong Immortal Sect still had various elixir pills and spiritual equipment for him to refine, Wang Xian's eyes beamed with anticipation. Although the interest given by Dahong Immortal sect was even lower, the number of elixir pills and spiritual equipment that Dahong Immortal sect wanted to refine was astronomical. The business of the shop can't stop either. It seems like I have to ask the Mu family to run it for me. Wang Xian closed the door and thought to himself. After which, he flew rapidly towards Dahong Immortal sect. Elder Wang is here. When Wang Xian arrived at the main peak, the 5 elders who had been waiting for him stepped forward to receive him. The great elder examined Wang Xian curiously, and no one knew what he was thinking. Great elder, second elder. Wang Xian nodded his head and greeted them. Elders, where's the place for me to refine elixir pills and spiritual equipment? Let's start tonight. All right. Elder Wang is truly a fanatic at refining elixir pills and spiritual equipment. It's definitely not a fluke that you have become an alchemist master and blacksmith master. The elders were also impressed with Wang Xian's attitude. Based on the news they had gathered, this overly young alchemist master and blacksmith master had spent close to 95% of his time on refining. Becoming a master was definitely not a fluke. Elder Wang, this will be the Xlear Mountain exclusive to you for refining your equipment and elixir pills from now on. On the left is a spiritual medicine garden and material storage is on the right. There are 5 disciples in the mountain to do your bidding. 5 elders brought Wang Xian to a mountain. The mountain was hundreds of meters tall, and it was not that lofty. But the surrounding environment was not something MT Fingyu could compare to. There was no waterfall and the surrounding was hushed. On the mountain was planted dawn redwood that could refresh the mind. This type of dawn redwood belonged to level 2 spiritual trees. With spiritual trees spreading across the entire mountain, one could imagine how precious this mountain was. How is it, Elder Wang? This mountain is one of our best few peaks within Dahong Immortal sect. The great elder chuckled. Here, follow us to check out your alchemy and blacksmith room. The room was located in the middle of the mountain. It was not a house or building but hollowed out from the mountain. Upon entering, Wang Xian's attention was drawn to something in the middle. 5 spiritual liquid balls were suspended in the air, emitting white radiance. These are scarlet liquid balls which were once immortal-class treasures of Dahong Immortal sect. When 5 scarlet liquid balls gathered together, they could support Elder Wang refining level 12 spiritual equipment and level 7 elixir pills. Given your talent, you could become a Grand Master in no time, said Great Elder to Wang Xian slowly. 5 level 12 scarlet liquid balls. There was radiance flickering in Wang Xian's eyes. Scarlet liquid balls could help to coagulate extreme high-temperature water. They were the best auxiliary spiritual equipment for the art of water refining. 5 scarlet liquid balls were connected by an array such that Wang Xian could make use of it to refine level 12 spiritual equipment and level 7 elixir pills. Over here is the place where you can rest. I heard that you like to drink spiritual tea, so I got the disciples to pluck some for you, said Elder Mu to Wang Xian with a smile. Thank you, elders. Wang Xian was very pleased with the environment. This place was not something that small shop in Yongchang City could compare to. This place was absolutely the sacred grounds of refining equipment and elixir pills. Let the disciples help you with the carrying of the materials. Elder Wang, we shall leave you to your rest. If you need anything, you can just find any of the 5 of us. The great elder waved a dismissal hand to Wang Xian and left after finishing his words. Wang Xian cupped his fists at them and studied the surroundings with a satisfying look. I'll advance to level 9 within 5 days. Wang Xian took a deep breath with glistening eyes. With a soft yell, he said, Men? Yes, Elder Wang. Is there anything for us to do? Immediately, 5 disciples went to Wang Xian with respect and admiration in their eyes. Bring the material over and bring more. I'll begin to refine elixir pills. Wang Xian looked at the 5 scarlet liquid balls as he instructed them. Yes, Elder. The 5 of them immediately went to retrieve the spiritual grass for refining the pills. Wang Xian stood before the forging table and swung his arm while fixing his eyes on the 5 scarlet liquid balls. A hot water veil appeared while Wang Xian revealed a satisfied look. Elder Wang, here's the material. 5 disciples brought hundreds of portions of materials over, leaving them by the side. Wang Xian waved them off as he entered into the state of refining elixir pills. Elder Wang is really obsessed with pills and equipment. It's been almost 5 days, and I heard the disciples saying his refining period is not less than 23 hours per day. Crazy speed in refining elixir pills. He could refine thousands of elixir pills in a day. That's madness. He alone could beat all the alchemists of immortal sects in terms of speed. At this rate, all the spiritual grass of Dahong Immortal sect would not sustain his refinery for half a month. I'd guess all the spiritual grass and the refining materials of Dahong Immortal sect could only last him for a month. But this should be good news for us. Good news. That's right. On the mountain next to Wuxia, the 5 elders wanted to pay him a visit. They revealed a shocked look on their faces after hearing the reports from the 5 disciples. Seeing his frantic rate of refining elixir pills, the fact that Wuxia was an alchemy and blacksmith master was no longer horrifying. It's almost time. After Wuxia was done with refining 4 elixir pills, he squinted his eyes as he looked outside. In the middle of the night, Wuxia walked out of the cave and came to the summit. The dawn redwood was exuding a sapphire glow that beautified the surrounding environment. Wuxia took out elixir pills one by one and popped them into his mouth while smiling. Ding! Taken level 6 elixir pills. 1,1,1,2,3,9 dragon energy extracted. Ding! Taken level 6 elixir pills. 1,1,2,0,9,8 dragon energy extracted. Oh! Wuxia closed his eyes while the system notification continued to ring in his mind. Ding! 1,1,2,0,4,5 dragon energy taken. Level up to level 9. Ka. Wuxia opened his eyes as a virtual shadow of a divine dragon flashed across his eyes. His body let out a bone-cracking sound as he released a daunting aura from his body. Roar! A low bellow was heard with a 5-colored divine dragon slowly circling around his body. Level 9 divine dragon. Wuxia gently said. Name Wuxia. Race. 5 elements divine dragon. Able to transform into a human. Level 9. Dragon energy. 100003421/100000000. Superpower. Dominate the marine animals. Ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than existing level. Devour any form of marine animals for extraction of dragon energy. 5 elements control. Art of cultivation, divine dragon transformation. Art of inferno refining, using origin source flame for refining all things. Art of water refining, using art of water refining for refining. Battle techniques, water clone, low class, sword edge storm, middle class, instant shift, low class. The strength is multiple folds stronger than before. Is this the power of the immortal realm? Wuxia's eyes were gleaming as he felt that he could sustain 20 minutes of great waterfall water shockwave after casting it. On top of that, the area that great waterfall water shockwave could encompass hit a radius of 10 kilometers. A 10 kilometers radius was a rather scary range. That was equivalent to brewing a storm on rivers and seas. Not even the modern heat weapons, including nuclear weapons, could injure me. Given my speed, I could travel to Yongchang Immortal Sect from here within a minute. My speed is 5 times the speed of sound. Wuxia looked up. With a thought, his figure instantly appeared 10,000 meters above in the air. Wuxia brought a smile to his face as he overlooked the entire Yongchang world. This place could no longer bind me. I'm fearless against immortals of this world. Ha ha! Wuxia chuckled loudly. With a shift, he landed on the mountain again instantly. Make me a cup of tea. Wuxia drew his lips slightly as he shouted below. Her? Yes, elder. A disciple who was on vigil hurriedly nodded as he immediately made a cup of spiritual tea. Elder, it's done. Wuxia went back to his room, picked up the hot spiritual tea and sipped it. Elder, the 3 immortal sects are selecting 10 disciples to enter Yongchang Cauldron tomorrow. Do you want to take a look? At this time, the disciple who was keeping watch at night asked Wuxia with slight hesitation. Huh? The contest to select 10 disciples to enter the Yongchang Cauldron is starting tomorrow. Wuxia was surprised when he overheard the conversation of the disciples by the side. Yeah, the selection will last for more than half a month. that disciple answered respectfully. More than half a month? So long? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and looked confused. The grand contest of disciples from the three immortal sects, Yongchang world, is about to descend to the real world. To ensure that disciples from all immortal sects can experience huge incremental growth, the three immortal sects have decided to host a grand contest for all their disciples. The top 30 will receive elixir pills and spiritual equipment as rewards. Besides that, the top 10 will qualify to enter the Yongchang cauldron. That disciple continued his explanation for Wang Xian. Oh, is that right? Wang Xian nodded his head slightly and answered, I'm not going. Get me another batch of spiritual medicine. I'm going to continue refining. Yes, that disciple was impressed. Despite becoming an alchemist master and blacksmith master at the young age of 20, he was still as diligent. This made an ordinary disciple like him feel ashamed. Wang Xian wasn't interested in the grand contest of disciples or entering the Yongchang cauldron. At this point, Wang Xian wanted to prepare resources for Roving Sword, the Dragonians, and others after reaching level 9. Continue with refining elixir pills. For the subsequent period, Wang Xian was once again immersed in refining elixir pills. After his level had increased, Wang Xian's speed in refining elixir pills had increased substantially. 10 days later, after refining all spiritual medicine in Dahong Immortal sect into elixir pills, Wang Xian requested to refine level 7 elixir pills. The 5 elders were shocked when they received the news. Refining level 7 elixir pills. Level 7 elixir pills could substantially increase the strength of a budding realm expert. Elite elixir pills like these had always been refined by an immortal realm expert in Dahong Immortal sect. There were definitely not more than 3 alchemist grandmasters in the entire Yongchang city. 2 of them were immortal realm experts, while the other was a budding realm alchemist grandmaster from Yongchang Immortal sect who had to rely on a level 13 alchemy furnace. The 5 elders didn't reject Wang Xian's request and gave him 10 sets of materials. The 5 elders had given him 10 sets for Wang Xian to try out first. If he was successful with these sets, they would allow Wang Xian to continue. It wasn't because the elders were stingy, but mainly because Dahong Immortal sect also didn't have lots of level 7 spiritual medicine. To refine a level 7 elixir pill, one required 49 tufts of spiritual medicine. If it was unsuccessful, it would be a huge loss. Moreover, Dahong Immortal sect didn't have a lot of level 7 spiritual medicine. Wang Xian readily accepted their conditions for the 10 sets of materials. Using 2 days, he refined the 10 sets into level 7 elixir pills. The time required to refine level 7 elixir pills had exceeded Wang Xian's expectation completely. Wang Xian gave the 5 elders 12 pills. Once again, the 5 of them were dumbfounded. Close to a 30% success rate. He was able to reach a 30% success rate. Grand Master. An alchemist Grand Master. They looked at Wang Xian fervently as though they were staring at a peerless beauty. Following which, they gave Wang Xian another 20 sets of materials for him to refine. These 20 sets were also the remaining materials that they had the authority to use. Wang Xian accepted readily. In total, Wang Xian gave the 5 elders 36 level 7 elixir pills from 30 sets of materials. The 5 elders were exhilarated. What they don't know is that my success rate is still 100%. I have 84 level 7 elixir pills with me, and each one could give me more than 1,000,000 units of dragon energy. With 84 pills, that's more than 80 million units of dragon energy. Wang Xian stared at the elixir pills in his hands with excitement. Although 80 million units of dragon energy was insignificant compared to the requirement of 1 billion to reach the first transformation of the divine dragon transformation, it was still sufficient to help Roving Sword reach level 13. Besides that, these elixir pills would also substantially strengthen the Dragonians. Let me nurture these 5 spiritual liquid balls into a water dragon ball first. Although merging 5 level 12 spiritual liquid balls might not reach level 13, it will still be pretty strong. When his level increased, Wang Xian wouldn't require them to refine level 7 elixir pills. He placed them into his body instantly and started nurturing. Wang Xian now had 2,000 level 5 elixir pills, 400 level 6 elixir pills, and 84 level 7 elixir pills. Wang Xian looked at the elixir pills he had saved over the past half a month and smiled subconsciously. Other than those he had obtained from Da Hong Immortal Sect, some of these elixir pills were from the customers he had accepted through his shop. These elixir pills would be more than sufficient to strengthen the Dragonians and the Dragon Palace. At that time, I won't have to worry, even if the other 8 cauldron worlds are appearing in the real world. Wang Xian's eyes beamed with excitement. Bring in the materials for spiritual equipment. Refining of spiritual equipment. Refining of spiritual equipment in a frenzy. In less than 10 days, Wang Xian had refined over 1,000 pieces of spiritual equipment. He had also obtained 300 to 400 pieces of spiritual equipment in the process. Level 12 spiritual equipment. Wang Xian's eyes lit up and he got ready to refine level 12 spiritual equipment. This time, the 5 elders didn't hesitate at all and gave all the materials to him. When Wang Xian had been refining elixir pills and spiritual equipment, the Yongchang world had been exceptionally lively over the past half a month. The grand contest between disciples of 3 immortal sects was going on, and the top 10 would qualify to enter the Yongchang Cauldron for cultivation. When everyone heard about it, they were frenzied. Yongchang Cauldron was the most elite spiritual equipment and an immortal treasure. Entering it was an attractive option. Moreover, based on historical records, all the immortals had reached that stage within the Yongchang Cauldron. The spiritual energy in it was so dense that it could almost be considered liquid. Cultivating in it would be dozens of times more effective. It was the holy ground for countless experts. Countless capable disciples would fight for the 10 slots with all their might. Other than these 10 slots, the top 30 disciples would also receive immense rewards. Level 11 spiritual equipment, a level 6 elixir pill and 5,000 spiritual stones. The 3 immortal sects had expended huge resources in preparation of substantially improving the strength of their disciples. The competition ground was in Yongchang Immortal Sect. It was also the largest site of the 3 immortal sects. Each arena spanned several miles and there were over 20 arenas. More than several hundreds of thousands of people could sit around these arenas. Soundless sword, breathless sword, dustless sword, sorrowless sword. At this very moment and in an arena of Yongchang Immortal Sect, a middle-aged man held a longsword in his hand. As he waved the sword energies penetrated a young man soundlessly, breathlessly, dustlessly, and sorrowlessly. What is this? Merciless swordsmanship. What an incredible display of merciless swordsmanship. SSS. Yonglin is defeated. The 3rd-ranked disciple of Yongchang Immortal Sect was defeated. That middle-aged man is too strong. He was executed soundless, breathless, dustless, and sorrowless in an instant. Where did this disciple from Immortal Slaying Sect come from? Why haven't I heard of him before? His name is Roving Sword. Based on what I've gathered, he only joined the Immortal Slaying Sect a while back. He is incredibly strong and especially so in sword technique. He is widely regarded by many in Immortal Slaying Sect to be a once-in-a-10,000-year genius that has a high chance of reaching the immortal realm. All the disciples of the 3 major Yongchang Immortal Sects gathered around in the contest arena at this time. As a rare once-in-millennium event, every disciple was present. Even those average disciples who had not advanced to Inborn were looking for a spot to observe the battle between top-notch Yongchang talents. Hundreds of thousands of disciples from 3 major immortal sects looked at that middle-aged man in the middle of the stage. All of them were discussing in astonishment. His name was Roving Sword, the scary genius of swordsmanship from Immortal Slaying Sect. Roving Sword was categorized as middle-aged in the real world, but a young man in Yongchang. Seeing that he defeated Yonglin, 3rd-ranked in Yongchang Immortal Sect, all the disciples were in disbelief. Yongchang Immortal Sect was the strongest sect among the 3 immortal sects. In terms of the numbers of immortals and supreme talents, it was almost better than Da Hong and Immortal Slaying Sect. The fact that Roving Sword of Immortal Slaying Sect could defeat Yonglin, the supreme talent of Yongchang, surprised everyone. You lost. Roving Sword on the stage remained aloof without any expressions on his face. Despite defeating the supreme talent of Yongchang world, he remained as calm as a millpond. As a golden swordfish, he did not have much emotion except for that related to becoming stronger and pledging his loyalty to the Dragon King. I lost. Yonglin looked awful. He wiped his neck that was being brushed by sword radiance and flew to one corner with a sullen face. Roving Sword turned around and flew to another place. Senior Brother Ao. As the disciples of Immortal Slaying Sect saw Roving Sword, they greeted him with awe. Roving Sword nodded coldly as though he was like a block of ice. I never expected Roving Sword to be so strong. Yonglin, didn't you say you could beat him? What a shame. In the other direction, Yonglin, with fiery red hair, landed on a small hill nearby. Over a dozen disciples sat on the mountain with tea on the side. Compared to other disciples who were standing around watching, the place where these disciples were sitting seemed more relaxing. Humph. Didn't he knock you off from the top candidate list of cultivating disciples? Yonglin returned a cold bellow as he grimaced at a young man who had a sharp chin. He's still no match for me. The young man with a sharp profile spoke without any emotion. His golden palms were like metal. His strength could be ranked in the top 5 or 6. Hong Tianda commented impassively at the side. 5 or 6. I don't think so. As soon as Hong Tianda's voice trailed off, a Yong Chong Immortal Sect disciple curled his lips upwards and spoke with a smile. This guy is familiar, but he's too aloof. I don't like him. At this time, a female voice was heard as she observed with doubts. However, her strength was only at the inborn level. Since she was standing at a distance of 6 kilometers, she could not see clearly. Ha! Xiao Xiao. This fellow is even more aloof than Hong Tianda, ignoring everyone like a fool. He only has eyes for swordsmanship. A young man of Immortal Slaying Sect chuckled and replied to the girl. He's expressionless? Sounds familiar. Where have I seen this before? The girl murmured, with her eyes blinking non-stop. However, she could not recall anything. So she might as well cast this aside, and she tugged another girl by her arm with a smile. This time, my sister will top the chart. Senior Brother Gu1 is number 1. Senior Brother Hong is number 2 and Senior Brother Bai is number 3. I'm at most number 4. The girl who was being hugged shook her head plainly. No, how can those guys fight with you? Unless they are not men. The girl laughed as she spoke. The surrounding crowd chuckled. Even though the girl was of inborn level, she was the youngest daughter of an immortal. The little princess of the entire Yongchang world who received more doting than her sister. When the last day is here, I'll teach that roving sword a lesson. A young man of Immortal Slaying Sect held his level 12 spiritual sword with a face of coldness. The sudden appearance of this guy not only stole his limelight in Immortal Slaying Sect, but also gave him the cold shoulder many times, which embarrassed him. He was prepared to teach him a lesson. Haha, Jin Jian. If you can beat him, you will be ranked number 5. By then, we won't have to compete with each other anymore. Upon hearing his words, a disciple of Yongchang Immortal Sect smiled and commented. Hey, then I want the 5th position. Jin Jian smiled confidently. Among the disciples, you're only number 6. I'll fight with Gu1 for number 2. At this time, Hong Tianda, sitting at the side, remarked once again. Her. Everyone around him froze for a moment as they looked at Hong Tianda with disbelief. Senior Brother Hong. Don't tell me there's someone better than you and Senior Brother Gu1? A young man was stunned and asked this with a smile. Yes. Hong Tianda answered directly. Who? Who actually makes you feel inferior? All the supreme talents in Yongchang are here. Who is our opponent? Asked Gu1 to Hong Tianda with his eyes narrowed. You'll find out on the last day. Without much strength, he answered. Hong Tianda thought of a person who could easily defeat him in a single move. He was not convinced of Gu1, but he had to succumb to defeat by that demon-like figure. He touched the huge sword in his hand with self-understanding that he was still far from that demon-like figure. Oh? Then I will really want to take a look. At the same time, I will show you my strength. Gu1's lips curled up slightly with a pleasant look in his eyes. Oh Shu1, at the side, remained quiet with glistening eyes. His mind was not here as he was thinking of the Dragon King. For half a month, over a dozen families searched the entire Yongchang world. Still, none of them retrieved any information on the Dragon King. This made them wonder. Yongchang world is not big. How can a person suddenly appear? But all these forces were not willing to give up and continued to look up. With that Dragon King around one day, the dozen forces would not have a day of peace. They must slay him. Besides, they needed to find out how he had managed to kill 15 budding realm experts. Buzz. At this time, Roving Sword was standing in front of the Immortal slaying sect disciples. The thing on his arm buzzed. He swung his arm and took out the positive-negative medal. Looking at the message on it, Roving Sword did not hesitate as he flitted towards Dahong Immortal sect. Some of the elders and attendants from Immortal slaying sect furrowed their brows slightly when they saw the departing Roving Sword. This disciple is extremely talented. He's very suitable for merciless swordsmanship, but he was simply ruthless. The sect leader said the merciless swordsmanship focused on attacks. But when one attains mastery of it, one can become truly merciless, disregarding and annihilating everything. Such a disciple might be hard to come across, but he was not easy to control. The sect leader also said he would be banned from entering Yongchang Cauldron this time. It's better to prohibit his entry. If he could advance to the immortal realm with merciless swordsmanship, I don't think that even the sect leader could command him. Dragon King, Roving Sword approached and descended into Wang Xian's MT refining. When Wang Xian saw Roving Sword, he revealed a smile. How many more days are left until the grand contest of Yongchang World begins? Wang Xian asked Roving Sword. We have about 4 more days, answered Roving Sword. 4 days? It's been approximately 1.5 months since we arrived in this world. When the grand contest ends, we will return after entering the Yongchang Cauldron. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before answering. Dragon King, I found the region where we came in from previously. If we break the spirit array of that region, we will be able to get out. However, we will suffer the attacks of the spirit array. Roving Sword had not forgotten Wang Xian's instructions from before as he reported to Wang Xian. With our strength, it shouldn't be a problem for us to get out. How many more units of dragon energy are you still lacking? Wang Xian stared at Roving Sword. Reporting, Dragon King. I'm still lacking approximately 33 million units of dragon energy. With my current cultivation pace, I would require roughly 10 years. If I can enter the Yongchang Cauldron, I should be able to shorten the time required substantially, answered Roving Sword. Let me increase your strength to level 13 first. Wang Xian's eyes flickered, and he moved his arm and dense streams of dragon energy entered Roving Sword's body directly. Thank you, Dragon King. Roving Sword sat on the floor right away to digest the dragon energy from Wang Xian. Transferring dragon energy was an easy task for Wang Xian. Moreover, it was easy for Roving Sword to absorb. Dang! Wang! At this moment, razor-sharp swords appeared around Roving Sword suddenly. Eh? Wang Xian looked with astonishment at the illusory longswords hovering around Roving Sword. These long swords weren't made of metal. Instead, they were exceptionally unique longswords that seemed to possess a special characteristic. 5 long swords circled around him slowly. When Wang Xian sensed Roving Sword growing stronger rapidly, he felt more assured. Looking at the level 11 longsword in his hand, Wang Xian hesitated for some time and decided to refine a level 12 spiritual sword for him. At the same time, Wang Xian was prepared to refine some pieces of spiritual equipment for himself. At the very least, he would want a spiritual sword. With sufficient materials and having leveled up to level 9, refining level 12 spiritual equipment was an easy task for Wang Xian. Soon, 2 level 12 spiritual swords were refined. Looking at the 2 swords, Wang Xian's eyebrows knitted together. Would it be possible to craft a dragon sword? To embed the dragon balls within and refine a 5-elemental spiritual sword? Or perhaps I could refine the set of dragon balls into spiritual equipment. Wang Xian thought about it. With his current strength, he was only capable of refining level 12 spiritual equipment. If he wished to refine level 13 spiritual equipment, he would have to dabble in spirit arrays. The arts of water refining of Dahong Immortal sect had no records on level 13 spiritual equipment. When spiritual equipment reached level 13, it could be called immortal treasure. The truncheon that Ajaya had should be an immortal treasure class weapon. Previously, Ajaya had relied on her immortal treasure to stand her ground against budding realm experts despite not having any other budding realm experts. The dragon balls were, in fact, spiritual equipment. Wang Xian was rather unique as he was a 5 elements divine dragon. He could create 5 different Dragon Balls. If he could use 5 different Dragon Balls at the same time, embedding them onto spiritual equipment would be a great decision. I can embed them into 5 different swords or make them into a crown. Wang Xian raised an eyebrow. At the thought of the crown that Ajaya was wearing, a smile appeared on his face. With a thought, he looked across through the materials kept within through space rings. At this juncture, the amount of materials within the space ring was astronomical. Level 10 materials could be considered the most common. There was quite a large amount of level 12 material too. Golden crown metal, level 12. Yellowstone water, level 12. Frozen wood, level 12. Fire keystone, level 12. Yellow spiritual earth, level 12. 5 types of materials of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attribute. It's enough to refine a crown. However, I only have wood Dragon Ball, water Dragon Ball, and fire Dragon Ball at this moment. I'm still missing earth Dragon Ball and metal Dragon Ball. Wang Xian thought to himself. However, it didn't really matter. He just had to collect 2 other elemental Dragon Balls in the future. The crown he was going to refine was just going to be in its preliminary form. Just as Roving Sword was advancing to level 13 and Wang Xian was refining spiritual equipment, 10 figures stood in the air at one corner of Yongchang World. 2 figures standing in the middle were blurry and had immense energy. The 2 figures emitted fiery red light that was of a different shade than ordinary fire. Their flames had a tinge of holiness. Around then, a group of people stood behind the 2 figures deferentially. Remember what we have instructed you to do. A figure spoke to the crowd. Yes, great fire god. We assure you that we will build a powerful information network in preparation for Yongchang World descending into the outside world. 2 familiar figures reported respectfully to the 2 illusory figures. Emperor Qi from Diabolism and Nie Wushuang, the sect leader of Donghua Sacred Sect. The seemingly invincible duo in the underworld was now standing deferentially behind the 2 illusory figures. We will send 4 other guys with you. As long as it is regarding the establishment of an information network, they will listen to your instructions. Both of you have to establish an all-knowing information group in the shortest time, one of the 2 illusory figures added. Yes, we will definitely complete it. Emperor Qi and Nie Wushuang gave their guarantee instantly. All right, we will send you guys out now. The 2 illusory figures nodded their heads and raised their palms. Both of them wore red spiritual gloves and expanded instantly at this juncture. The immense energy from the 2 pairs of huge 5-meter palms shocked Emperor Qi and Nie Wushuang. Ka. A crack easily ripped apart the sky. Get out now, the 2 illusory figures shouted. Emperor Qi and Nie Wushuang didn't dare to hesitate a moment. They moved and headed towards the other piece of sky instantly. Beside them, 4 old men followed closely. Crack. Explosions reverberated from the space as Emperor Qi and Nie Wushuang left the area. The sounds of these explosions sent chills down the spines of those who heard them. The previous time, they had almost died from the attacks of the spirit array. If the Immortals had not intervened, they would have been dead by now. We are back. The duo looked at the familiar sky and excitement beamed in their eyes. Huashan was below them and they were 10,000 meters above in the sky. The duo pondered for a long time before meeting the eyes of each other. The alliance of orthodox sects and diabolism shall work together to build a powerful information network, Nie Wushuang said solemnly. All right. Emperor Qi nodded his head, looked before him and remarked, I wonder if the Dragon King and the middle-aged man are dead? They must be dead. Even if they are dead, the Dragon Sect still exists. We can't keep the Dragon Sect. In that case, let's annihilate the Dragon Sect first to unite the underworld. The duo was emotionless and flew away, leaving a trail of light. Behind them, the 4 old men followed closely. Boom! After a day of sitting beside Wang Xian with his legs crossed, Roving Sword opened his eyes as he sensed a daunting aura emanating out from his body. With a swing, Wang Xian surrounded him with water energy as he fixed his eyes on Roving Sword. 5 illusory longswords were spinning around him at a domineering speed. Wang Xian looked to the side and was surprised to see the longswords at the side were shaking violently. He can even vibrate level 12 spiritual swords? It looks like something is odd about roving sword strength. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Dragon King. At this time, roving sword greeted Wang Xian respectfully while he stood up and looked at Wang Xian. What kind of art are you practicing? The strength seemed odd when you attained your breakthrough. Wang Xian said to roving sword, as he was taken aback. Merciless swordsmanship. Dragon King. My merciless swordsmanship has advanced to level 13. The lower class Immortal realm. Lower class Immortal? Are there different classes for Immortal level 2? An unexpected radiance flashed in his eyes. Yes, the beginning of the Immortal realm after advancement is known as lower class Immortal. After a full mastery of high-class battle techniques, it is known as middle class Immortal. After converting battle techniques to a superpower, it would be known as upper-class Immortal. Anything beyond this is not within my knowledge, Roving Sword explained to Wang Xian. I didn't know that Immortal realm was divided into 3 levels. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. You may go back now. I'll also enter the Yongchang Cauldron a few days from now. Yes, Dragon King. I'll come in as a champion in this grand contest, said Roving Sword plainly to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Given Roving Sword's current strength, getting the champion in this grand contest was a piece of cake. No one, except for the immortals of Yongchang, could be a match for him. After Roving Sword left, Wang Xian continued to refine his spiritual equipment. Elder Wang. 5 disciples called out to Wang Xian, who was refining equipment in the mountain 3 days later. What is it? Asked Wang Xian expressionlessly. He was ready to continue with his refinery. Elder Wang, today's the last day of the grand contest of the 3 immortal sects. It's also the day when the announcement will be made for the top 30. At that time, they will be revealing the names of disciples who will be able to enter Yongchang Cauldron. The great elder wants us to inform you to make a trip over, a disciple said respectfully to Wang Xian. Her? Last day? Wang Xian nodded and stored his materials. Fine, let's go then. Where is it? Lead the way, will you? Yes, Elder Wang. I heard that Elder Wang will be able to enter Yongchang Cauldron. Congratulations. That disciple spoke with envy. Wang Xian nodded his head impassively as he followed behind and headed to Yongchang Immortal Sect. Senior Brother Gu 1. Go for it. Senior Brother Hong. Go for it. Senior Brother Jinjian, go for it. Wang Xian could hear cheering voices even when he was 1,000 meters away from the grand contest arena. Wang Xian swept his gaze across and spotted where the Hong Immortal Sect was. He immediately hovered to the elder's side. Elder Wang is here. The elders of the Hong Immortal Sect were sitting on a small hill beside the grand contest arena. Upon seeing Wang Xian's arrival, they immediately greeted him with broad smiles. Today is the day where the top 5 would become known. This was the grand contest that involved all the disciples of Yongchang Immortal Sect. At this time, none of the elders of the Hong Immortal Sect would miss it. Greetings to Great Elder, Second Great Elder, and the elders. Wang Xian cupped his fists to each of the elders. Elder Wang, the grand contest of 3 major immortal sects will be over once the top 5 is out. At that time, you'll also need to go to the stage as one of the candidates who will be entering the Yongchang Cauldron. Let all the disciples of Yongchang world know about you, said the great elder to Wang Xian. Sure. Entering the Yongchang Cauldron was a great opportunity for everyone. Only 13 people in 50 years could do so. After today's grand contest was over, they could enter the cauldron tomorrow. 3 default disciples would also enjoy the same glory as the top 10 disciples. Who are the top 5 currently? Wang Xian looked at the arena with curiosity as he asked the great elder beside him. He. The results will only be determined after the battle of Roving Sword and Jin Jian of Immortal Slang Sect. The great elder chuckled as he pointed to the 2 people in the field. Her. Wang Xian looked over. Sure enough, Roving Sword and another man who had a sharp profile were battling. Haha. Wang Xian chuckled as he looked to the fiery column at one side. On it was a ranking. The 1st to 6th positions were not finalized yet, while the rest of the disciples had already become fixed. Her. At this time, Wang Xian sensed a gaze looking at him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He raised his eyebrows and spun around, looking at one elder on the mountain. When that elder looked over at Wang Xian, there was no concealment to his cold-looking eyes. I remember there was an elder from Dahong Immortal sect among those families who tried to assassinate me the other night. It looks like he's the one. A tinge of coldness flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. Roving Sword is going to win. This is totally unexpected. Jin Jian has always been the top disciple of Immortal Slaying Sect. No one expected that the disciple who just joined Immortal Slaying Sect could defeat him. The top 5 will be confirmed. At this time, an elder exclaimed from the side. Wang Xian followed his gaze. True enough, the long sword of Roving Sword had slashed that young man, leaving a long wound on his body, after which he pointed the cold-looking sword at him. Jin Jian was looking dreadful while the arm that was grabbing the long sword was trembling. Where did you get your level 12 spiritual equipment? He bellowed in a low voice with a twisted expression. Roving Sword ignored him entirely as he moved back to his position. If he displayed his full strength, Jin Jian would have been defeated in one stroke. Fine. Seeing that Roving Sword was unconcerned with his questions, Jin Jian's face was as black as coal. He made a move and hovered to a small mountain. This is totally unexpected. Jin Jian, you actually lost to a disciple who just joined Immortal Slaying Sect. You're losing your title as the #1 disciple in the sect. Just as Jin Jian arrived at that mountain, a young man's taunting voice rang in his ears. If not for the fact that he possesses a level 12 spiritual sword, he would definitely not be my match, said Jin Jian coldly with a gloomy look. Hehe. Don't you have a level 12 spiritual sword too? That young man chuckled, revealing a tinge of curiosity on his face. Did you guys from Immortal Slaying Sect say you would stop him from entering the Yongchang Cauldron? Besides, he doesn't have any friends. Where did he get his level 12 spiritual sword from? How would I know? Jin Jian's expression sank as he tightened his grip on his spiritual sword. I know it was the Dragon King. He was the one who refined it. At this time, Ao Shuan's voice cut through the air. He looked at the spiritual swords in Hong Tianda and Piao Lingshua's hands. The swords in senior brother Hong and junior sister Piao's hands were refined by Dragon King. Dragon King. Yet what Ao Shuan said stunned the two people beside him, Xiao Xiao and the guild leader of Sacred Followers Guild. When they heard the name, there was a trace of doubt flashing across their eyes. Dragon King? Xiao Xi mumbled to herself upon hearing Ao Shuan. She had a strong impression of this name. That brat that could be considered demon-like even when compared with those of his age in Yongchang world also had the name Dragon King. When she had first entered the real world, she had no regard for any forces in the underworld, let alone any of the supreme talents of the underworld. Even Emperor Qi of Diabolism and the sect leader of Donghua Sacred Sect, Nia Wushuang, were average in her eyes. However, that demon-like Dragon King had truly surprised and shocked her. Upon hearing this name, she was a little doubtful. The sect leader of the Sacred Followers Guild beside her was equally surprised and doubtful. That's right. It was refined by the Dragon King. Piao Lingxua nodded her head plainly before continuing. However, he's just a blacksmith master. He probably couldn't refine level 12 spiritual equipment. Dragon King? Several supreme talents of Yongchang Immortal Sect and Immortal Slaying Sect exclaimed with curiosity. Over the recent period, they had been focusing on preparing for the grand contest and had not paid attention to other matters. He can refine level 12 spiritual equipment now. He's a blacksmith grand master, said Ao Shuan with a tinge of fear and respect. That's a grandmaster. Over the recent period, the dozen-odd forces had been monitoring the Dragon King through various methods. The moment he could refine level 7 elixir pills and level 12 spiritual equipment, they knew about it. The greater the strength the Dragon King displayed, the more horrified they were. They also knew about Roving Sword visiting the Dragon King a few days ago. What? Grandmaster? The crowd of supreme talents were taken aback as they revealed expressions of shock. Ao Shuan nodded his head, looked at Jin Jian and said, his spiritual sword was forged by the Dragon King. Dragon King? Grandmaster. Jin Jian looked bitter and a tinge of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. Ao Shuwen was secretly exhilarated. He knew that Jin Jian was a petty person who would definitely deal with those who went against him. As long as he could give the Dragon King some issues, Ao Shuwen wouldn't let the opportunity slip. Who would have expected that another Grandmaster would appear in Yongchang world? The handsome young man with long hair, Guwan, was surprised. Senior brother Hong probably referred to him when he talked about the one who would be first in the rankings of young disciples. Ao Shuwen glanced at Guwan, smirked, and added, "Oh, Hong Tianda. Is he the one you were talking about?" Before Hong Tianda said a word, Guwan squinted his eyes and asked him, "Yeah, you wouldn't be a match for him," said Hong Tianda boldly and frankly. "Hee, is that so? In that case, I would like to meet him if there's an opportunity," replied Guwan coldly. Hong Tianda didn't respond and simply sat there. Seeing this, Ao Shuwen was pleasantly surprised. "Junior Sister Hua, it's our battle next. Do you still want to compete?" "It's not necessary. I admit my defeat. Let's bring on the battle between Senior Brother Hong and Roving Sword from Immortal Slaying Sect." "Haha, Hong Tianda, I'll defeat you easily in our upcoming battle. The title of the strongest disciple of the three immortal sects will definitely be mine." The contest continued. After half an hour, the match between the strongest disciple of the Hong Immortal Sect, Hong Tianda, and Roving Sword of Immortal Slaying Sect started. Just as everyone thought that Hong Tianda would emerge victoriously, Roving Sword from Immortal Slaying Sect won once again. This shocked everyone, including all the supreme talents. Senior Brother Hong was defeated by Roving Sword. What a huge upset. This is really shocking. Roving Sword defeated Senior Brother Hong Tianda. It would seem that he has the strength to win it all. He's the greatest dark horse for this contest. However, it would likely be impossible for him to defeat Senior Brother Guwan. Senior Brother Guwan is a level stronger than Senior Brother Hong. He should be able to defeat Roving Sword. Around the arena, several tens of thousands of disciples were discussing fervently. Roving Sword making it to the finals had exceeded the expectation of all the disciples. However, none of these disciples felt that Roving Sword would be able to defeat Guwan. Guwan was the strongest disciple of Yongchang Immortal Sect. He was incredibly strong and had Heavenly Flame, a set of spiritual equipment and strength that triumphed over his peers and other supreme talents. Roving Sword making it to the finals was indeed unexpected. However, he's still lacking the strength to defeat Guwan. An elder on the mountain peak, where all elders had gathered, commented plainly. "Elder Wang, once their contest is over, head to the arena. At that time, the sect will announce the name list to enter Yongchang Cauldron." The great elder looked at Wang Xian and remarked, "MMM." Wang Xian nodded his head. He looked around him and smirked. No one here could defeat Roving Sword. At this very moment, on the small mountain peak where the elders of Immortal Slaying Sect were standing, the elders' eyebrows were knitted together and their eyes were fixed on Roving Sword. "He defeated Hong Tianda. Do you guys think he will defeat Guwan?" An old man frowned and asked this with a bitter face. Although the sect leader had given his orders to disallow Roving Sword from entering the Yongchang Cauldron, Roving Sword had now made it to the finals. Based on the rules of the grand contest, the top 10 would qualify to enter Yongchang Cauldron. On the rare chance that Roving Sword was to defeat Guwan, he would be the overall champion for this grand contest. If they were to disallow the strongest disciple of the three immortal sects from entering Yongchang Cauldron, they would find it hard to explain themselves. Moreover, this wouldn't do any good to the reputation of Immortal Slaying Sect. Trying to put down their most talented disciple? What would the disciples of other immortal sects think? The current situation is having some implications for the reputation of our Immortal Slaying Sect. He most likely couldn't defeat Guwan from Yongchang Immortal Sect. An elder standing by the side spoke with a worried frown. "What if? Why don't we let him give up the match? This would save us from any potential implications." Another elder hesitated for a moment before suggesting, That will work. At the end of the day, he will definitely have issues with not being able to enter the Yongchang Cauldron. In that case, let's just be more decisive. What issues could this kid have? He's just like a machine. The elders of Immortal Slaying Sect made their decisions and informed the referee immediately that Roving Sword from Immortal Slaying Sect had admitted his defeat. Admitted defeat? Roving Sword from Immortal Slaying Sect has admitted his defeat? Sigh. I thought we would be getting a thrilling contest. Who would have expected him to admit defeat? It seems like Roving Sword knows where he stands. He probably has chosen to admit his defeat after learning how strong Senior Brother Go-Won is. Indeed, Senior Brother Go-Won is undoubtedly the strongest disciple in the younger generation. When the hundreds of thousands of disciples around heard the news of Roving Sword admitting his defeat, they frowned initially and soon broke out into raucous discussion. When Wang Xian heard the news, he was astonished. Roving Sword admitted his defeat? Roving Sword had told him that he was going to take first place. Since Roving Sword had promised him, Roving Sword would definitely ensure that it came to fruition. Roving Sword, you won't have to fight the last match. We have admitted defeat on your behalf. Just as Roving Sword was frowning and feeling puzzled about the news, he heard the great elder of Immortal Slaying Sect. He was taken aback. His expression turned solemn, but he didn't say a word. This ends our Grand Disciple Tournament of Yongchang Immortal Sect. Disciples in the top 30, please make your way up Talent Peak. Default disciples within the 3 major immortal sects to enter the Yongchang Cauldron. Please make your way up Talent Peak. The voice of the referee echoed within an area with a radius of more than a dozen kilometers as he remained on the sparring stage, once all the placings had been finalized. All the disciples heard the announcement loud and clear. Disciples in the top 30, they are the 30 strongest disciples within all of Yongchang. How I envy them. It's all glory and achievement for these 30 most outstanding ones within the entire Yongchang. The top 10 are qualified to enter the Yongchang Cauldron. This is a massive resource we're talking about. In addition, there are 3 default disciples appointed within the 3 immortal sects. I wonder who they are. The default disciple within the Yongchang Immortal Sect is Junior Sister Xiaoxiao, without a doubt. As for Immortal Slaying Sect, it should be Lu Qianfeng. At the mere age of 20, he already possesses Dan Realm prowess. Such an incredible natural gift. Rumor has it that he's the default disciple, while the one for Dahong Immortal Sect remains unknown. The discussion began to fire up amongst the crowd, which was made up of hundreds of thousands of disciples. The entire area was sent into utter chaos. Let's go! Congrats, Senior Brother Gu-Won. To think that Roving Sword still knows his limits. In knowing that he is no match for you, he chose to concede defeat immediately. Ha. As I said, Senior Brother Go-Won will definitely emerge as the top in this tournament, as the lead disciple of the 3 major immortal sects. Several disciples congratulated Go-Won as they stood atop the summit where all the outstanding young heroes had gathered. Haha, I intended to spar against that Roving Sword. Little did I expect him to throw in the towel. He sure knows his limits, haha. Go-Won roared with laughter with his head held high. He was wearing gloves the color of crimson while holding onto the flaming spear. There he was, as though he was the flaming god of war. With a face full of self-conceit, he scanned his surroundings while revealing a faint smile. He would emerge as the lead disciple of the 3 major immortal sects after today, which was an unparalleled honor. Let's go, Grand Senior Brother. One of the disciples gestured with a smile. In one swift shuffle, he leaped onto a long sword and flew towards another summit which stood beside the current sparring stage. Let's go. The crowd of outstanding young heroes flew off. In an instant, their movement attracted the stares of the hundreds of thousands of disciples as they looked at the group with the utmost envy and respect. Be on your way now, Xiaoxiao. The guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild laughed as he spoke when he saw that the former had yet to take her leave as they remained on the summit. Father, you said you had a set of spiritual equipment and armor refined for me. I'm going to put them on today, haha. Xiaoxiao grinned from ear to ear before flying in another direction. Elder Wang, please get going, the great elder said to Wang Xian with a smile as the duo stood atop the elders' summit that belonged to Dahong Immortal Sect. All right, elders. I'll head over then. Wang Xian replied pleasantly. With a change of stance, he took off in the direction of the mountain which stood at the center. Ha. Several elders from Dahong Immortal Sect watched from behind Wang Xian with a tinge of envy. That said, one of the elders frowned as he watched Wang Xian making his way over. He looked on with an even darker expression. Whiz! Dragon King! As Wang Xian flew over to the centermost mountain, he was greeted by the voice of Roving Sword. Eh? Roving Sword, why did you concede defeat at the last minute? Wang Xian asked in utter confusion as he looked at Roving Sword with furrowed brows. It's the several elders from Immortal slaying sect. They threw in the towel directly and only informed me after conceding defeat. Roving Sword replied emotionlessly. They got you to concede defeat? Wang Xian was taken by surprise. To which he continued, it's all right so long as you can make it into the Yongchang Cauldron. Yes, Dragon King. Roving Sword nodded in response. As the two shifted, they arrived at the peak of the centermost mountain. As they stood on the platform of the summit, they could see the hundreds of thousands of disciples at a glance. As the platform was relatively small, the crowd of disciples below could also make out the outline of those atop the platform. Congratulations, Senior Brother Gu Wan, for becoming the lead disciple of the three major immortal sects, the strongest contender amongst all current disciples, truly deserving of the title, Senior Brother Gu Wan. As they reached the stage, Wang Xian could see the crowd who had gathered to extend their best wishes to Gu Wan. Haha. At the sight, Wang Xian snorted in dismissal as he stood by the side. Junior Brother Hong, which is the Dragon King whom you were talking about? The one who made you think he was one we couldn't match up to? Show him to me. Just then, Gu Wan spoke in a standoffish tone. Amongst the disciples of the three major immortal sects, one's position would not be based on age, but rather capabilities alone. The one to emerge as the strongest would ascend to become the senior disciple. Gu Wan had asked the question indifferently, while surveying his surroundings where his gaze eventually landed on Roving Sword and Wang Xian. That's right, which of them is it? Is it that young chap beside Roving Sword? That's him? Dragon King of the Dahong Immortal Sect. Another young man spoke with a faint smirk while standing beside Gu Wan as he turned over to look at Wang Xian as well. The stage was relatively small, hence one could see everyone around with a brief glance, amongst which Wang Xian stood out as the only stranger, one whom they had never met before. Gu Wan, you are no match for him, Hong Tianda said to Gu Wan in a flat tone as he watched Gu Wan, locking his brows. Oh, is that so? I'll see for myself then. During the matches this time around, Junior Sister Hua conceded defeat at the last minute, while Roving Heavens, who defeated you, had to concede defeat towards me. How upsetting. If possible, I wouldn't mind having someone to practice with. Gu Wan rebutted with his head held high while he placed his spear on his back. The title of the lead disciple of the three major immortal sects, along with the concession of defeat from Roving Sword, had built up his self-conceit and ego. But then again, he had the means to. He smirked as he looked at Wang Xian before making his way over with a smile. Hi, Junior. I'm Gu Wan. Junior Brother Hong has been speaking highly of you, so I decided to come over and take a look. Oh, hello there. Wang Xian nodded briefly as he looked at Gu Wan. He said that your prowess is above mine, so I've come to test it out myself and to help Junior Brother Hong correct his mistake. Gu Wan continued, that I, Gu Wan, am actually the most powerful. Gu Wan enunciated every word of his last sentence with extra emphasis while looking at Wang Xian with the utmost dominance. Meanwhile, the crowd of disciples looked upon the domineering Gu Wan, who was surging with pride, in complete admiration. This should be the dominance expected from the lead disciple of the three major immortal sects. That's right, Senior Brother Gu Wan's truly formidable. Just based on this thought of his, that he's unrivaled, it's already something which no one can compare to alone. Truly admirable. The crowd of disciples from the three immortal sects heaved a sigh of envy and self-resignation. During his last two matches in the Grand Disciple Tournament amongst the three immortal sects this time, the opponents proceeded to concede defeat without Senior Brother Gu Wan even having to lift a finger, for they knew that they were not his match. And yet, Hong Tianda was now saying that Senior Brother Gu Wan was no match for the Dragon King. Hence, Gu Wan decided to challenge Wang Xian. Such was the dominance and aura from the strongest contender of the current times. If you say you're the most powerful, then so be it, Wang Xian replied to Gu Wan flatly. He had intended to leave right after entering the Yongchang cauldron this time and wanted no trouble. He had even less interest in pitting himself against a chap who he could crush as easily as the pinching of his fingers. Ha! Upon seeing the attitude coming from Wang Xian, Guwen frowned. I never admit to being the most powerful through words, but prove it through action. You can test it out yourself if you are unconvinced, Junior. Thereafter, he continued indifferently. And let us see for ourselves what prowess you possess, which gave you the right to be appointed as the default disciple by the Dahong Immortal sect to enter the Yongchang cauldron. The crowd laughed in jest as they watched the spectacle while eyeing Wang Xian with the utmost curiosity. Just you alone have no right to challenge the Dragon King. Roving Sword retorted coldly upon seeing how snobbish Guwen was while speaking to his beloved Dragon King. You? You aren't qualified to challenge the Dragon King. A cold and emotionless voice came from Roving Sword, shocking the crowd on the platform. Guwen was stunned too. He squinted his eyes and turned to face Roving Sword emotionlessly. For a guy who didn't even have the guts to face me in battle, what right do you have to speak before me? Guwen stared at Roving Sword and chided him harshly. Roving Sword, watch your words. Qualified? TSK. What qualifications are needed? The predetermined slots will only be given to young disciples who showed promise, but not so for an expert. An expert wouldn't require this predetermined slot. Just as Guwen completed his words, Jin Jian stared at Wang Xian and mocked harshly. Senior brother Jin is right. The predetermined slots wouldn't be for experts but for promising disciples. Another supreme talent disciple seconded this. He looked at Roving Sword with contempt before continuing. Moreover, a guy who didn't even dare to face senior brother Guwen isn't qualified to say this. How ignorant! Seeing how the situation had developed, Piao Lingxue and Hong Tianda frowned slightly. They had not expected Roving Sword to speak up for the Dragon King. Moreover, his words weren't rational at all. On the other end, Ao Shuan was pleasantly surprised and watched how things had developed with a smirk. Scram! However, to the astonishment of everyone, Roving Sword's cold and emotionless voice resounded once again. His response of scram instantly dampened the atmosphere. Roving Sword, you better watch your words. For a guy who isn't even qualified to enter the Yongchang cauldron, how could you even be so arrogant? Jin Jian, who bore a grudge against Roving Sword, remarked harshly. Huh? He isn't qualified. What Jin Jian had said aroused the suspicions of the supreme talents around. That's right. You guys will know in a while. A person who doesn't respect his mentors and doesn't know how to interact with others won't be qualified to enter Yongchang cauldron. Jin Jian remarked with ridicule while smirking over the treatment of Roving Sword. The Immortal slaying sect is right with this decision. Guwen stared plainly at Roving Sword while commenting. Not qualified? Wang Xian frowned slightly. Roving Sword isn't qualified to enter the Yongchang cauldron? He is the runner-up for the grand contest. Why wouldn't he be qualified? Admitting defeat on his behalf and barring him from entering Yongchang cauldron subsequently? It seems like the higher management of the Immortal slaying sect isn't pleased with Roving Sword. Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and looked at Guwen with a sense of superiority. With an emotionless tone, he said, just scram when we ask you to scram. You guys must be courting your own deaths. When Wang Xian asked him to scram again, anger flashed in the eyes of Guwen. As the strongest disciple of the three immortal sects and the #1 disciple for the grand contest, he had already become unhappy when Hong Tianda questioned the legitimacy of his status. Now he was offended consecutively. Anger welled up within him and he grabbed the long spear behind his back. Wang Xian didn't say a word and only looked at Roving Sword simply. You are the one who's courting your own death, trash. Dang. Roving Sword naturally understood what Wang Xian intended. The next instant, he drew the spiritual sword from his scabbard. Great. A piece of trash who didn't even have the guts to fight against me is challenging me now. In that case, I'll show you my real strength and send you rolling off the platform. Seeing Roving Sword draw his sword, Guwen was as cold as ice. Killing intent flashed across his eyes. Dustless sword. Without batting an eye, Roving Sword attacked with the long sword in his hand with unbelievable speed. Guwen was astonished at the speed of Roving Sword. Flames over 100 meters in size were emitted from his body like a godly fire spear. Shit! Move back. The sudden attack of Roving Sword and the release of aura by Gu shocked the group of supreme talents as they retreated to the side instantly. Fuck. What's happening? What's happening? Why are there sudden explosions of terrifying aura from the platform above the peak? Shit. Roving Sword is fighting with senior brother Gu. Why did they start fighting so suddenly? What's happening? Roving Sword didn't admit his defeat willingly? Why would he start a fight now if he felt that he isn't a match for senior brother Gu when previously? The hundreds of thousands of disciples around were shocked to see a battle erupting on the platform above. Why would there be a fight suddenly? Even the elders from the three immortal sects were astonished by what they were seeing. You alone aren't sufficient to be arrogant before the Dragon King. Roving Sword was unmoved in the face of Gu, who was shrouded in flames that reached over 100 meters. He swung the long sword in his hand and terrifying metal attribute energy coalesced into a 1,000-meter-long longsword which slashed ahead. What? How could he be capable of such a terrifying attack? Gu felt fear upon seeing the heart-wrenching energy within the strike which Roving Sword had launched casually. Flaming cage bell, he shouted loudly. The next instant, the flames around him turned golden and formed a dazzling huge bell around him. The huge bell around him looked extremely tough and thick. Boom! What? However, the terrifying energy of the long sword instantly split the bell the moment it collided with it. What gives you the guts to even be arrogant? Roving Sword moved and appeared before Gu the next instant. Without holding back at all, he lunged forward with the long sword in his hand. Boom! Terrifying sword glow fell on Gu as fear beamed in his eyes. Boom! From a height of 1,000 meters, Gu fell towards the ground at an astonishing speed. The moment he crashed into the ground, a terrifying explosion reverberated across. Cough, cough. No, this isn't possible. Gu spat out a huge mouthful of blood. Looking at the protecting spiritual gear on him, his eyes were filled with disbelief, fear, and surprise. If the elders had not admitted my defeat to the referee without informing me, do you think a piece of trash like you would be able to get the first ranking? At this moment, Roving Sword's emotionless voice reverberated throughout the crowd. The entire fight had lasted for at most 5 seconds from the start to the end. Before all the disciples around could react to it, Gu was defeated. Moreover, his defeat was sealed in 2 moves. Just 2 moves. This made many people unable to believe what they were seeing. Moreover, senior brother Gu had still been the champion of the grand contest moments ago. He was the strongest disciple of the 3 immortal sects and the entire younger generation. Yet, he was defeated in such a short time without being able to put up any resistance. The contrast was simply too huge. The group of supreme talents in the air stared at senior brother Gu with disbelief and shock. How can this be possible? How could he be so strong? Roving Sword said moments ago that it was the elders from Immortal Slaying Sect that admitted his defeat. In other words, it wasn't his own decision. Defeating senior brother Gu in 2 strikes. Has he reached the half-step to Immortal Realm? The group of supreme talents were shaken and couldn't help but swallow their saliva in awe. As for the hundreds of thousands of disciples from the 3 immortal sects, they felt as if their world was being thrown into disarray. How's this possible? How could this be? How can he be that powerful? This is madness. It's insane. The stances weren't even this forceful during the spar between Roving Sword and senior brother Hong Tianda. Now how did it? Just earlier, senior brother Roving Sword had said that the elder from Immortal Slaying Sect had been the one to concede defeat personally by gesturing to the referee. Why would he do that? 2 moves. All it took was 2 mere moves to defeat senior brother Gu. It was really formidable. The gap is too huge. To think that senior brother Gu, the invincible one of the young generation, has been defeated so easily. The surrounding hundreds of thousands of disciples uttered as they gulped in disbelief, watching senior brother Gu. He was slowly picking himself up from the ground while recovering from a state of being a mess. This was the number 1 senior brother Gu, champion of a grand tournament. To think that he could not even withstand 2 moves. Just how powerful was the prowess of Roving Sword. This fellow. Meanwhile, the elders from the Immortal slaying sect muttered as their group of more than a dozen watched from atop the summit they were at. They all looked on with darkened and awful expressions. But while they were fuming in fury, they were also overwhelmed by shock and trepidation at the same time. Don't tell me he made some breakthroughs in his swordsmanship? How could this be? How long has it been? To think his prowess has developed this much. He's one wicked talent. Given his spiritual equipment and armor, along with his prowess, Guwon is already considered to be at the apex of the budding realm. And yet, he's been defeated in 2 moves. Don't tell me Roving Sword's prowess has already ascended to half-step to Immortal realm. That's possible. It appears that he is very likely to reach the Immortal realm, even if he doesn't enter the Yongchang Cauldron. The group of elders from the Immortal slaying sect spoke as they eyed Roving Sword with the utmost shock and caution. After all, the prowess which the latter displayed had sent them into alarm and frenzy. Wow, if he still isn't allowed into the Yongchang Cauldron given his current prowess, then, the elder from the Immortal slaying sect murmured with a contorted look. The Immortal slaying sect had really embarrassed themselves this time around. The approach of Roving Sword was also no doubt a tight slap to the Immortal slaying sect. Dragon King, Roving Sword called out. He was checking on Guwen, who was located beneath, before arriving by Wang Xian's side. Oh! Without saying a word, Wang Xian nodded in response as he stood atop the summit, expressionless. To which, Roving Sword also remained silent as he stood behind Wang Xian on his diagonal right. Wang Xian had his reasons for mobilizing Roving Sword and allowing him to defeat Guwen. The Immortal slaying sect had forbidden Roving Sword from entering the Yongchang Cauldron, which was somewhat against the rules of the Grand Tournament. Yet, he had no means of intervention given that this was the decision made by the Immortal slaying sect. In that case, he might as well allow Roving Sword to defeat Guwen. With even the champion of the Grand Tournament of the 3 major Immortal sects being unable to make it into the Yongchang Cauldron, it would no doubt place the Immortal slaying sect in a difficult position. Perhaps then, through this method, the Immortal slaying sect would allow Roving Sword into the Yongchang Cauldron. Tisk, Roving Sword seems to be on rather amicable terms with this Dragon King. Just then, the crowd of outstanding young heroes who had been suspended in midair took in one deep breath as they eyed Wang Xian and Roving Sword, who were on stage with glistening eyes. This Roving Sword seems to be very obedient towards the Dragon King's words. Have you all noticed that he's been standing one step behind the Dragon King throughout these proceedings while paying him due respect? One of the outstanding young heroes looked on at the duo with utter shock as they remained on stage. As of now, the only ones remaining on the stage of the summit were Roving Sword and Wang Xian. As they stood, they gave off a special vibe to the rest who were watching. It was an attitude as though they were invincible. It was an attitude as though they had the world at their feet. His prowess. Jin Jian and Ao Shuwen questioned this with awful expressions as they eyed the duo that was on stage. Seems like Roving Sword is no match for the Dragon King, which explains why he's so respectful towards him. Hong Tianda finally managed to comment after gasping in a deep breath. At the same time, the crowd of outstanding young heroes who were suspended in midair remained silent for a long while. What? All the outstanding young heroes were stunned by the sentence from Hong Tianda as they turned their heads in utter shock. How's that possible? I reckon, with Roving Sword's prowess, even the elders from our Immortal sects would be no match for him. How can that Dragon King be even stronger than Roving Sword then? Ao Shuwen rebutted immediately while his face darkened. In my opinion, Roving Sword would be able to handle at least 5 to 6 budding realm experts single-handedly. So how can that Dragon King be even stronger than him? Don't tell me their prowess has reached half-step to immortality? Another young hero questioned with a low growl. He ever defeated me in one move? Hong Tianda replied coolly as he watched Wang Xian with shifting eyes. What, defeated you, senior brother Hong, in one move? All the young heroes gasped once again. As they did, they spun their heads about and fixed their gazes upon Wang Xian. Roving Sword was able to defeat senior brother Gu when using 2 moves, while the Dragon King was able to take senior brother Hong down in one. Ha ha, they. The young heroes had their tongues tied as they gazed at the duo on the stage. The hundreds of thousands of disciples who remained beneath also had their eyes on the duo who remained on stage. Why aren't the other seniors getting up on the summit stage? Some of the disciples muttered under their breath as they watched in confusion. Let's go. After another round of silence which lasted under a minute, Hong Tianda shifted his stance before leaping gently onto the summit stage. He stood to the side while sweeping his gaze across the duo. Piao Lingxue looked at Wang Xian and still did not walk over to him after some brief contemplation. She felt as though the other party and herself were beings from two different worlds. If what Hong Tianda says is true, perhaps then, under some preemptive calculation, the Dragon King and Roving Sword pair are enough to kill 15 experts of the budding realm. A.O. Shuan managed this with a burdened look while his eyes watered. Dear outstanding young heroes, please stand along the aisle. Sect leader Hong Yen will soon present you with your awards. Just then, the voice of an elder from the Yongchang Immortal sect could be heard. The various disciples made their way to the fringe of the stage. After having just recovered from their excitement, their eyes were stirring with emotions. To each and every one of the disciples, it was an immense honor to be able to have the Grand Immortal grace the event in person. Will the Immortal appear? Wang Xian asked in mild surprise, but recovered his composure soon after, for he feared no Immortal right now. Shum. Just then, a commotion was stirring from beneath. Huh? It's junior sister Xiao Xiao. It's junior sister Xiao Xiao. The attire on her, though, looks so scary. Such a powerful surge of flames from this attire. It's covered in level 12 spiritual equipment from top to bottom. The crowd of outstanding young heroes said as they looked down. Upon seeing Xiao Xiao, who was emitting holy flames while she flapped her flaming wings, the youths peered at her in envy. Xiao Xiao was decked in spiritual equipment from head to toe. From her earrings, necklace, bangles, shoes, clothes, and wings. I reckon it's the spiritual equipment which His Excellency Huolong has made for junior sister Xiao Xiao. The crowd of youths muttered to themselves while green with envy. Dear senior brothers and sisters, I'm here, Xiao Xiao said in elation as she smiled while glancing over to the crowd who stood on the summit stage. Come over quick, Xiao Xiao. Come on up, junior sister. The group of youths gestured to Xiao Xiao with big smiles. Smiling, she nodded in response before flapping her wings in resemblance to a beautiful and adorable flaming angel. Turning their heads to look up at her, the hundreds of thousands of disciples underneath looked on in complete awe. Some of the male disciples even uttered to themselves, saying that the one who marries her would be able to have it easy for the rest of their life. Feeling the gazes from hundreds of thousands of people, Xiao Xiao felt a little shy as she flapped her wings and moved towards the platform on the peak. However, she was completely dumbfounded when she was approaching the platform and saw a familiar figure. It's her? I had not expected her to be from the Hong Immortal sect. However, Wang Xian frowned and clearly wasn't very excited upon seeing the young girl. He had seen the young girl previously. She was a disciple of the sect leader of the Sacred Followers Guild. Why would it be him? This? Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded at this moment. She stared blankly at Wang Xian and mumbled, Dragon King, why is he? It's really him. Xiao, come to my side. At this moment, a girl on the platform signaled to her. She flew mechanically towards the platform while her gaze was still locked tightly on Wang Xian. Xiao Xiao, what are you looking at? When the girl on the platform saw the blank look on Xiao Xiao, she asked this curiously. Dragon King? He is the Dragon King. What a surprise. Really unexpected. Xiao shouted abruptly. Her eyes widened and stared at Wang Xian with disbelief. Huh? Her sudden actions drew the attention of the remaining supreme talents on the stage as they looked over inquisitively. What's the matter, Xiao Xiao? The girl placed her arms on Xiao Xiao's shoulders and asked. We meet again. Wang Xian turned around, looked at Xiao Xiao and revealed a faint smile. Xiao Xiao's expression changed and she started observing Wang Xian from top to bottom while ignoring the girl beside her. With a surprised look, she remarked, I had not expected you to be still alive. Wang Xian smiled and said with confidence, Who could possibly kill me? Xiao Xiao, do you know the Dragon King from the Hong Immortal sect? Seeing that Xiao Xiao was ignoring her, the girl beside Xiao Xiao frowned and asked again. Around them, the supreme talents watched curiously. Dragon King from the Hong Immortal sect? Xiao Xiao stared at the Dragon King and said with her eyes shimmering, "He isn't the Dragon King from Dahong Immortal sect." Huh? The other girl and the surrounding supreme talents were astonished. Wang Xian looked plainly at her and didn't attempt to stop her. He knew that he wouldn't be able to do so. He's the Dragon King from the Dragon sect. The Dragon King from Dragon sect of the real world. Xiao Xiao stared intensely at Wang Xian as she increased her volume. What? The surrounding supreme talents were stunned and surprised. In the real world, the Dragon King from the underworld established the Dragon sect St. the age of 20. With the forces of his Dragon sect, he triumphed over the strongest expert of the Alliance of the Orthodox sects, Nya Wushuang, and Emperor Qi from Diabolism. In the battle at the peak of Huashan, he broke the defensive spirit array of Yongchang world and entered our world. I thought he would be killed by the attacks of the spirit array, but he survived unexpectedly. Xiao Xiao added this emotionally. Her face was flushed and a myriad of emotions filled her eyes. She was shocked but also respected Wang Xian. What? Dragon King from the real world? Gu Wen exclaimed with astonishment as he flew up. The surrounding supreme talents were equally astonished. Junior sister Xiao Xiao, you are saying he's from the real world? How did he get into our Yongchang world? It's definitely him. I'm certain that I didn't mistake him for someone else. It is him. Are you the Dragon King from the Dragon sect? Xiao Xiao pointed at Wang Xian and asked loudly. The edge of Wang Xian's lips curved upwards as he replied, I'm the Dragon King of Dragon sect from the real world. Nice to meet everyone. I'm the Dragon King of Dragon sect from the real world. Nice to meet everyone. Upon hearing Wang Xian, the eyes of the surrounding supreme talents widened in disbelief. All of them turned around and stared at Wang Xian vigilantly. He's from the real world? Who would have expected you to be from the real world? The supreme talents growled with astonishment while their eyes widened. The outside world and an outsider. You are from the real world. What are you plotting? To infiltrate our immortal sects? Ao Shuan's expression changed and he shouted loudly. His voice reverberated across tens of kilometers. All the disciples around could hear him clearly. What's the situation? What's happening? An outsider from the real world. Seeing the sudden changes happening on the stage on the peak, the surrounding hundreds of thousands of disciples were dumbfounded. Everyone stood up, while feeling a little confused, and stared fervently at the platform. I got to this place by accident, and it's only natural for me to want to make a name for myself here. Wang Xian smiled faintly and turned to Xiao Xiao. Hey girl, you have disrupted my plan. A man from the real world. What are your intentions for joining our three immortal sects and entering the Yongchang world? Ao Shuan stared at Wang Xian while shouting again. His voice reverberated across the area with a radius of several tens of kilometers once again. This time, everyone in the vicinity had their doubts confirmed. A man from the real world? Senior brother Ao Shuan is saying that the Dragon King is from the real world. Really? The Dragon King from Dahong Immortal sect is from the real world. Exclamations could be heard from below and the surrounding disciples were shocked. The elders from the three immortal sects flew towards the platform on the peak instantly. Elder Wang is from the real world? The great elder of Dahong Immortal sect instantly questioned this harshly. Rumble. Several elders surrounded the platform in the peak completely. Their eyes were all fixed on Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked at the 50 to 60 budding realm experts around him. Gradually, a smirk appeared on his face. He clasped his right fist with his left palm and said plainly, Dragon King from the Dragon sect of the underworld. Nice to meet everyone. He's really from the real world. Disbelief beamed in the eyes of the great elder of Dahong Immortal sect. The Dragon King was actually from the real world. A genius like him, a demon-like talent like him was from the world that was experiencing the age of Dharma decline. This was unbelievable for them. How could such a demon-like talent exist in the real world? You definitely have ill intentions for joining our Dahong Immortal sect. Speak. What are your intentions? An elder from Dahong Immortal sect questioned Wang Xian harshly. Regardless, his intentions wouldn't be kind. Let's just kill him. Kill him. Ao Shuan seconded this loudly. Dense killing intent was beaming in his eyes. That's right. cripple his cultivation and interrogate him about his sinister plot. Several elders from Yongchang Immortal sect remarked harshly as ruthlessness flashed across their eyes. "Just kill him," an elder from Immortal Slang sect shouted. With the crowd cheering for the killing of the Dragon King, the elders from the three Immortal sects felt compelled to take action but were hesitant as they stared at him. Feng family, Ao family, Dong family, Liang family, hehe. It seems like the warning I sent out to you guys for trying to assassinate me wasn't sufficient. Wang Xian looked across the elders that spoke and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Her. Those elders who wanted to speak had a drastic change in their expressions upon hearing what Wang Xian said. It's you. It's indeed you. Elder Liang, Elder Tong, and attendant Ao were killed by you. An elder bellowed with a darkened expression as he stared at Wang Xian with murderous eyes. Hehe, since they dared to try to assassinate me, they should have been prepared to meet their doom. Wang Xian said with his icy eyes. Her. All the surrounding elders were startled as they focused their attention on the several elders who had spoken just now. Those 15 budding realm experts of Yongchang City, half a month ago, were killed by Dragon King? An elder with fiery red hair in the center questioned Wang Xian with flickering radiance in his eyes. Half a month ago, 15 people sieged the surrounding region near my shop with an array in an attempt to kill me. Of course, I wouldn't let them live. I guess I have infringed on some people's interests. Wang Xian swept his gaze across several elders plainly with a faint smile on his face. We discovered something was wrong with you during our night investigation and got killed by you. Today, we'll avenge them. That elder of Dahong Immortal sect remained unwavering as he spoke, fixing death stares on Wang Xian. In the past, they did not dare to spill the beans openly. Knowing that the Dragon King was an outsider, it put them completely at ease now. No matter how that outsider tried to explain himself, it would never win against their claims. After all, he came from the outside world. Let's just keep him under control now, an elder said coldly. Yes, that goes without saying. We should capture him first, an elder echoed. The rest of the elders nodded in agreement. No matter what, they had to control him first since he was from the real world. Let's cripple him and his cultivation to prevent troubles. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ao Shuan's eyes with a ferocious look surfacing on his face. With a swift move, he darted to Wang Xian for a strike. Cripple him. Just as Ao Shuan struck, another 4 people lurched at Wang Xian immediately. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Xiao was slightly stunned. Her expression sank while she kept her silence. Sigh, I came to this place quietly, and I wanted to leave quietly too. You guys wanted to court your doom. Seeing the quintet was prepared to cripple him, coldness twinkled in Wang Xian's eyes. Kill them. When Wang Xian's emotionless voice resounded, he had already charged toward the quintet who was approaching 5 meters away. Wow! A crisp sound was heard as a golden radiance flashed, revealing 5 malevolent people. Dragon King, he. Go to hell. The excitement and malevolent expression filled the face of Ao Shuwen as he pointed the long sword at Wang Xian. The other 4 wore cold faces. Not only had the Dragon King caused a massive loss to them, but he had also killed 1 top-notch expert from their clan. This feud was implacable. Now that they had this opportunity, they would not let him off. How is this possible? At this point in time, a supreme talent behind the quintet suddenly showed fright in his eyes. What? When the quintet exploded their daunting aura, they were stunned when they heard a voice behind them. Subsequently, they felt their energy dissipating at a terrifying speed. Traceless sword. Roving Sword stood before Wang Xian and withdrew his sword after spitting out the words. Ah, no. The 5 of them felt their energy dissipating within their bodies as they looked down in trepidation. They felt panic as they let out despair shrieks. Half of their bodies were slowly collapsing onto the ground. 1 sword move had divided them into 2. Sensing their vitality diminishing at a rapid speed, the quintet lost all hope. It's him. He's the subordinate of Dragon King. I didn't expect it to be him. He's still alive. Xiao Xiao watched the scene and quickly spun around with a pale-looking face. She stared at Roving Sword and spoke at the top of her lungs. What? Roving Sword is the subordinate of Dragon King. That's right, it's him. He's Dragon King's man, and he came from the real world too. Xiao Xiao said with a loud voice. Go to hell, roving sword. You actually came from the real world. To think that Immortal slaying sect spent great efforts to cultivate you. You are so cruel. Die! How do you strike? Take him down. If he dares to resist, kill him. Seeing that roving sword actually killed 4 elders and 1 supreme talent in one go, the 3 immortal sects became nervous as they exclaimed loudly. 60 budding realm experts immediately erupted their domineering auras from their bodies, locking onto Wang Xian and roving sword completely. Surrender immediately. The great elder of Dahong immortal sect stared at Wang Xian with a complicated look as he yelled in a low voice. Don't mess with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind a killing spree. Wang Xian swept his cold gaze across 60-odd budding realm experts as he replied coldly. Kill them. How dare he kill the people from Yongchang world? An elder let out a cold bellow directly. Strike. Kill. Some of the elders acted with no hesitation as they gathered their daunting energy and slashed at both Wang Xian and roving sword. Retreat. Some of the supreme talents on the stage were aghast as they ducked to one side with trepidation. When all the elders of 3 immortal sects struck together, it brought about a devastating scene. Gosh! That Dragon King actually came from the real world, and so did Roving Sword. Roving Sword is so strong that he can kill 4 elders in one move. Even Ao Shuwen too. He was directly slain. That's too fast. Dragon King was the one who killed those 15 budding realm experts on Yongchang Tower half a month ago. This is simply insane. They are from the real world. But isn't the real world experiencing the age of Dharma decline? How come Dragon King and Roving Sword are so strong? Why? Over hundreds of thousands of disciples were shouting with disbelief below. They witnessed daunting oppression erupted from 60-odd elders, shrouding the entire area over a span of more than 10 kilometers. Kill the Dragon King. Let's go and kill him. Damn! At this time, all the experts were glowering at Wang Xian with murderous intent from below. They were the experts from a dozen families. In a brief moment, more than a dozen budding realm experts rose to the sky and lurched at Wang Xian with an immense amount of killing intent. Boom! Dozens of elders struck at the same time in the sky. Daunting inferno, water swords, and metallic swords were looming over Wang Xian. Instantly, all the domineering energy landed on the stage at the peak. The entire stage on the peak exploded under the domineering attack. The stage that was 1,000 meters tall was utterly destroyed. He's dead. I bet he's dead since more than dozens experts struck at the same time. Their power would be sufficient to bring down the sky. Back at the bottom, those disciples commented with shocked looks. Their eyes widened when they witnessed such terrifying attacks. It was terrifying for the Dragon King and Roving Sword from the real world to become the elders of Dahong Immortal Sect and the most invincible young generation of Yongchang. A pity that they were too brazen to kill our people. Even though we killed him, the strength of the Dragon King and Roving Sword were good enough to stun us. Their talents were beyond imagination. Good that they're dead. They made our talents pale in comparison within a short period. What a great talent! Several hundreds of thousands of disciples mumbled to themselves while staring at the chaotic area. Dead. The 2 of them must be dead by now. The group of supreme talents hid themselves 1,000 meters above the ground. At this moment, Gu Wen's expression softened a little. He felt extremely embarrassed after being defeated by Roving Sword in 2 moves. However, fear gripped him when he saw Roving Sword killing 4 elders and Ao Shuwen with a single strike. He's too strong. What he just displayed was even stronger and more terrifying than when he fought with me. Will they die? Xiao Xiao stared intensely below her and mumbled. The Dragon King is just like he was in the real world. Incomparably arrogant with no regard for anyone. That's the real world and we are in Yongchang world now. There's no need to fear the Dragon King. Even if he's a real dragon, we will subdue him here. Jin Jian stared below him and excitement flashed across his eyes. That's right. How dare they kill the people from Yongchang world? They deserve death. Gu Wen grinned hideously. Once the Dragon King and Roving Sword were dead, he would still be the strongest supreme talent in Yongchang world and the strongest disciple of the 3 immortal sects. Boom. However, a terrifying golden longsword slashed across from the center of the explosion. The golden longsword turned darker and extended to 1,000 meters as it slashed ahead. What? They aren't dead yet? Dodge! Dodge immediately! When the surrounding elders from the three immortal sects saw the sudden appearance of the terrifying longsword, they shouted out loud. No! However, the golden longsword slashed across in an instant. Next, several elders fell towards the ground without even having the time to scream out in pain. What a terrifying attack! He is at least at the half-step to immortal realm. Kill! Everyone attack him together! The elders of the three immortal sects were astonished and shouted loudly. I had no intention to kill anyone initially. However, with things as such, let's kill to our heart's content. Haha! Yongchang world? So what? Wang Xian looked across the elders who were charging towards him and broke into hysterical laughter. Kill! Roving Sword, who was standing beside him, moved. Dustless, soundless, breathless, shadowless, traceless, merciless. Voices without any emotion reverberated as Roving Sword's long sword slashed across and penetrated the various terrifying attacks approaching him. That terrifying golden longsword pierced through the bodies of 6 elders frighteningly. What? Without making a sound, the 6 elders fell towards the ground. What? How can this be possible? An elder shouted in fear as his eyes widened in disbelief. 6 strikes and 6 elders had fallen. Merciless swordsmanship. He has made huge improvements in his merciless swordsmanship once again, the great elder of Immortal slaying sect shouted with a horrified expression. Attack them together. Within a short period of time, Roving Sword had killed 10 elders. This had instilled fear in the hearts of all the elders of the 3 immortal sects. If they allowed him to continue attacking, their group wouldn't be sufficient for Roving Sword to kill. Moreover, what worried them the most was that the Dragon King hadn't made a move. If it was just as Xiao Xiao had mentioned, Roving Sword was just a subordinate of the Dragon King. This. The Supreme Talents could feel their scalps go numb from fear after seeing Roving Sword killing 4 elders with a single strike. This was followed closely by killing another 6 elders with 6 moves of merciless swordsmanship. Moreover, the attacks from their elders towards the Dragon King were easily stopped by the surrounding water energy. The strength of the 2 of them had shaken them to their cores. If they were to fight Wang Xian and Roving Sword, they would have been killed instantly. The group of Supreme Talents couldn't help but retreat further. Grand Pyrotechnique. Sword Explosion. Merciless Sword. Terrifying energies were released from the elders of the 3 immortal sects. The next instant, terrifying battle techniques with catastrophic might were launched towards Wang Xian and Roving Sword. One could tell how horrifying the attacks from over 50 budding realm experts were easily from how the colors of the sky had changed. Even the surrounding atmosphere was exploding. Sword Alps. Seeing the attacks approaching him, Wang Xian smiled faintly and 5 long swords appeared around him. Every sword was a piece of level 12 spiritual equipment. As the long swords rotated, the illusory image of Sword Alps appeared and shrouded Wang Xian within. Sword Break. Roving Sword was unmoved by the attacks as he swung the long sword in his hand. Several broken swords appeared around him and met the terrifying energy of the approaching attacks. Boom! Explosions reverberated across. However, what embarrassed the crowd was that the blinding blue and golden light were still shining dazzlingly. Return Sword. Roving Sword shouted emotionlessly and long swords formed around him. Shit! They are too strong. Avoid his long swords. The great elder of the Immortal slaying sect shouted. The expressions on the surrounding elders changed drastically. 2 people went against more than 60 elders and were able to kill 11. Is this even possible? Oh gosh! The elders are on the losing end. How can the 2 of them be so strong? How could 2 people from the world experiencing the age of Dharma decline be so strong? Hundreds of thousands of disciples were watching the terrifying battle in the air with shock and fear. Based on the information gathered by the Yongchang Immortal sect, shouldn't the martial artists in the real world be trash? However, what was happening before them seemed to suggest that the martial artists from the real world were all ferocious and mighty beasts. Shit! At this instant, they saw Roving Sword slash and attack several elders with his longsword once again. Merciless swordsmanship was considered the strongest sword technique by the Immortal slaying sect. Once it was used, there would be experts dying. How dare you kill in my Yongchang? Do you know your sins? Kaka. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice reverberated from afar. A blinding ball of fire fell on those long swords directly, disintegrating them. Sect leader Hong Yen. Hong Yen Excellency. When the elders of the three immortal sects heard this voice, excitement beamed in their eyes as they greeted respectfully. MMM. A figure appeared before the eyes of everyone as though he had teleported in instantly. The illusory figure materialized gradually into a middle-aged man wearing a full suit of red armor. From him, one could sense a warming sensation. He was also emitting a faint glow and personified the holiness of a sun. He stared at Wang Xian and Roving Sword nonchalantly with spiritual equipment that resembled a sun above his head. Hong Yen, Immortal Realm expert. Sect leader, these two outsiders killed over 10 elders. Half a month ago, they also killed 15 budding realm experts. An elder from Yongchang Immortal sect glowered at Wang Xian with hatred and reported this information. Hong Yen Excellency, this man joined our immortal slaying sect with ill intentions. Can we kindly ask for your help to cleanse the scourge from our sect? An elder from immortal slaying sect bowed immediately and asked, For killing so many experts from our Yongchang world, their sins warrant their deaths. Hong Yen nodded his head nonchalantly and raised a finger. Pyro Cell. The voice that seemed to have passed through the void sounded again as Hong Yen stretched out his finger and pointed at Wang Xian and Roving Sword. Pyro Cell. The moment his voice was heard, flames that shone like sunlight encircled Wang Xian and Roving Sword immediately. The flames slowly blended together, forming a 3-meter-tall flaming cage. There were no flames rising from the entire flaming cage as the domineering red and gold fire had already coagulated into a real solid cage. Pyro Cell. SSS. This is the usual means of an immortal. They saw the immortal trapping the duo with a cage that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. All the surrounding elders revealed a surprised look. Two tricky enemies were now easily trapped by the immortal excellency. This was the mightiness of an immortal, a daunting power. Hong Yen Excellency, I propose killing them right away. Since they killed so many of our men, we cannot let them off. Yes, kill them all. One by one, the elders exclaimed. They glowered at Wang Xian and Roving Sword with eyes full of killing intent. Someone from the age of Dharma decline has actually caused you people to be so passive. All of you should practice hard in the future because Yongchang is going to descend into the real world, said Hong Yen nonchalantly to them with a slight dissatisfying tone. Yes, Hong Yen Excellency is right. The elders hurriedly responded with respect. Hong Yen nodded impassively as he looked at Wang Xian and Roving Sword. Without any emotion in his voice, he said, Great talents. You are the unparalleled talents even in Yongchang world, but you should not kill people over here. Since you have killed someone over here, bear the consequences now. Hong Yen Excellency is going to strike. Phew, luckily our sect leader came here in time. Otherwise, who knows how many lives we were going to lose just to kill them off. The two of them were too wickedly strong. However, our sect leader will surely kill them off easily if he strikes. Upon hearing the words from Hong Yen Excellency, all the elders were slightly relieved. Phew! Finally the Dragon King is going to be killed. No matter how demon-like the people from the real world are, they will get sanctioned for being insolent in Yongchang world. Hong Yen Excellency is simply too strong. A finger of his can kill the Dragon King and Roving Sword. Those disciples below who saw this also heaved a sigh of relief. The scene of Roving Sword killing their elders was too horrifying. As such, they let out a sigh of relief when the group of supreme talents saw that the immortal expert was here. Now, they had developed a fear for Dragon King and Roving Sword. Is that so? Wang Xian looked at the Hong Yen who overlooked them, ready to sentence them. Wang Xian curved his lips slightly. He was an immortal, the first one that he had met. His mouth quirked slightly as he stared at Hong Yen. I would really like to find out the consequences. Wang Xian said as he looked at Roving Sword, Stop him while I kill a few more people. Yes, Dragon King. Roving Sword respectfully nodded. You're already the meat on the plate. When an elder heard what Wang Xian said, he replied with coldness and disdain. However, his voice came to an abrupt halt. In the eyes of many, the pyro cell around Wang Xian collapsed straightaway. The one that was trapping Roving Sword also crashed directly. Blue water energy and a golden metal virtual image appeared around them. Blue, the sacred color. Gold, the noble color. The colors that could compete with the sun slowly rose from their bodies. Foam, Ao, Dong, Liang family. Well, before I go, I'll destroy you guys first. Wang Xian startled everyone with his nonchalant voice. Upon seeing the collapsing pyro cell, solemnness swept across the calm-looking face of Hong Yen. Stop moving! Roving Sword held his long sword up and pointed it at Hong Yen. It was just a simple action. But what shocked everyone the most was all the long metallic swords in all directions turned to Hong Yen. Each of the swords contained fearsome energy. What's going on? An elder could not help but shiver as he stared at Wang Xian and Roving Sword in disbelief. Immortal realm. I didn't expect that you two could advance to the immortal realm. As soon as Hong Yen spoke, he looked stern. He stole a few glances at the long swords around him, and the sword radiance struck a slight terror in him. He looked at Wang Xian again, and the blue energy that was similar to sun rays glowing from behind him. The domineering power in it caused his expression to turn dreadful. Great waterfall water shockwave. Before anyone could react, the horrifying energy burst out from Wang Xian's body immediately. As a pivot in the center, the daunting water region spread out at a fascinating speed. In an instant, the great waterfall water shockwave shrouded an area with a radius of 10 kilometers. All the people around, including the hundreds of thousands of disciples from the three immortal sects, were encompassed by the great waterfall water shockwave. No! Yet, the one comment that Hong Yen made struck horror in all the elders and disciples from the three immortal sects. As they watched the water region besieging them, fear welled up in their eyes. Great waterfall water shockwave. The high-class battle techniques that only those in the immortal class can release. He's an immortal. Roving Sword is also an immortal. He has locked onto Hong Yen excellency. Everyone felt like they were being thrown off into a fugue state. Now that they were amid the water region, only Hong Yen excellency was holding their ground. Yet, he was being locked onto by the surrounding longswords. Even the immortal class Hong Yen excellency was locked onto and dared not act recklessly. This struck fear into them. Great waterfall water shockwave. We're actually within the attack range of an immortal. Gosh, both of them are immortals. No wonder they could easily kill the elders. Since we're amid the water region of an immortal, it would be just too easy for him to kill us all. When the hundreds of thousands of disciples realized they had entered the water region, their bodies trembled even though the water did not attack them. But the oppression from an immortal caused a sense of worship to surge from within them. Their lives were completely in the hands of the Dragon King. A Dragon King who had come from the real world was an immortal class existence. Hong Yen peered around as he saw all the disciples from three major immortal sects were shrouded by great waterfall water shockwave. His face grimaced. Don't be reckless. Hong Yen stared at Wang Xian with a sullen look. Otherwise, you'll not walk out of Yongchang. Don't worry. I'll leave after I kill some people. Does the immortal of Yongchang world agree with this? As Wang Xian scorned, the 5 long swords beside him began to spin. He swept his gaze across everyone. I'm the Dragon King of the Dragon Sect from the real world. Let me give you a piece of advice. When Yongchang world descends into the real world, keep a low profile and don't offend me. Feng family, Ao family, Dong family, Liang family, step forward to receive your judgment. I'm the Dragon King of the Dragon Sect from the real world. Let me give you a piece of advice. When Yongchang world descends into the real world, keep a low profile and don't offend me. Feng family, Ao family, Dong family, Liang family, step forward to receive your judgment. Wang Xian's voice reverberated across a radius of 10 kilometers as he stared coldly at the people before him. Rumble. At the same instant he spoke, a terrifying water shockwave appeared in the sky above the entire water region. That catastrophic energy sent chills down the spines of all disciples and elders from the 3 immortal sects. Hong Yen stared harshly at Wang Xian and roving sword. However, he was fearful of taking action. There were several hundreds of thousands of disciples around, and most of them had not even reached the inborn realm. If he had taken action, their attacks would have caused the deaths of these hundreds of thousands of disciples. These disciples formed the foundation of Yongchang world, and he was fearful of wrecking it. Around Wang Xian, everyone was extremely solemn and didn't dare to say a word. They stared at Wang Xian and roving sword with fear and trepidation. Feng family, Ao family, Dong family, Liang family, step forward now. Wang Xian's emotionless voice sounded once again. He looked across the crowd and found that no one was responding. Boom! Wang Xian waved his arm, and the terrifying water shockwave charged towards the elders of the Immortal slaying sect. No! The 20-odd elders of Immortal slaying sect were astonished and immediately fled with horror. Bam! Bam! Yet, that unmatched energy still fell on the bodies of 5 elders. Instant total annihilation. While they were in the region of the terrifying Great Waterfall water shockwave, their bodies couldn't withstand terrifying attacks from an immortal. If no one is stepping forward, I'll just have to kill everyone here. Wang Xian looked emotionlessly across the crowd and remarked coldly. No, no. Wang Xian's words had instilled greater fear into the crowd. Immortal. They were now facing an immortal. Moreover, there were 2 of them. If the 2 of them wished to kill them, they would be able to do so with just a wave of their hands. Those from these families step forward right now. Don't implicate others. An elder from Yongchang Immortal sect spoke bitterly and softly. Looking at the circumstances, it was clear that the Dragon King would want to kill those from these families. Since they had offended the Immortal, they had to pay the price. No, no, don't kill us. Don't kill us? At this moment, those from the Feng family, Ao family, and 10 other forces could feel the gazes from the surrounding crowd. Instantly, desperation filled their faces. They would have never expected that they would still be killed when Hong Yen Excellency was around. The members from these 10-odd forces were filled with despair. They had offended an immortal. The terrifying immortal. Boom! At this moment, the entire sky was dyed red. This created a stark contrast with the blue water region that spanned 10 kilometers. Above the water region, 2 figures stood like blinding suns in the air. Yao Yang Eclipse. Hong Yen lifted his head and saw the 2 figures forming in the sky. He instantly shouted. 2 other immortals from Yongchang Immortal sect had appeared. Yao Yang Excellency and Eclipse Excellency are here. 2 more immortals are here. We are saved. We are saved. We have 3 immortals on our side. The Dragon King and Roving Sword would definitely dare not make a move now. 3 immortals against 2. Things are going to get tough for the Dragon King and his subordinate. With other immortals from our Yongchang world here, even the Dragon King and Roving Sword will die in this place. The Dragon King and Roving Sword have to die. Seeing the appearance of the 2 immortals, those from the 10-odd families were beaming with excitement. The appearance of the 2 excellencies would mean that they wouldn't have to die. The 2 of them stood in the sky and stared right at Wang Xian and Roving Sword with solemn expressions. Are you the Dragon King? Let's end this here and not push it too far. A figure stared at Wang Xian and commented coldly. Haha. I'll stop right after I kill those I want to kill. Seeing the arrival of the 2 immortals, Wang Xian laughed out loud and waved his arm. Within the Great Waterfall water shockwave, terrifying water shockwaves were launched towards various people. A while ago, he could roughly verify who were from these 10-odd families through the eyes of the rest. What? No. No. Yao Yang Excellency. Eclipse Excellency. Save us. Save us. The disciples from these 10-odd families were filled with despair and they cried for help in horror. When the 2 figures saw the Dragon King continuing to attack, they frowned and were clearly discontented. They couldn't stop and wouldn't be able to. Around them, several hundreds of thousands of disciples watched the development with fear. Despite the arrival of 2 other immortals, the Dragon King still did what he wanted. This was undoubtedly equivalent to taunting their entire Yongchang world. Haha! It's been close to 2 months since I came into Yongchang. It's about time for me to return. Let's meet again in the real world. After the water shockwave, Wang Xian laughed out loud and looked across the 3 immortals. Let's go. he shouted at Roving Sword. The next instant, both of them turned illusory and flew towards the east at incredible speed. Remember my warning. When you enter the real world, keep a low profile. The Dragon King's voice reverberated through the sky. The great waterfall water shockwave dissipated, and the despondent atmosphere was gone. They have headed east. The spirit array in that direction is the weakest. It would appear that they wanted to head out. The attacks of the current spirit array would simply damage them severely and not kill them. The voices of the three immortals sounded, and the three of them stared bitterly in the direction where Wang Xian and Roving Sword had fled in. The spirit array has been broken and they have left. After 10 seconds of silence, the fire sparks that were flickering in Hong Yan's eyes disappeared, and he commented. Yao Yang and Eclipse remained silent and looked across the disciples below them. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, figure after figure arrived at incredible speed. What's the matter? Why were there immortal-level attacks coming from here a while ago? Hong Yan, what happened? The other three figures stood in the sky, frowning as they asked these questions. There were two immortals from the outside world. One of them is called the Dragon King, while the other was Roving Sword. They killed some of our people, Hong Yan remarked as his eyes flickered. The next moment, he gestured to Xiao Xiao. Uncle Yan. Xiao Xiao flew over and greeted him softly. Immortals from the real world? There are still immortals from the real world. The other three men were shocked. Greetings, uncles. Those two have likely advanced to the immortal realm in our world. Xiao Xiao bowed at the group of immortals and reported respectfully. Fear and respect filled her eyes. Huh? Advancing to the immortal realm in our world. The rest of the immortals were taken aback and had their attention fixed on Xiao Xiao. Yep. Xiao Xiao nodded her head before continuing. I saw him when I went to the real world. His name is Wang Xian, and he should be 21 years old in the current year. He has risen in an exceptionally short period of time and established the sacred sect, Dragon Sect, in the real world. Along with his Dragon Sect, he has struck fear into all the families and clans in the entire underworld. The entire alliance of the orthodox sects and diabolism did not dare to offend him. He even went up against the strongest sect in the underworld, Donghua Sacred Sect, and killed dozens of their experts. According to what I know, his way of doing things is overbearing. He will not let anyone off for offending him. Moreover, his strength is powerful. During the fighting between the orthodox sect and diabolism, the Dragon King brought a troop that was almost on par with orthodox sects and diabolism. He even fought with the supreme experts from the orthodox sects and diabolism, and entered Yongchang by chance. The two middle-aged men that my father saved not long ago were the supreme experts from the orthodox sects and diabolism, said Xiao Xiao to the rest of immortals. Recalling the Dragon King of Dragon Sect's doings in the underworld, she was very shocked. Especially the immortal class strength that he had displayed just now struck horror into her. His talent was really unparalleled. 21! An immortal cried out as he widened his eyes with disbelief. 21-year-old immortal? What concept is this? Most of them had lived for centuries before they stumbled on opportunities to advance to the immortal realm. Yet, the Dragon King was only 21 years old. Such talent was beyond description. Yes, 21 years old. No one in the real world dared to offend him. Both orthodox sects and diabolism are wary and fearful of him. Xiao Xiao nodded her head with force. Greetings to sect leader and your excellencies. At this time, the elders of three immortal sects flew over and bowed to him with respect. Sect leader, that Dragon King was already promoted to blacksmith and alchemy grandmaster just a few days ago. The great elder of the Hong immortal sect said to one of the immortals in astonishment. Blacksmith and alchemy grand master. That immortal's eyes gleamed, and he exchanged a glance with an immortal beside him with eyes filled with disbelief. I didn't think that there would be such a wicked existence in the real world. The Dragon King of Dragon Sect, said Hong Yan slowly. No matter how stunning he is, they only had two immortals. Given the strength of Yongchang, they would have surely perished here if they had not fled, said Eclipse with a darkened expression, recalling the overbearing nature and arrogance of Wang Xian. Forget it. Having two people from the real world who could advance to the immortal realm was already terrifying enough. It looks like we have to be careful when we meet Dragon Sect, After Yongchang descends into the real world, let's stay low profile. The moment all the 9 cauldrons worlds descend into the real world, there will be conflicts and combat is inevitable. Let's wait for Yongchang to descend into the real world. The immortals remarked one by one as they looked down at the hundreds of thousands of disciples below. With a quick change of stance, they took turns and disappeared. Upon hearing the conversations between the immortals, the disciples of the 3 major immortal sects below were dumbfounded and horrified. 21-year-old Immortal. He set up a sacred sect in the real world to go up against the entire underworld. A grand master in blacksmith and alchemy. On top of that, the terrifying roving sword was known as the rare swordsmanship genius in immortal slaying sect for the last 10,000 years. Everything added up to their disbelief. Such a domineering figure actually existed in the age of Dharma decline, a world with trashy combat power. For a moment, everyone darkened their expressions. It looks like even when Yongchang descends to the real world, into the age of Dharma decline, we should not act overly brazen. Those disciples who were ready to enter the real world and make their names suddenly lost motivation. The grand contest of 3 major immortal sects was still ongoing, but all the supreme talents were filled with bitterness. Cough. This injury will take at least a few days to recover. At this moment, Wuxia could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He wiped it off from his pale-looking face, tens of thousands of meters in the air. Roving sword, beside him, was also covered by injuries. However, their injuries were not serious since they had prepared for it. Upon tearing the array apart, Wuxia turned into a divine dragon straightaway to block off the majority of the array damage. Finally, we're out. It's been almost 2 months. Sensing the sparse spiritual energy in the surroundings, Wuxia felt a sense of belonging instead. He looked down with a smile. The concrete buildings in the city and the bustling roads. Even though it was no different compared to Yongchang world, it felt very familiar to him. I don't know where we are now, but it must be a city below. Let's go down, confirm our location, and get ready to go back. Wuxia was beaming. With a quick movement, the 2 of them appeared on a road as if they had teleported. The cars were passing by around them and Wuxia spotted a sign. One city is not that far from Donghua Sacred Sect. It's about an 8-hour journey, and it would be faster if we fly over. Wuxia looked at the time and it was noon. I wonder if Shuqing, Qingwei, Xiaoyu, and Ajaya missed me. After all, they might have been worried about me while I wasn't around. Wuxia smiled. Xiaoyu, Shuqing, and the rest might have been worried after he entered Yongchang world, but they would not be too sad about it. With the Dragonians and Ajaya around, they would know that he was still alive. This could make them less worried. Let's buy a phone and take a flight back. Wuxia told Roving Sword and walked into a shop that collected gold. They sold some gold left in the space ring and bought a phone. Let's give them a call. Wuxia revealed a broad smile and dialed Xiaoyu on her phone. Her? How come no one is answering? Wuxia slightly frowned and called Guan Shuqing. Then Lan Qingyue one after another. But no one was picking up their phones. What are they doing? Wuxia was doubtful as he headed to a less populated street, ready to fly back to Rivertown. Haha, today, our sect leader and Emperor Qi of Diabolism will be leading the sacred sects to Rivertown. This time, Dragon Sect is going to be annihilated. Yes, that's great. Remember the time when the Dragon King and his gang were so arrogant a month ago? Now that Dragon King is dead and the sect leader is back, he is going to work with Emperor Qi to annihilate the Dragon Sect. I wanted to go over today. Unfortunately, my cultivation level is too low and we can only read the news on the Underworld forum. I heard that all the confidants of the Dragon King are very beautiful. TSK. Diabolism has already said it. They want all the people who are related to the Dragon King to suffer big time. Haha. I guess the confidants of his will be tortured by the people of Diabolism. Brother Lu, do you think they are more beautiful than me? How can they be prettier than Nan Nan? Haha. Don't bother comparing yourself with those people who are ruined. Just as Wuxia arrived on a remote street, several young guys and girls were sitting in a convertible car, laughing and exchanging conversations. They were gloating at the misfortune of others. Our sect leader and Emperor Qi have returned as rulers. Now that the alliance of orthodox sects and diabolism have allied together, this underworld will be our underworld. That's right. The dragon sect was just a fleeting existence after all. Several young men were smoking while conversing joyously. Bam! At this moment, a pair of huge hands fell heavily on the car beside them suddenly. Fuck! The group got a scare and exclaimed, "Who the hell did this?" The disciples from Donghua sacred sect turned their heads over and stared harshly. Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi are back? They have gone to annihilate the dragon sect? Wang Xian's emotionless voice sounded beside their ears. When they saw Wang Xian, they were taken aback and started observing him cautiously. After close to 2 months, Wang Xian's hair had grown a little longer. As he had advanced to level 9, his disposition had also changed. There was innate holiness and a majestic aura around him. Fuck! Who are you? How dare you call our sect leader by his name? Are you too eager to die? Damn! Do you know who owns the world currently? The young disciple couldn't recognize Wang Xian. They glowered at Wang Xian as they scolded him. Wang! Speak! Wang Xian waved his arm at 2 young men, and boiling water that was a scorching hot temperature surrounded the 2 young men. He stared at the young man who had remained silent all this while, and questioned him. You? Just as that young man wanted to speak, he saw his other 2 companions turning into a pool of blood creepily. His eyes widened and he stared at Wang Xian with fear. You! Arg! At the other end, several girls shrieked in fear as they hid in the car. Speak! Killing intent welled up in Wang Xian gradually and shouted towards the young man. Feeling the grip around his throat from a devil that seemed to be from the abyss, that young man shivered violently. Yes, our sect leader returned a short while ago. Today, they are bringing a group to Rivertown to annihilate the dragon sect. Big brother, don't kill me, don't. Who would have expected Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi to still be alive? Furthermore, they allied together to annihilate my dragon sect. Great! Wang Xian's face turned solemn, and the killing intent leaking from his body even solidified the surrounding atmosphere. That young man's expression turned as white as snow, and a pool of liquid dripped down from his pants. It seems like someone is courting his own death again. Wang Xian grumbled softly, and frenzied killing intent flashed across his eyes. If you guys dare to touch Xiao Yu and the rest, I'll send the entire underworld to hell to accompany them. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, and Wang Xian's figure disappeared towards the edges of the sky. Roving Sword followed closely behind. The young man that survived the ordeal stared in shock at the 2 disappearing men. His eyes widened and were filled with fear. That back view is so familiar. Could it be the Dragon King? He must be. He definitely is. The young man shouted loudly like a maniac. He looked beside him. A while ago he had 2 other senior brothers. Now he had no one with him. Nothing was left of them. That terrifying strength and that familiar back view had to be Dragon Kings. Shit. He said if anything were to happen, he would send the entire underworld to hell. Following this, the young man took out his phone immediately and entered the underworld website. Today, the underworld was exceptionally lively. The return of the kings. Nie Wushuang, together with Emperor Qi from Diabolism and several other sacred sects, had reached an agreement to annihilate the dragon sect. Today, the dragon sect would definitely be annihilated. All those who were related to the Dragon King would also definitely be killed. Today was the first time the alliance of orthodox sects would work with Diabolism to eradicate the arrogant dragon sect. Now that the Dragon King was dead, the dragon sect should definitely be annihilated. Kill everyone from the dragon sect. Kill the kin of the Dragon King. Haha. Spare no one. The Dragon King from the dragon sect has killed countless experts from Diabolism. Today, we will let the dragon sect experience what is worse than death. Several threads were refreshed frantically on the Underworld website. All the martial artists in the Underworld were exhilarated. A few days earlier, the sect leader of Donghua Sacred Sect and Emperor Qi of Diabolism had returned. After their return, they announced instantly that the feud between the alliance of orthodox sects and diabolism shall be forgiven. Donghua Sacred Sect and Devil Corpse Palace even announced that they would be merging into one eternal sacred sect. Countless incidents were shocking the entire underworld. 2 months ago, the Dragon King from the Dragon Sect and a swordsman fought with Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi. In the end, the 4 of them broke the sky and seemed to have entered a different world. A few days earlier, they returned officially to make shocking news. The alliance of orthodox sects and diabolism had put aside their feud, Donghua Sacred Sect merging with Devil Corpse Palace. Each of these incidents had shocked the entire underworld. This morning, they announced they would be annihilating the Dragon Sect. This matter instantly electrified various forces. The strength of the Dragon Sect was too terrifying. It was to the point that they were fearful of the Dragon Sect. Even when the Dragon King wasn't around, they were still frightened by the current Dragon Sect. Annihilating the Dragon Sect was what various sacred sects would like to see. The Dragon King is dead. Dragon Sect will definitely be annihilated. The young man saw the hottest thread. There were also a large number of replies in this thread. The thread clearly indicated that the Dragon King was dead and the Dragon Sect had lost the strength to retaliate. They would definitely be annihilated. The one who had started the thread even made it clear that it was sect leader Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi who personally claimed that the Dragon King was dead. Fuck. The Dragon King isn't dead. He's not fucking dead at all. Moreover, he's even more terrifying than before. I definitely have to inform other members of my sect now. The young man's expression turned solemn and he felt like his world was spinning. He immediately called several numbers. However, no one picked up the call. Could they be on their way to annihilate the Dragon Sect? The young man's face turned white and despair was creeping up on him. The Dragon King wasn't dead. If the Dragon Sect were to be annihilated, the underworld would be finished. This won't do. I've got to spread the news on the underworld and inform everyone that the Dragon King isn't dead. The young man started editing the thread before sending it to the underworld website. The Dragon King has returned. He's not dead yet. Moreover, he's even more terrifying than before. Although he had started the thread, there wasn't any interest. Even if there were comments, most people wouldn't believe it. The death of the Dragon King was confirmed by sect leader Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi. TSK. So what if he isn't dead? Even if the Dragon King were to show himself in Rivertown at this moment, he would have to die. At this moment, he was taken aback by a reply he saw. It was a link to another thread. Live streaming of the annihilation of the Dragon Sect. He clicked on the thread and browsed through quickly. When he saw the latest few replies, his face stiffened. The strongest experts that are leading the annihilation of the Dragon Sect aren't sect leader Nie Wushuang or Emperor Qi. They are 4 old men who are far stronger than sect leader Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi. Even if the Dragon King is still alive, the Dragon Sect will definitely be annihilated this time. The Dragon King would also meet his end. For old men that are even more terrifying than sect leader? Those 4 old men. The young man was dumbfounded and frowned. He recalled the moment several days ago when he had caught a glimpse of the sect leader. Sect leader only allied with diabolism after he returned from that world. Could it be? There are 4 other characters that are even stronger than our sect leader. In other words, even if the Dragon King has the guts to return, he would also be killed. Haha, this is great. Perfect. Dragon King. How dare you kill my senior brothers? You shall die too. Sending the entire underworld to hell? You can head there yourself. Recalling the peaks and valleys of his life, the young man couldn't help but burst into laughter with a sinister grin. Nie Wushuang, Emperor Qi. Coldness filled the eyes of Wang Xian in the sky as he headed to Rivertown at a super rapid speed. 20 minutes. Xiaoyu. Shuqing. Qingyue. Wait for me for another 20 minutes. Chillness welled in Wang Xian's eyes as he murmured softly to himself. At this time, Rivertown. On this day, all the attention of the underworld was on Rivertown, where sect leader Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi from diabolism made a robust return. In particular, the 2 supreme experts returned in an alliance instead of fighting with each other. The moment they united, the lord of the entire underworld was formed. The sacred sect that they jointly formed was known as Eternal Sacred Sect. Donghua Sacred Sect and Devil Corpse Palace did not merge completely as Eternal Sacred Sect, but Eternal Sacred Sect consisted of these two sects. In other words, Donghua Sacred Sect and Devil Corpse Palace had become the sub-ancestral sects of Eternal Sacred Sect. Subsequently, Devil Spirit's Temple and the rest of the factions in Diabolism had joined the Eternal Sacred Sect. After that, Dongmen Clan, Dark Sect, Yuan Sacred Clan, and Heavenly Sound Sect joined the Eternal Sacred Sect too. With all the sacred sects joining hands, Eternal Sacred Sect was almost said to have unified the entire underworld. But none of the martial artists knew why Nie Wuxuang and Emperor Qi had established the Eternal Sacred Sect. They only knew that they were the future overlords of the underworld. This time, not only were the sacred sects within Eternal Sacred Sect here to annihilate the Dragon Sect, but there were various first-class forces from the underworld here too, amongst which the number of inborn experts was over 400. The rest that were below inborn level hit 6,000 people. Nearly half of the forces of the entire underworld were here. What a surprise! 2 of the confidants of the Dragon King have advanced to Budding Realm. At this moment, the crowd was packed around the floating island of Bohai, Rivertown. Nie Wuxuang and Emperor Qi were staring at the 2 girls with a surprised look. Ajaya and Lan Qingwei were pale as they spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood while staring daggers at Nie Wuxuang and Emperor Qi. Qingyue, Ajaya, Guan Shuqing and Xiao Yu lost color in their faces as they hurriedly rushed to their sides, wiping the blood from their lips with a bitter look. "Are you all right?" Guan Shuqing was looking worried all over as she quickly spun around and cast a cold glance at Nie Wuxuang and Emperor Qi. "Wait till Xiao Xian gets back. He will not let you off for sure." "Haha, the Dragon King? He's already dead. Did you think that he has a chance like our sect leader did?" Standing beside Nie Wuxuang and Emperor Qi was the insolent Nie Wuya. Chuckling, he swept his cold gaze at all of them. "It's totally unexpected. Even 2 girls possessed such daunting strength. The Dragon King must have obtained a fearsome legacy. Tell us now, and we'll grant you a quick death. Otherwise you'll wish you were dead." Hayak. Beside Nie Wuya, a cold middle-aged man continued his words. He had a long tongue, which looked extremely horrifying. "Who said my brother is dead? He's not. Wait till he's back, and none of you will be able to live." Xiao Yu stared furiously at the people in front of her as her cheeks became flushed with anger. Among them, Xiao Yu, Sun Lingxiu, and Elder Fang could at most handle Dan Realm experts. Guan Shuqing was slightly weaker. Only Ajaya and Lan Qingyue could match up to Budding Realm experts. In fact, Lan Qingyue was only at level 11. She could barely fight with a Budding Realm expert. As for Ajaya, she had just obtained a legacy not long ago. As such, she could only combat the average Budding Realm experts. On the other hand, Nie Wuxuang and Emperor Qi had been advanced to the Budding Realm for quite a long time. After they were rescued by the Immortals and returned to the real world, they were given many elixir pills and a lot of spiritual equipment. Given their current strength, they were almost twice as strong as their initial strength during that battle. Ajaya and Lan Qingwei were trounced by these 2 people. This plunged Xiao Yu, Guan Shuqing, and the rest into despair. Even if Dragon King is not dead, and he arrives today, he is bound to die for killing the experts of Donghua Sacred Sect. Today, the Dragon Sect must be annihilated. Nie Wuya shouted with full confidence. "Kill the rest of the disciples from Dragon Sect. Leave the sister of the Dragon King and his confidants to us. I'll make sure they spit out the truth." At this time, 2 elders in crimson robes were staring at Xiao Yu and the rest with one eye filled with crimson bugs. They were the leader and vice leader of Crimson Bug. Ever since the Dragon King had annihilated all their disciples, they had been trying to seek revenge frantically. Today was their chance. They were going to pay back all the pain to the Dragon King's sister and confidants. "I'll turn you people into the most miserable things in the underworld and make you suffer utterly." Both of them growled, their eyes bloodshot. "Let the 6 girls live and kill the rest." Nie Wuya and Emperor Qi gave their commands as they held the weapons in their hands. Yes. Surrounding them were Donghua Sacred Sect, Devil Corpse Palace, Heavenly Sound Sect, Dongmen Clan, and the various first-class forces with more than 400 inborn experts. All of them were casting their icy stares at those dragonians and golden swordfish on the floating island. 400 inborn experts against 200 of them was utter overkill. Kill! Mo Qinglong swept his gaze at all the sacred sects, sacred clans, and the experts. With a bellow, he commanded them. Kill them all. Even if we die, our Dragon King will avenge us. Kill! 50 Dragonians had no hesitation as domineering demonic aura surged around them. One by one, the golden swordfish emitted a dazzling radiance. Kill! The roaring of the killings soared in the sky while the war had completely broken out. The real battle has begun, and the Dragon King will be a piece of dead meat. 400 inborn experts against 200 experts. They had double the numbers, and it would be a thrashing game. I did not expect that the two confidants of the Dragon King were actually budding realm experts. This is scary. The Dragon King must have inherited some domineering legacy, such that Nie Wuxuang and Emperor Qi must lay their hands on it. This time, those confidants are doomed. Look at diabolism. All of them have cruel means. Perhaps they will turn them into corpses or even something worse than that. It's a good thing that we will annihilate the dragon sect. They are simply too powerful. I was scared when the two girls struck just now. They were daunting. Upon seeing the war break out, the surrounding disciples who were weak and not of any help in the battle were exchanging conversations with disbelief. Soon, this war would end with the downfall of Dragon Sect, as Nie Wuxuang and Emperor Qi were much stronger than before. The fact that the Dragon King of Dragon Sect was dead also sealed the fate of Dragon Sect. At this very moment, the news of Nie Wuxuang, Emperor Qi and other forces going to exterminate the Dragon Sect was spreading and updating constantly on the Underworld website. When the martial artists of the Underworld saw the terrifying strength of Ajaya and Lan Qingyue, they were astonished. For two girls to have the strength of supreme experts, the visual and psychological impact on them was immense. The Dragon King definitely obtained some peerless legacy. Otherwise, the Dragon Sect wouldn't have risen so rapidly. His girls wouldn't possess such terrifying strength either. This is really insane. If the Dragon King wasn't dead, the Underworld would be theirs in the future. I believe the annihilation of the Dragon Sect will likely allow many other sacred sects to heave a sigh of relief. On the Underworld website, various martial artists exchanged their views. For those sacred sects and clans that had not headed over to Rivertown, their attention was focused on the Underworld website as they waited for the news confirming the Dragon Sect being annihilated. Arg. Shit. The members of the Dragon Sect are really strong. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Just as the inborn experts from Donghua Sacred Sect and Devil Corpse Palace clashed with the 200 members of the Dragon Sect, terrifying charging swords and return swords attacked constantly. The group of golden swordfish killed over 20 inborn experts with their incredible swordsmanship. This stunned the inborn experts from Donghua Sacred Sect and Devil Corpse Palace as they growled loudly. Kill! At this moment, the Dragonians dragonified their arms into terrifying dragon claws to attack their enemies directly. They were fearless in the face of death. For the Dragon Sect and the Dragon King, they were willing to sacrifice their lives. At the most critical moments for the Dragon Sect, all the Dragonians unleashed aura that totally disregarded death. Those fearless attacks together with resilient defensive capabilities sent chills down the spines of the 400 inborn experts from Donghua Sacred Sect and Devil Corpse Palace. Ajaya, Qingyue, get behind and rest. Guan Shuqing stood up and took a deep breath. Xiaoyu and Elder Feng, who were beside her, were equally pale. The holy goddess Sun Lingxiu resembled more of a goddess of frost at this very moment. Attack! Guan Shuqing gritted her teeth and waved the lotus truncheon in her hands. Bunches of fire lotus flowers shot towards the enemies before her. Her attacks seemed limitless and the terrifying attacks continued incessantly. The destructive force of her attacks astounded the crowd that was watching from afar. Judgment! A white light was emitted from Sun Lingxiu and shot across like rays of aurora beams. Beside her, Miracle Dr. Bloodman stared ahead bitterly as he tried his best to protect her master. Xiaoyu and Elder Feng didn't participate. They were more suited for close-range battles. At this juncture, they had chosen not to charge ahead and had their attention fixed on Emperor Qi and Nie Wuxuang. Around the 6 of them, 2 level 11 golden swordfish were protecting them. If we encounter real danger later, I'll activate the defense array within my truncheon, and we will escape together. Ajaya supported her own injured body and struggled to stand upright. Ajaya, we were wrong in the past. Let me apologize to you. If we can get past this calamity, we will be sisters. Lan Qingyue had also stood up by now and held Ajaya softly. In that case, you will have 2 more sisters. Ajaya laughed liberally as she looked at son Lingxiu beside her. Sister Lingxiu is great. Lan Qingyue smiled faintly. She's better than all of you. Ajaya was direct. She smiled before sighing. If I knew about this, I wouldn't have followed him here. Lan Qingyue chuckled and knew that Ajaya was just saying that in a fit of displeasure. That was entirely reasonable. A girl from a foreign country had followed him here. Yet, she didn't even get to see him for the subsequent period. And she had to suffer their cold treatment. Ordinary girls wouldn't have taken such grievances, let alone the fact that she was a princess. I'm sorry, Lan Qingyue said apologetically. She turned to stare at Nye Wuxuang and Emperor Qi before saying, let's stop the 2 of them together. There is still hope. That's right. Xiaoxian's subordinates are really strong. Ajaya looked across the entire battlefield and revealed a smile. The next instant, she turned and looked at Nye Wuxuang and Emperor Qi coldly. How could the dragon sect be so strong? Close to 40 or 50 inborn experts have died. However, it would seem that none from the dragon sect have died. Are you sure? How could the members of the dragon sect be so terrifying? It feels like they aren't even on the same fighting level. Even though we have 400 inborn experts on our side, it is not certain that we will be able to defeat the 200 members of the dragon sect. Scattered around the battlefield, the crowd was shocked while watching the battles unfolding before their eyes. The battle between 600 inborn experts was truly horrifying and astounding. Yet, after just a minute, they were horrified to see that the inborn experts on their side were killed rapidly. Even though they had twice the number of inborn experts, they were still on the losing end. If the battle continued as it was, the outcome wasn't certain yet. These disciples of Dragon Sect are really problematic. Seeing how the battle had developed, Emperor Qi remarked with a solemn face. Let's get into it and end the battle quickly. Ruthlessness flashed across the eyes of Nye Wuxuang. He waved the spiritual longsword in his hand and terrifying golden sword energy was launched ahead. Kill! Emperor Qi moved at the same time and attacked a golden swordfish. Now! Seeing that Nye Wuxuang and Emperor Qi had joined in the fight, Lan Qingyue and Ajaya gritted their teeth and headed towards both of them. Xiao Yu and Elder Fong followed behind resolutely and the black skeletons on them started extending crazily. Both of you have just lost and yet you dare to face us again. It seems like I have to cripple both of you completely this time. Nye Wuxuang remarked harshly when he saw Lan Qingyue and Ajaya charging towards him again. This time we are here too, Xiao Yu growled. Without a tinge of fear, she lunged forward with the bone sword in her hand. TSK. Emperor Qi and Nye Wuxuang snorted and swung their spiritual equipment across. Bam! The spiritual equipment was stopped by Lan Qingyue and the other 3 girls, but they were pushed back. The dragon sect is truly pretty strong. They are able to reach the budding realm in this world that is experiencing the age of Dharma decline. Moreover, they are still so young. It would seem like they have inherited some incredibly powerful legacies. It would at least be immortal class legacy. Otherwise, they would never have been able to reach such a level. Now that we have descended into the real world ahead of time, we might have a great chance encounter before us. The 4 old men stood by the side and silently watched the battle unfold. All of them had the vibes of being superior to others. When they saw Lan Qingyue and Ajaya, they were pleasantly surprised. Oh gosh! That young girl wasn't injured at all despite being hit by sect leader Nye Wuxuang. Shit! Sect leader Nye Wuxuang and Emperor Qi have been held back by the 4 of them, while the 400 inborn experts are being slaughtered rapidly by the 200 members of the Dragon Sect. Could it be? The annihilation of the Dragon Sect will turn out to be. It can't be. This isn't possible. How could the disciples of the Dragon Sect be so powerful? Look at the fire attacks from that girl. She hasn't flinched for a moment at all. Her destructive might is too insane. If this goes on, the 400 inborn experts will be defeated. It can't be. How could it be possible that they can't annihilate the dragon sect with such a grand lineup considering that the Dragon King is already dead? Dragon sect. How could they be so terrifying? The surrounding crowd could feel their hearts palpitating violently as they watched the battle before them with disbelief. 400 versus 200. Yet they were being killed rapidly. This had exceeded everyone's expectations. On the Underworld website, all the martial artists were astonished to witness what was on the livestream thread. No one had expected this to happen. Could it be that the annihilation mission of the Dragon Sect will end up in failure this time? Everyone could feel their hearts skip a beat. The Dragon Sect was too strong. Even when considering that the Dragon King had died, the two supreme experts of sect leader Nya Wushuang and Emperor Qi, together with 400 inborn experts, still couldn't eradicate the Dragon Sect. That was horrifying. It was especially so for the swordsmen with golden longswords. Their attacks were so insane that the crowd could feel their scalps going numb from fear. A Dan Realm swordsman could even go against two Dan Realm experts and still have the upper hand. What was most shocking was that Emperor Qi and sect leader Nya were held back temporarily and couldn't join in the fight. Trash. It seems like we have to take action ourselves. At this moment, an old man, who had stood by the side with a sense of superiority, grumbled discontentedly. All right, let's end this quickly, so we can interrogate those girls about their legacies. In that case, let's end it. When the bald old man wearing a red suit finished his last word, the group of 4 old men flew ahead. This is the end. The 4 old men commented nonchalantly, and the aura around them strengthened instantly. Rumble. Terrifying fire pillars rose and shot up over 1,000 meters. The 4 flaming pillars altered the entire sky. The auras of the 4 old men were a lot stronger than Emperor Qi and Nya Wushuang. You guys are really trash. It's just a small dragon sect, and yet you required us to step in. An old man commented plainly. He waved his arm, and a wave of terrifying attacks swept towards the Dragonians and Golden Swordfish. Boom! Oh gosh! How terrifying! How terrifying! They... Behind them, all the martial artists in the underworld that witnessed this were completely dumbfounded. These auras were too strong. Despite being a distance away, they felt suffocated. Those 4 old men. SSS. Dragon Sect is definitely going to be annihilated now. Even if the Dragon King were around, the outcome wouldn't change. The 1,000-meter fire pillars were something that they thought would exist only at the end of the world. Considering the terrifying might, annihilating a dragon sect would be a walk in the park. In the opinions of these people, the annihilation of Dragon Sect would still be easy even if the Dragon King were around. High and mighty. This was the first time the martial artists of the underworld had seen such a terrifying scene. It was also the first time they saw such scary power from the 9 Cauldrons worlds. The 1,000-meter fire pillars, daunting oppression, and the devastating scene. All the momentum and the oppression from it were not something Nya Wushuang and Emperor Qi could compare to. The difference was huge. What? Oh no. They actually have such a formidable figure here. The gang, including Xiao Yu, Elder Fong, Lan Qingyue, and Ajaya, who were desperately resisting, lost the color in their faces. Seeing such a domineering aura, a tinge of despair welled up in their eyes. Humph! Both Nya Wushuang and Emperor Qi snorted as they swept their cold gazes across all the people in Dragon Sect before they walked back. Boom! The eyes of the 4 elders were like torches with sparks skipping in their eyes when they looked at the battlefield. 200 Dragon Sect disciples against more than 400 inborn experts from their side. However, more than 60 inborn experts had perished within a short period of time, leaving the total number to be less than 400. Humph! There was dissatisfaction in the eyes of an elder as he swung his arm, hurling a ball of fire toward the Dragon Sect disciples. Oh no! Get out of the way now! Upon seeing the attack, Mo Qinglong's eyes were burning with fire. The ball of fire that the old man hurled with ease struck 100 meters away. A flaming waterfall-like ball of fire charged toward them directly. All the members of Dragon Sect had a drastic change in their expressions. Block it down! They roared, raising golden sword defense and daunting dragon claws in front of them. Bam, bam, bam. But still, that fiery magma exploded like a waterfall in an instant, killing dozens of golden swordfish right at the front. Painful looks crawled upon their faces while their bodies slowly changed from human to golden swordfish, burning under the intense flame as they turned a charcoal black. A casual hit from that old man had brought down these forces of the dragon sect. Seeing more than a dozen dragon sect members lose their lives instantly, Mo Qinglong was aghast as he spun his head around. Noticing the gray branch was still giving off radiance on the floating island, he heaved a sigh of relief. Go on. Dragon King will be back to avenge us. Mo Qinglong growled with a hideous look. At this point, none of them could escape. Perhaps the Golden Swordfish clan could jump into the ocean for a way out, but they would not run. They were with the Dragon King of Dragon Sect. Kill! The Dragonians and Golden Swordfish clan went berserk. Instantly, all their aura and vitality erupted completely, darting straight into the sky. Follow me. Charge! A level 11 Dan Realm expert from the Golden Swordfish clan remained expressionless. In the face of death, his eyes only held golden coldness. Sorrowless, joyless, selfless, invincible. Golden Swordfish. Pierce. Piercing through with their bodies was their natural instinct as Golden Swordfish clan. When they used to be fish, their most potent attack was to sprint. Even though they had learned swordsmanship, their piercing move remained their most potent attack. Piercing with their bodies. Buzz. One by one, the bodies of the Golden Swordfish suspended themselves in the air. As though they were in the ocean, they brought along their daunting radiance, charging at the 300-odd inborn experts right before them. They knew that attacking the four elders was utterly useless. Hence, they could only attack those at the same level as them. Humph! How dare you even try to strike before us? Seeing the Golden Swordfish clan readying their attacking stance, there was contempt in his eyes as he waved, calling, Karma Flame! Boom boom! As soon as the old man's voice resounded, the ground below the Golden Swordfish exploded into cracks. Scary flames sprouted out from underground, erupting into a blazing fire. This is crazy. Are they the legendary gods? Just a simple wave, and they could bring destruction to the world. It's not too far-fetched to say that they are the legendary immortals. Just a wave and they brought destruction to heaven and earth. With a swing, they could annihilate anything. They are the legendary immortals. I have a strange feeling about those four people. Sect leader Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi have been respectful to them. The newly established Eternal Sacred Sect is also led by the four of them. All the sect leaders of sacred sects have been very respectful to them. Could it be that they are from the other worlds? After sect leader Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi entered into another world, the four of them suddenly showed up beside them. All the surrounding crowd watched the four people with horror as they discussed among themselves. An arm swing could change the world, and that impact was so scary as though it was from the legendary immortal. In the face of these four elders, they felt as insignificant as ants. That bunch of Dragon Sect members is really fearless. They actually continued to charge forward. Gosh, the members of Dragon Sect have gone mad. But soon, they will be annihilated. All the people were horrified as they looked ahead in shock. Over there, more than hundreds of Dragon Sect members exuded golden radiance with a blazing fire, charging ahead ferociously. Their speed was so terrifying that even the experts of their same level were not able to resist. Oh no! Those inborn experts who felt relieved and were ready for a show were aghast upon seeing the dauntless Dragon Sect members. Take cover! They yelled loudly. However, the Golden Swordfish were bent on giving up their lives. Even when their bodies were shrouded with karma flame, their attacks did not stop. The four elders slightly grimaced when they saw the dauntless Golden Swordfish. Arg! All it took was 1 second for the Golden Swordfish to rush into the group of inborn experts. Despairing shrieks were heard instantly. Courting your own doom. Upon seeing their men being killed, coldness took over the faces of Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi as they wielded their longswords at the Golden Swordfish. Trying to attack? Ajaya saw the two of them launching their strikes as she raised her truncheon in her hand with an awful look. A vast lotus surfaced in front of her. With a size of a few hundred meters, the lotus was hurled at Nia Wushuang and Emperor Qi. TSK, Level 13 Spiritual Equipment. Spiritual equipment used by an immortal. The four elders stared at her truncheon when Ajaya launched her attack. A glimmer of passion flashed across their eyes. Alas is ultimately alas, an elder scorned as he wielded the staff in his hand. The lotus that Ajaya released shook violently in the air. Subsequently, it vanished just like a firework. What? Ajaya paled immediately. She staggered back while Xiaoyu quickly held onto her. Bam, bam, bam. In that instant, Nia Wushuang and Emperor Qi rushed into the golden swordfish. The long killing blade and the icy fist came smashing through the bodies of the golden swordfish. It's over. It's definitely over now. The dragon sect is going to be annihilated now. It's finally over. The dragon sect is too strong. Even with the four old men with immortal-like strength, they still managed to kill over 100 inborn experts from our side. This is insane. TSK. The dragon sect would never have expected our side to have four immortal-like existences. With the four old men on our side, the underworld will be eternal sacred sects in the future. Around the battlefield, martial artists that were below the inborn realm were shocked and exhilarated to see members of the dragon sect being killed one after another. After annihilating the dragon sect, they would be the rulers of the underworld in the future. The battle had also caused a huge ruckus on the underworld website. It was especially so for the terrifying strength of the four old men. The scenes of those 1,000-meter-tall fire pillars and the destruction of the mountains with a wave of their arms had made everyone feel they were exceptionally minuscule in this world. Even those from the sacred clans and sacred sects were astonished and fearful. Insane. Those four old men are too terrifying. Are they the immortals recorded in history? It seems like the entire underworld will be eternal sacred sects after today. Haze. They aren't something we could possibly resist. After this battle, let's surrender to them. Their strength is probably equivalent to those powerful forces internationally. This is insane. The underworld is going to be unified. Before the four old men, those so-called sacred sects are just ants that could be annihilated with a wave of their arms. It's not surprising that sect leader Nia Wushuang and Emperor Qi are willing to surrender and join the eternal sacred sect. After this major battle, let's surrender to them too. Even if the Dragon King is still around, he's still going to be killed if he faces the four old men. There's nothing to change the current situation now. Just prepare to surrender. When all the forces of the underworld witnessed what happened, they gasped in awe. All the forces had decided and prepared to surrender after this battle. This was because the strength displayed by the four old men wasn't something they could possibly hope to resist. I recall that some families in Rivertown are firm supporters of the dragon sect. In that case, let's annihilate those people to express our loyalty. Some first-class and second-class forces had made up their minds. The annihilation of the dragon sect had been cast in stone. Similarly, the unification of the underworld had also been cast in stone. At this moment, what they should do is get on the good books of Eternal Sacred Sect. In fact, it would be even better if they could join and become a subsidiary sect. Go! Several families moved rapidly. They wanted to express their loyalty and sincerity as much as they could before the dragon sect was annihilated. Bring these girls back for interrogation. The dragon sect had suffered catastrophic losses. Only 30 to 40 Dragonians remained standing on the floating island. An old man stood in the air and looked down on them with a sense of superiority. His eyes landed on Xiaoyu, Ajaya, Guan Shuqing, and the other three girls as he remarked with anticipation. Yes, Your Excellency. Leave them to us. The crowd from Diabolism revealed vile smiles as they stared at Xiaoyu and the other girls. Hee hee. The girls of the Dragon King. I'm getting excited at just the thought of it. A middle-aged man with a long tongue licked his lips as he walked towards the girls with contempt. Be careful of those two girls, an old man reminded. It's going to be fine. With Your Excellency here, we will be fine. The middle-aged man smiled. The two leaders from Crimson Bug grinned creepily as they stared at Xiaoyu and the girls. Capture us? Forget about it. You aren't going to capture us even if we die. Xiaoyu, Guan Shuqing and the other girls revealed determined looks. Get closer to me. Get ready. Ajaya held on to the truncheon in her hands tightly and spoke softly to Xiao Yu and the other girls. Xiao Yu, Elder Fang, Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingwei, and Sun Lingxue moved slowly towards Ajaya. We are going to have some fun ourselves after capturing them. Hee. The girls of the Dragon King. The middle-aged man with the long tongue made a weird sound before charging ahead. Kill! When Mo Qinglong and the remaining Dragonians saw them, they flapped their wings violently and charged towards them. Ants! Seeing that the Dragonians were still resisting, the truncheon in the hands of the old man glowed dazzlingly. A huge cage appeared in the sky and swooped down. Assissus! Mo Qinglong and the other Dragonians lifted their heads and felt helpless. A futile struggle. When the surrounding crowd saw the flaming cage descending from the sky, they were deeply impressed and remarked excitedly, "Let's go." Ajaya's hands shook when she saw the 4 old men attacking. Gradually, fresh blood flowed out from her arm and towards the truncheon. A ring of fire appeared and surrounded the 6 of them. Ajaya, Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and Sun Lingxiu were flustered to see fresh blood gushing out from Ajaya's arm. Don't leave the defensive circle, Ajaya remarked with a pale face. She pulled a long face and continued, Go! The next instant, Ajaya spat a mouthful of fresh blood on the truncheon. The surrounding ring of fire started circulating at a terrifying speed. Huh? Escaping? When the 4 old men saw the actions of Ajaya, they smirked. Will we let you escape? Flaming cell. An old man lifted his truncheon and pointed in the direction that Ajaya and the rest were escaping towards. Wang. A huge flaming cell appeared once again. Although it wasn't as powerful as the pyro cell, it still emitted heart-wrenching might. Move away. Guan Shuqing was infuriated. Her face was flushed as she raised the fire god lotus truncheon and released scorching hot fireballs. However, the fireballs did not have much effect when they landed on the flaming cell. He won't be able to stop us, Ajaya remarked anxiously. The ring of fire turned even more rapidly and flew towards the sky. Bam! 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 When the ring of fire contacted the flaming cell, intense collisions gradually created cracks in the cell. If you could escape from the 4 of us, we would have lived our lives in vain. Ruthlessness flashed across the eyes of an old man when he saw the collapsing flaming cell. Heaven and earth. Flaming cell. Heaven and earth. Flaming cell. Beside the old man, the other 3 old men shouted. Streams of fire shot across the sky and formed an even more terrifying flaming cell. Ajaya was astonished to see the flaming cell from all directions. She spat another mouthful of fresh blood on her truncheon once again. Let me teach you all a lesson first. An old man waved his arm and a flaming long spear was thrown towards Ajaya at an incredible speed. Ajaya, who was manipulating the truncheon, was caught by surprise. Let me stop it. Guan Shuqing moved to stand before Ajaya instantly when she saw the approaching flaming long spear. No, sister-in-law, you are too weak now. My defense is stronger. Xiao Yu wanted to push Guan Shuqing away. Xiao Yu, you are already injured. Leave this to me. I have the essence blood of a Suzaku. Perhaps I can reach nirvana. Perhaps I can be reborn with even greater strength. Otherwise, it would be hard for us to escape this time. Guan Shuqing was resolute. Feeling the scorching hot attack, she grimaced and placed both arms before her. Futile attempt. Seeing Guan Shuqing trying to stop the attack, contempt flashed across the eyes of the 4 old men. The red flaming long spear easily pierced through Guan Shuqing's defense and penetrated her body. The girls around Guan Shuqing were filled with despair. Sun Lingxiu instantly injected streams of light energy into her body. Please, let me reach the state of nirvana. A teardrop flowed out of Guan Shuqing's eyes. Feeling the vitality leaving her body, she mumbled to herself, No! At this moment, a frenzied roar reverberated across. No! A frenzied roar reverberated across, shaking the entire earth. A figure was charging towards Guan Shuqing and the rest at a terrifying speed. Shuqing! The incoming person was none other than Wang Xian. He had flown to Rivertown at an ultra-fast speed. but he was still late. Fire shot out from his eyes as he stared at the chest of Guan Shuqing that had been pierced through. A cloud of terrifying killing intent surged in his heart, as though a devil was going to break out of its shackles. Xiao Xian! Xiao Xian! Brother! Dragon King! Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Wang Xian, Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, Ajaya, Sun Lingxiu, and Elder Fong, who had lost all hope, immediately cried out in happiness. Xiao Xian, save Shuqing now. Now! Lan Qingyue's tears rolled down her cheeks immediately. The moment Wang Xian appeared, she could finally let down her toughness and cried out sadly. Brother, check out sister-in-law Shuqing. Quick! Upon seeing Wang Xian, Xiao Yu finally had someone to rely on as she cried loudly. She will be all right. She will be all right. With bloodshot eyes, Wang Xian hugged Guan Shuqing as he mumbled. Seeing the Guan Shuqing's chest had been pierced through, Wang Xian's dragon energy rushed frantically into her body. With an arm swing, he popped some level 7 spiritual medicine into her mouth. Panic filled his face as he stared at Guan Shuqing. You'll be all right. Wang Xian was quivering slightly. Xiao Xian, you're back. That's great. I won't die. I can reach nirvana and be reborn again. Seeing Wang Xian's return, Guan Shuqing squeezed out a smile as she whispered to him. No, rest assured. I will not let you die. Nobody can take you from me. Wang Xian touched the chest of Guan Shuqing, sensing her vitality vanishing within her body as she turned cold. Good to hear that. I don't want to leave you yet. I just want to rest. Rest. As Guan Shuqing said this, she closed her eyes. Wang Xian slowly shut his eyes as he sensed her weakening heartbeat. Dragon energy continued to stream into her body frantically. But that could hardly maintain her faltering heartbeat. This struck coldness into Wang Xian. Dragon King, it's the Dragon King. He's back. Gosh. Just then, the surrounding crowd began exclaiming in surprise. The crowd, including those inborn experts, were full of astonishment with fear in their eyes the moment they saw Wang Xian hover over. Reputation was all that mattered. The terror that the Dragon King brought along with him was carved in their bones. Hence, the sudden appearance of the Dragon King struck horror on everyone's faces. Many martial artists involuntarily staggered back in trepidation. What's there to be afraid of? So what if the Dragon King arrived? Even if another Dragon King arrived, they would die today. At this time, the leader of the Crimson Bug of Diabolism yelled, staring coldly at Wang Xian, with eyes that surged with killing intent. That's right. So what if the Dragon King is here? He's here for his death. He's just in time. Today we will witness the slaying of the dragon. All the martial artists had come to this realization after the leader of the Crimson Bug shouted. They cast their gazes at the Dragon King, then back to the 4 elders. With them around, so what if the Dragon King was here? Even 2 Dragon Kings would die, let alone the one that was here. On the Underworld Forum, everyone was horrified to see the appearance of the Dragon King. But soon they relaxed again after seeing the oppressive 4 elders. Given such a situation, even the Dragon King would not be able to turn the tables around. The 4 elders were simply too daunting. Dragon King, I did not expect you would be still alive. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Wang Xian, Nia Wushuang and Emperor Qi revealed a surprised look. They thought the Dragon King was dead. But it turned out otherwise. If not for that immortal from Yongchang world saving them, they might have perished. They did not expect that the Dragon King was such a lucky person. The Dragon King is tough. Emperor Qi stared coldly at Wang Xian and revealed a faint smile. Oh, this is that Dragon King. The 4 elders studied Wang Xian with curiosity. He, a famous figure in the real world. Dragon King, lucky you're not dead yet. Otherwise, we would be missing a talent in the real world. That would be a pity. Subsequently, the 4 elders chuckled and fixed their eyes on Wang Xian with ease. There was a taunting look in their eyes. The unparalleled talent in the real world to them was just a slightly more powerful ant. So what if his cultivation had advanced to budding realm? In terms of combat power, he was still far off. Not bad for a lad to reach this stage. Since he could also get his confidence to this stage, he must have obtained some scary legacy. Nice. Tell us about it, and we'll give you a quick death. An elder beamed at Wang Xian as he spoke. In his view, it was a surprising joy to see Wang Xian. How domineering. Nobody dared to speak to the Dragon King in the underworld for very long. The ones who dared to do so are now dead men. However, I'm afraid it will not be the same again. They totally disregarded the Dragon King. However, the four godlike elders are fit to do so. Everyone was astonished by how the four elders spoke to Wang Xian in an overbearing manner. It used to be the Dragon King era, but now it was coming to an end. It's great to have the Dragon King here, now that we can witness the dragon slaying. Everyone switched into a different mood as they fixed their eyes fervently. It was the slaying of dragon, that arrogant yet invincible Dragon King. Wang Xian overheard the conversation around him without any words. He lowered his head and wiped the blood from the corner of Guan Shuqing's lips. He stood up gently, carrying her body, looking at his sister. He turned and looked at Lan Qingwei, Sun Lingxiu, Ajaya, and Elder Fang. Wang Xian stretched out his hands and wiped their tears off their cheeks. I'm late. Wang Xian stared at the pale-looking girls with heartache. He took out elixir pills and fed them to them. No, Xiao Xian. You're not late. Lan Qingyue's eyes were red as she could not help but cry again. Glad that you're here. Ajaya felt a load off her shoulders as she curved her lips, revealing a goddess-like smile. Over to you, Xiao Xian. Sun Lingxiu, as usual, believed in Wang Xian as she spoke to him. Wang Xian smiled at them and spun around slowly. Instantly, his face became utterly cold, as though the winter had come, with the devil descending upon earth. He swept his gaze across the bodies of the Dragonians and golden swordfish with boiling murderous intent within him. Only 2 level 11 swordfish remained from the golden swordfish race. As for Dragonians, 31 survived. Catastrophic losses. Out of 200 members of the dragon sect, less than 1/5 remained. Wang Xian took a deep breath, looked across everyone and said emotionlessly, I'm back. I'm back. The 4 cold words entered the ears of the 5,000 to 6,000 people present. You are just in time to be buried with your dragon sect and the rest. Nie Wushuang stared harshly at Wang Xian upon hearing him. The Dragon King had killed over 10 inborn experts from his Donghua sacred sect and overwhelmed the Donghua sacred sect with strength. He had long wanted to kill him. Ha! Dragon King, you are just in time. Today, my crimson bug can finally have its revenge. Let me tell you this. After your death, I will ruthlessly torture your girls. I'll let my bugs crawl into their bodies. I'll let them experience something worse than death. Ha! The 2 leaders of Crimson Bug laughed hysterically and their eyes were beaming with bloodlust. Ha! Dragon King, you have killed the attendants and elders of my Donghua sacred sect. Today will be the day you die. Nie Wuya also stared at Wang Xian with ecstasy. His face was contorted as he laughed hysterically. Slay the dragon. Slay the dragon. So what if you are back? Ha! We are going to slay the dragon. At this moment, the surrounding crowd of martial artists faced Wang Xian without fear. At this moment, they were completely fearless towards the Dragon King that had once instilled complete fear in them. They were unusually excited about torturing and killing a supreme expert. All of you will die. All those families and forces that participated today will never have another day of peace. Wang Xian looked at the crowd before him. Gradually, the anger in his eyes dissipated and was replaced with apathy. Cold and nonchalant apathy. Ha! The Dragon King still isn't aware of what the situation is. He's still not aware of what kinds of existences he is facing. That's right. If the Dragon King knew about the terrifying strength of the 4 old men, I wonder if he would dare to be so arrogant and brazen. I would love to see how the Dragon King is crushed easily onto the ground. When the martial artists heard Wang Xian, their faces were filled with contempt. Brat! I really hate your arrogance. Among the 4 old men, the old man standing in the middle extended his arm. It's going to start. That terrifying old man is going to strike. When the surrounding crowd saw the actions of the old man, they were instantly exhilarated. Fire grip strangulation. The old man lifted his arm and was wearing a fiery red glove. The next instant, A palm that spanned a dozen-odd meters grabbed towards Wang Xian. You guys must be from Yongchang Immortal sect. If Shu Qing is in any form of danger, I'll send your entire Yongchang Immortal sect to hell to accompany her. Wang Xian stared at the four old men and commented plainly as though he was saying something ordinary. Huh? The four old men were astonished to hear what Wang Xian said. Their faces turned solemn instantly as they remarked, "Arrogant brat. This old man here will slaughter you." The old man lowered his arm and that huge 10-meter palm, that was seemingly made of lava, pressed towards Wang Xian. "Ha ha! When I, the Dragon King, slaughtered 100 men in Yongchang Immortal sect, your Hong Yen Excellency didn't even dare to say a word. What are you guys?" Bloodthirst gleamed in Wang Xian's eyes as he lifted his arm slightly. Boom! That giant flaming palm that was pressing down towards Wang Xian collapsed instantly into streams of water. "I have made up my mind to massacre this underworld." Wang Xian lifted both of his arms. "What?" When the four old men saw the flaming palm collapsing, their expressions changed drastically. Their hearts had already skipped a beat when they heard Wang Xian mentioning Hong Yen. "How can this be possible? Brat, how dare you call our sect leader by his name and make such brazen claims?" An old man was infuriated and dense flames rose from his body. At this moment, he was just like a terrifying volcano. However, before he could finish his words, sounds of water flowing could be heard. "What? Gosh, what is that?" Suddenly, to the horror of the martial artists around, they noticed that the surrounding seawater was rising. They were in the middle of the sea initially. At this moment, the surrounding seawater was raised. It reached a height of over 1,000 meters rapidly and surrounded everyone. "From today onwards, my dragon sect will massacre the underworld. Everyone and anyone who participated in this matter will never have another day of peace." Wang Xian looked plainly across the astonished 5,000 to 6,000 people. Horrifying seawater swept towards them like a giant waterfall. "What? No. How can this be possible? This attack, how can this be possible?" With Wang Xian at the center, the radius of several thousands of meters was surrounded by a wall of water that was several thousand meters tall. The terrifying scene was just like what an immortal was capable of. No, he's even stronger than immortals. Just a while ago, they thought that the might the four old men had displayed was sufficiently shocking. At this moment, compared to the might the Dragon King displayed, it was like comparing a drizzle to a downpour. The terrifying scene shrouded a radius of 5 to 6 kilometers. What was the meaning of this? Shit. How could he have such terrifying, destructive forces? The four old men were astonished and weren't showing any traces of the composure they had previously. Feeling the terrifying water energy around them, their minds and hearts were shaken to the core. This can't be real. What he said can't be real. This is impossible. An immortal level attack? This definitely cannot be possible. The four old men roared. They flexed their bodies and terrifying flames shot through the clouds. Boom! However, a terrifying stream of water smashed onto them directly. Everyone was staring at the four old men anxiously and watching them resisting the streams of water. Their foreheads were filled with perspiration and eyes were filled with fear. Dang! The water streams coalesced into water swords that were over 1,000 meters in size before falling from the sky. They clashed with the flames, making sizzling sounds. However, the water energy in the atmosphere was too overwhelming. The flames were rapidly extinguished. Boom! No! The four old men were flabbergasted as they struggled to keep the flames around them to resist the water swords. "I won't let you guys die so easily." Wang Xian stared at them before looking across the crowd. His voice was that of a devil to the crowd. When the surrounding martial artists saw the four old men incapable of withstanding a single strike from Wang Xian, the despair on their faces was magnified countless times. The seemingly immortal-like four old men in their eyes couldn't even withstand a strike from the Dragon King. Not even a single strike. How great were the differences in strength? Boom! At this moment, they felt like they were shrouded in seawater instantly. They didn't even have the strength to put up any resistance. The seawater had even shrouded Nia Wushuang and Emperor Qi. Both of them widened their eyes, which were filled with utter disbelief. Arg! The seawater is heating up. Arg! I can't take this. Screams of horrors resounded as the gate to hell was opened. No, we can't defend it. We have no resistance against it. Fear and despair. Arg! It's the boiling water. How can it hit such a daunting temperature? The world seemed to have come to an end when the surrounding crowd heard the shrieks from the four elders. Their end had arrived. Sensing their bodies being boiled over by the seething water, they knew that the Dragon King was turning this place into a living hell. They would be tortured to death. No, I don't want to die. Dragon King, it's my fault. But it's all because of Donghua Sacred Sect and Devil Corpse Palace. They were the ones. Fear crawled upon the faces of several martial artists as they tried to struggle out, but their efforts were in vain. Arg! Nie Wushuang let out a bellow as he exuded domineering golden radiance. Yet, the golden radiance was unable to get him out of the water region. The same went for Emperor Qi. All of them, including the four elders, were in the same situation. Immortal realm. You have advanced to the immortal realm. Ah, how is that possible? Sensing the pain coming from their bodies, the four elders shouted at Wang Xian in consternation. Recalling what Wang Xian just said, they were certain about it. Their expressions sank into despair. Enjoy the arrival of death. Looking nonchalant, Wang Xian swept his gaze across everyone before he turned and walked toward the Dragonians. Dragon King. Upon seeing the arrival of Wang Xian, Mo Qinglong knelt down along with the rest of the Dragonians. Take it. Wang Xian gave a simple nod and tossed a level 5 elixir pill to each of them. He looked around at the bodies on the ground. Dragon King, they should be able to be resurrected. Mo Qinglong said respectfully when he saw Wang Xian scanning around. Wang Xian remained quiet as he looked at him. Dragon King, this is the soul returning branch that I got from the Dragon Palace. Mo Qinglong pointed to a grayish branch in the middle of the floating island as he spoke. Her. As Wang Xian looked at the glowing branch, a hint of unexpected joy flashed in his eyes. When Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi returned a few days ago, I was afraid they might be up to no good. Hence, I went back to the Dragon Palace. Initially, I wanted some of the members from the Dragon Palace to follow me back. But I can't command them and they ignored me. Prime Minister Turtle said the Dragon Palace needed guards and none of them could leave without your orders. But he gave me a soul-returning branch and said this would help us tide ourselves over in resisting crisis when in danger. Mo Qinglong accounted to Wang Xian respectfully. It was a thoughtful idea from Prime Minister Turtle. Wang Xian looked satisfied with it. Mo Qinglong had wanted some of the members from Dragon Palace to be present here. But Prime Minister Turtle and the rest would definitely ignore Mo Qinglong as no one else could command them except himself. But luckily, Prime Minister Turtle was being thoughtful by getting Mo Qinglong to bring forth a soul-returning branch. Otherwise, their loss would have been rather huge. Roving Sword. Wang Xian shouted to Roving Sword. Yes. Roving Sword walked over immediately as he lowered his head in respect. Old Mo, inform Omniscient Group. Those who were involved in attacking my family, our sect, kill them all. No matter how many forces have participated in this, no one stays alive, said Wang Xian coldly. Roving Sword, you'll follow them. Yes, Dragon King. Frantic killing intent surged within the eyes of Mo Qinglong and the rest of the Dragonians. Even Roving Sword held his fist tight with golden radiance flickering in his eyes. This time, there were only 2 of the Golden Swordfish clan left. As the leader of the clan, he had to slay all the enemies. You guys provoked me first. Don't blame me for being cruel. This time, I'll massacre the entire underworld. Wang Xian slowly turned around and surveyed his surroundings. At this time, it had become a living hell. Despairing screams and agonized shrieks were ringing in his ears non-stop. Dragon King, you'll die horribly. Nie Wushuang, Emperor Qi, and the rest of the experts from Sacred Sects and Sacred Clan growled ferociously with trepidation on their faces when they heard Wang Xian. Dragon King is going to annihilate clans and sects. This time, it's a complete wipeout. This struck desperate rage and immense fear into all of them. What awaited their loved ones and friends would be the insane revenge of Dragon Sect. You guys did the same thing to my Dragon Sect. I'm just paying you back. Upon hearing their despairing screams, Wang Xian let out a clap of cold laughter. Go to hell and make your confession. Arg. No, please let my family go. No, no. Dragon King, I was wrong. I beg you, please. All of them panicked and shivered in their boots. However, Wang Xian remained unwavering. If he had not arrived today, all the people in Dragon Sect would have been killed. They would not have let off his loved ones and friends. So why should he let them off? Do it now. Wang Xian commanded Mo Qinglong and Roving Sword coldly. Yes. Dragonians and Roving Sword responded loudly. Roving Sword swung his arm and supported their bodies with a long sword. Then they disappeared at a daunting speed. Send the information of those forces and enemies who participated in besieging us. We are going to pay them back. After hovering out of the Scary Sea region, Mo Qinglong contacted a Dragonian in the Omniscient Group right away. As of now, the biggest intel group, Omniscient Group, was under the control of Dragon Sect. Obtaining information was a piece of cake. Yes. Currently, there are 3 first-class forces and 2 second-class forces in Rivertown. They posted that they will be off to kill those families that befriended the Dragon King. The forces who participated in besieging us are Donghua Sacred Sect, Devil Corpse Palace, Devil Spirits Temple, Dongmen Clan, Dark Sect. On the Underworld Forum, those forces who supported in annihilating Dragon Sect are Qi Tian Sect from Goose City, Hua and Han family of Modu. Soon, Mo Qinglong got hold of all the information. While Omniscient Group was running at full force, Roving Sword began the massacre with 31 Dragonians at a domineering speed. However, the live update on the Underworld Forum had not been updated for more than 10 minutes. Today, 99% of the martial artists who were not present in Rivertown were staring at the live update on the forum. All the martial artists of the Underworld were surprised to see that the live update had stopped updating for more than 10 minutes. What's going on? Update it now. Didn't Dragon King arrive? What is happening? Was the Dragon King killed? Quick! Show us the dead body of the Dragon King. It has been more than 10 minutes. Why aren't there any updates? TSK, could it be that the Dragon King has been killed and now they are trying to clean up the scene? Why is the update so slow? Update now. Otherwise, I'll curse you for being killed by the Dragon King. After more than 10 minutes of silence, all the martial artists in the underworld were anxious about it. What's going on? Post the pictures of the Dragon King getting killed now. All the martial artists were staring anxiously at the Underworld website for updates from Rivertown. However, half an hour passed by quickly and there wasn't any news updated on the Underworld website. What's the matter? What's the situation now? Even if the Dragon King has arrived, all the matters should have been settled by now. Why isn't the thread being updated? Could it be that the original poster was killed? Some martial artists stared at the Underworld website and felt that something wasn't right. A bad premonition started weighing over their minds. As for the families and members of Donghua Sacred Sect, Devil Corpse Palace, Dark Sect, and some other sacred clans and sacred sects, they hesitated for a moment before attempting to make calls. However, none of them got any responses. This undoubtedly made them feel that something bad had happened. However, they shook their heads violently soon. It's impossible. This cannot be. Sect leader Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi were so strong. More importantly, there were 4 other immortal-like old men with them. They had witnessed how terrifying these 4 old men were. Each action of theirs could bring forth catastrophic destruction. Existences like these weren't something that the Dragon King could handle. Time passed by gradually. At this very moment, Shui family of Rivertown was one of the top ancient martial arts families in Rivertown. Due to their relations with the Dragon King, no one in the underworld would dare to offend the Shui family. Within the backyard of Shui family's villa, old Shui lay on the floor and was coughing out blood. Shui Jiahua and Shui Jing were also on the floor with pale faces. The 3 generations glowered furiously at the group of people before the door and their eyes were filled with despair. TSK, the Shui family sure is weak and small. The only thing you could blame would be following the wrong master and forces. Since you are on great terms with the Dragon King, you guys can meet him in hell. In the middle of the courtyard, a group of 20-plus martial artists stared harshly at the Shui family. All of them had hideous and gruesome looks on them. Cough, cough. Our Shui family is contented to have enjoyed the glory days. Old Shui smiled bitterly and had seemingly accepted his impending death. The Dragon King was killed and the dragon sect was annihilated. To show their loyalty to the eternal sacred sect, this group of people before them wanted to annihilate his Shui family. He looked at his son and grandson beside him. Although he was bitter, he heaved a long sigh. Grandpa, there's nothing to fear about death. After all, we have enjoyed the glory days. It's been worthwhile. Xuejing grinned at his grandpa before turning to stare coldly at the group of people before them. If the Dragon King can make it past this disaster, he will definitely take revenge for us. All of you will suffer gruesome deaths. Haha. Dragon King? He's dead by now. Before the 4 immortal-like experts, he has probably been reduced to dust by now. You can show your loyalty in hell. Haha. In the future, there'll no longer be any dragon sect or dragon king in the underworld. An old man standing in the middle laughed hysterically at them. Today we will grant you a quick death. Go join your dragon king in hell. Ha 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 ha. Hysterical laughter resounded in the backyard of the Shui family. 3 middle-aged men smirked and walked towards the 3 generations of the Shui family with their long swords. There's nothing to fear about death. Old Shui gritted his teeth, shut his mouth, and then shouted. Hee. In that case, die. The 3 middle-aged men swung their swords towards them. Bam! 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 The 3 generations of the Shui family closed their eyes in despair as they waited for death to descend upon them. However, all they heard were sounds of things falling to the ground. The pain, which they had expected, did not come. This shocked the 3 generations of the Shui family. The dragon sect would not let the friends of our dragon king die. A faint voice reverberated and old Shui jerked open his eyes. He saw over 30 people in the air. After a brief moment of feeling lost, excitement beamed in his eyes. Old Mo, you guys? Old Shui's body shivered in agitation as his eyes beamed with fervor. Our dragon king shall shine forever like the sun and moon. Those who offend the dragon king or the dragon sect shall all die. Mo Qinglong nodded his head at old Shui, following which he got back onto the golden longsword and flew away. Dragon King. The Dragon King isn't dead. The Dragon King isn't dead. Shui Jiahua and Shui Jiahua opened their eyes and saw the disappearing crowd of Dragonians. When they saw the 20-odd people who were still going on about killing them moments ago on the floor, exhilaration was written all over their eyes. If the Dragon King isn't dead, then... Old Shui stood up gradually and his eyes beamed with fervor. Nie Wushuang from Donghua Sacred Sect, Emperor Qi of Diabolism, and the 4 old men were finished. They definitely have been killed by the Dragon King. Xuejing continued the sentence for his grandfather. His face was flushed red from excitement as he cheered, haha. Great. This is perfect. Shui family, who had been in despair moments ago, were in ecstasy after surviving the ordeal. Let me check the information on the Underworld website. Xuejing took out his phone immediately. There isn't any news on the Underworld website yet, and the livestream broadcast stopped after the Dragon King appeared. It seems like they were all killed. Let's just wait for news from here onwards. Old Shui's eyes flickered. From here onwards, they will be awaiting the anger of the Dragon King. The anger of the Dragon King? Old Shui knew Wang Xian well. He was a friend who valued relationships. If he was your enemy, he definitely wouldn't show mercy or compassion. On the Underworld website, it had been an hour since the last update on the return of the Dragon King appeared on the livestream thread. The more time that passed, the more flustered some people felt. It was especially so when no one could contact the experts who had gone to annihilate the dragon sect. Unconsciously, everyone had a bad premonition about the incident. Shocking. Donghua Sacred Sect has been annihilated. Not a single disciple remains. 1 hour and 5 minutes later, a thread appeared on the Underworld website and sent shockwaves throughout the Underworld. When everyone clicked into the thread, they were instantly dumbfounded. Blood and destruction represented the current Donghua Sacred Sect. Those pictures of corpses made everyone feel as if their scalps were going numb. Fear that originated from one's soul spread across their entire body. The pictures on the thread were all pictures of the corpses of Donghua Sacred Sect's disciples. Moreover, These corpses could be found throughout the entire Donghua sacred sect. The original poster was a friend of an attendant of Donghua sacred sect. 10 minutes before, he had headed to Donghua sacred sect and witnessed a horrifying scene. Donghua sacred sect was annihilated. Gosh, what happened? Who did it? Donghua sacred sect was annihilated. Everyone in the #1 sacred sect of the underworld has now been slaughtered. Gosh, who's the one responsible? What happened? Why would Donghua sacred sect be annihilated? Looking at the pictures on the thread, everyone shivered in fear. The largest sacred sect in the underworld had been annihilated without a single person surviving. Could it be the acts of the Dragon King and the Dragon sect? Some people's eyes widened. At the thought that no news was coming from Rivertown, a terrifying thought surfaced in their minds. Donghua sacred sect was annihilated with no one left in the ancestral sect. When the news got out, the entire underworld was blown away. Soon, some of them guessed that Donghua sacred sect had been annihilated by Dragon King and Dragon sect. That was because everyone lost touch with Rivertown after the Dragon King's return. They made a bold speculation that those who tried to annihilate Dragon sect had all been killed by Dragon King. Boom. Gosh. Devil Corpse Palace is being annihilated. Just as everyone was still overwhelmed by the fact that Donghua sacred sect had been annihilated, another shocking piece of news came by. Devil Corpse Palace, the strongest ancestral sect of diabolism, was annihilated. SSS. When the news was out, everyone drew in a cold breath. Devil Corpse Palace was not any weaker than Donghua sacred sect. Yet it was exterminated too. On the same post were various photos with the corpses of the Devil Corpse Palace disciples. None of them were alive. The entire Devil Corpse Palace was quiet as hell. It must be the Dragon King. It must be him. He's the only one who could annihilate Donghua sacred sect and Devil Corpse Palace. The Dragon King is not dead. He's annihilating all those who besieged the Dragon sect. I had a bad feeling ever since that live update stopped updating. The Dragon King is not dead, and it looks like Dragon sect has begun taking their revenge. Within an hour, the strongest sacred sect of the orthodox sects and diabolism were annihilated. This is too fast and furious. Scary. The downfall of Devil Corpse Palace had made everyone believe that the Dragon King was not dead, and that Dragon sect had not been exterminated. On the contrary, those who besieged Dragon sect were all gone by now. This shocked everyone. With the downfall of Donghua sacred sect and Devil Corpse Palace, the revenge of the Dragon King has begun. I'm afraid those forces that participated in the siege are finished. The forces who participated account for 60% of the families and sacred sects from the orthodox sects and diabolism in the underworld. Can the Dragon King take revenge on them one by one? In less than 20 minutes, their speculation was answered. Devil Spirit's Temple of Diabolism was annihilated. Half an hour later, Dark Sect was annihilated. An hour later, Heavenly Sound Sect was annihilated. An hour and a half later, Dongmen Clan was annihilated. In just 2 hours, news of the various sacred sects and clans being annihilated kept coming. This time, no one in the sects lived. The entire underworld was plunged into silence when they saw the messages uploaded onto the forum. Soon after, some of the people became frightened as their families and ancestral sects had participated in the siege. This struck an immense terror into them. Quick, disperse everyone. All of you, find a place to hide. Those who can leave the country, leave now. Back in Han family in Modu, all the family members revealed a frightful look when they read the news of the downfall of various sacred sects and clans. It was to their ultimate surprise that the siege of Dragon Sect had actually failed. They knew very well of the Four Elders' strength. If such domineering existences failed, Han family was nothing to them. Fear crept into them. Without any hesitation, the family head of Han family ordered them to run as far as they could. Do you think you can escape? At this time, Roving Sword and members of Dragon Sect appeared in the air within the huge villa of the Han family. They were glowering at the Han family, who was freaking out. What? How did they make it here so fast? When the members of the Han family heard Mo Qi-Glong, they craned up and yelled in quivering voices. No, please, don't kill us. We surrender. Don't kill us. When the family head of Han family saw the disciples of Dragon Sect in the air, he was utterly devastated as he fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Kill! The cold voice took away all the hopes of the Han family as all of them fell into despair. Let's go! No one in the Han family was alive 3 minutes later. Roving Sword led Mo Qinglong and the rest to their next destination. Given Roving Sword's speed, it would at most take him 1 hour to fly from the farthest point east to the farthest point west in the country. Due to their daunting speed, the families and ancestral sects were annihilated before they could even react. No one left alive. When the group of forces besieged the Dragon Sect, trying to kill the Shui family, they did not intend to leave anyone alive. Hence, Mo Qinglong and the gang would not go soft on them. None of them could stay alive in this massacre. Han family was annihilated. Lu family was annihilated. News of the ancestral sects and families quickly filled up the entire underworld forum. The entire underworld went into complete silence while all the ancestral sects and families gasped. At this moment, the world seemed to have quieted down. All the martial artists grew numb with the messages that they read. They were just staring blankly with all the forces having been wiped out. Once the Dragon King rages, blood flows for 1,000 miles. Almost 60% of the families and ancestral sects in the underworld had participated in the siege of Dragon Sect. Yet, these forces were reduced at a daunting speed. Finally, someone on the forum confirmed that the one behind this was Dragon Sect at 8 p.m. Although the news did not create much of a ruckus in the forum, everyone was still stunned by it. How strong is the Dragon King? And how strong is the Dragon Sect? The 4 elders were already domineering, just like immortals. Yet they were still killed by the Dragon King. Tonight was a sleepless night for the underworld. Hours passed and dawn broke. The sun rose into the sky. As time passed, the sun set and the moon was hanging in the sky. Over 30 hours had passed. All the martial artists in the underworld were reduced by 60%. None of those forces that participated in the siege survived. No one escaped. Not even those families and ancestral sects who received news early. Dragon Sect spent 15 hours wiping out all the ancestral sects and families, and another 10-odd hours to round up those who tried to escape. Gosh! The underworld is down by 60% of its martial artists. Once the Dragon King rages, blood flows for 1,000 miles. Everyone will pay respect to Dragon Sect. Anyone who offends them will die. New posts began to surface in the forum. But the martial artists could clearly sense the significant loss in the active members of the underworld. All in all, there were over hundreds of thousands of martial artists in the underworld. But now not even half were left. The thought of the numbers terrified everyone. Dragon King signifies a taboo in the future. Some of the forces and families exclaimed to themselves. Trepidation and fear. From now on, no one in the underworld would ever speak ill of the Dragon King. The future of the underworld would definitely settle down. All the families and forces would pass down instructions to their children and disciples that they must address the Dragon King as the king. Haze. In a luxurious villa of Gui province, a girl heaved a sigh of relief. A zither lay before her. As she saw over 30 disciples of the Dragon Sect with terrifying aura leave, she felt lost. Daughter, it's great that you avoided this catastrophe. Luckily, you know the Dragon King. Beside her, the richest man in Gui province, Tang Jiuqiao, wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead as he spoke with a shaky voice. Heavenly Sound Sect has been annihilated. Tang Yinxian looked at the zither in her hands with complicated feelings. Sorrows were written over her face. Survival of the fittest. Yinxian, try to let this go. Tang Jiuqiao paused for a moment before saying, the Heavenly Sound Sect participated in the annihilation of the Dragon Sect. Now that the Dragon King is back, it's only natural that he administers the same treatment to his enemies. It's all about the survival of the fittest. Luckily, you did not participate in it. They probably let you off because you weren't involved much in it, and that middle-aged man knew you. Tang Yinxian smiled bitterly. She shook her head slowly and played a sorrowful piece. While Roving Sword led the Dragonians to take revenge, Wang Xian brought Xiao Yu and the other girls, together with all the corpses, towards the Dragon Palace on the yacht. Xiao Xian, how is Shuqing now? When they saw Wang Xian walk out of Guan Shuqing's room, the girls crowded over immediately and asked about her caringly. I'll definitely revive her. Wang Xian took a deep breath, forced out a smile and spoke to them. Shuqing's injuries were more severe than he had expected. The flaming long spear had penetrated her heart. If he had not arrived in time to preserve her heart with the powerful dragon energy, Shuqing might have been dead by now. Having the bloodline of the Suzaku definitely helped too. However, her conditions weren't optimistic despite all that. Wang Xian found it extremely hard to fully resuscitate her. Nonetheless, Wang Xian had the confidence that he would be able to do so given time. Brother, you've got to save sister-in-law. Xiaoyu held Wang Xian's arms and said to him. Yeah, rest assured. Wang Xian caressed Xiaoyu's head and said, this time, I failed to protect all of you. We can't always be depending on you to protect us. Lan Qingyue looked at Wang Xian and mumbled. She had inherited the most elite bloodline in this universe and possessed the strongest Kuan breeding ability in the universe. However, due to her lack of practice in cultivation, she was quite weak. If she had cultivated diligently, she would have been able to handle a crisis like this alone. It's all my fault. If only I had cultivated diligently. Qingyue. It is I who have failed to protect all of you. Wang Xian extended his arm over her waist and spoke softly. This will never happen again. As he spoke, he looked to Sun Lingxiu and Ajaya and forced a smile. Xiao Xian, Sister Lingxiu and Sister Ajaya are really nice. It's all thanks to them that we survived this time, and we have gotten along really well. Lan Qingyue collected her emotions, held Wang Xian's arms and spoke with a heartwarming voice. It was only through hardship that relationships are built and strengthened. For the 6 girls, they had only survived this incident by fighting with their lives on the line for one another. Ajaya, who they had resisted all along, did not take a step back. Sun Lingxiu, who had been giving silently, did not take a step back. They had truly moved Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing through their actions. It was a great thing to have sisters who they could go through hardships together with. Therefore, when they fought with their lives together, Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing had put aside some obsessions they'd held. Wang Xian was taken aback when he first heard Lan Qingyue. He smiled soon after, reached out both of his arms and held the 2 girls in his embrace. Ajaya and Sun Lingxiu stiffened up but showed a smile soon after. Hee. Great. When sister-in-law Shuqing recovers, everything will be perfect. Xiaoyu was happy to see this as she wrapped her arms around her masters. Xiao Xian, where are we going? Ajaya stared at Wang Xian and asked curiously. You will know once we are there. Don't be surprised then. Ajaya turned to Wang Xian and smiled. Whoosh! At this moment, a water pillar that extended over 100 meters into the sky appeared. A humongous creature was swimming towards them. The creature in the water was roughly 50 meters in size and was swimming towards them at a terrifying speed. What's that monster? Ajaya was astonished and stared vigilantly into the sea. Don't be afraid. That's Xiao Lan. Lan Qingyue came to the deck. The Kuan, which Lan Qingyue had bred from a blue whale, surfaced from the water and revealed its humongous body. Xiao Lan had now grown to over 50 meters. Soon it would be able to advance to level 12. Let's go. We will dive down. Wang Xian stopped the yacht, picked up Guan Shuqing and spoke to the girls. Ajaya followed Wang Xian to the deck with curiosity and jumped into the sea soon after. As she dived into the sea and saw the majestic dragon palace, her eyes widened and she clearly couldn't believe what she was seeing. She acted just like how Xiaoyu, Lan Qingyue and the rest had when they came here for the very first time. Her eyes widened and her mouth was slightly opened. Looking at the tall and slender Ajaya in heels and her red outfit, Wang Xian felt desire welling up inside him. Following which, he turned his head over to look at Sun Lingxiu and Lan Qingyue. He had been in Yongchang World for close to 2 months and was already finding the thirst hard to endure. If Shuqing was fine, Wang Xian would have pulled them onto the incomparably huge dragon bed. After discarding some of these thoughts, he entered the dragon palace. Wang Xian carried Guan Shuqing and walked towards where the dragon throne was. At the dragon throne, the segment of the soul-returning branch flew out of the space ring with just a thought of Wang Xian towards the progenitor tree. Countless miniature soul fruits had started growing on the soul-returning branch. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he prepared to carry Guan Shuqing towards the dragon pool. He wanted to see if the dragon blood within the dragon pool was sufficient to revive Shuqing. Screech, screech, screech. However, before Wang Xian started walking towards the dragon pool, the sound of rustling came from the progenitor tree. The next instant, a stream of fire shot towards him. Huh? Wang Xian was taken aback and turned his head instantly. This is Boundless Branch. Wang Xian was taken aback and his attention was fixed fervently on the red branch of the progenitor tree. The branch emitted a red light as though there were rubies moving on it. That was the Boundless Branch, a treasure Wang Xian had obtained in the Fire God Palace. At that time, the branch had penetrated his body and arrived at the Dragon Palace instantly. Wang Xian wasn't clear of the effects of the progenitor tree. However, the soul-returning tree could grow on it. Considering the terrifying soul-returning ability of the soul-returning tree, Wang Xian knew that the progenitor tree definitely wasn't something ordinary. The boundless branch that could grow on the progenitor tree would definitely be something extremely precious. The stream of fire shot towards him and landed on Guan Shuqing, who was in his embrace. The flames flowed towards the damaged area of her heart. The fiery red energy flowed into her heart instantly as though it was her blood. Wang Xian was surprised and watched in astonishment. Dong! Dong! As the flame from the boundless branch entered her heart like a stream of fresh blood, Guan Shuqing's heart began to beat. Wang Xian was frozen for a moment as he was taken aback. He carried Guan Shuqing to the throne and placed her on it. This is the boundless branch from the Fire God Palace. The Fire God's secret book mentioned that this boundless branch was obtained by the Fire God by chance. It's amazing because it can give off fire without any energy in it. Looking at that half-meter boundless branch on the progenitor tree, Ajaya exclaimed in disbelief. This boundless branch is extraordinary. Wang Xian stared at it. The flame on the boundless branch never ceased even when the branch was dead. But after appearing on the progenitor tree, this branch grew a little and became even more incredible. As the flame from the boundless branch entered the heart of Guan Shuqing, her pale-looking face recovered slowly, and her heart beat violently. With each beat, a fiery red glow emitted at the heart location. At the same time, a drop of fresh blood streamed towards the body. What's going on now? Is it nirvana? Or? Wang Xian was shocked as he stared at Guan Shuqing. The vitality of Shuqing seems to be multiplying. Ajaya, Lan Qingwei, and the rest were elated as they sensed the vitality within Guan Shuqing. Wang Xian and the gang kept watch for more than 10 minutes. After noticing that Guan Shuqing was all right, they heaved a sigh of relief. All of you take a rest. Shuqing might wake up in no time. As Wang Xian spoke, he walked towards the dragon pool. With a movement from the space ring, the bodies of golden swordfish and the dragonians landed on the ground. The corpses ablated into the ground at a super-fast speed. Whoosh! Streams of blood flowed out from the 9 dragon heads. The pool of blood that was collected within the dragon pool slowly formed into an oval egg. The soul-returning branch and the dragon pool could resurrect the members of Dragon Sect. But this was limited to only within Dragon Sect and Dragon Palace, as the members of Dragon Palace and Dragonians owned the blood of Wang Xian and carried the mark of Dragon Palace. The progenitor tree and Dragon Palace already recognized Wang Xian as their owner. With his blood, anyone could be resurrected using the dragon pool and soul-returning branch. However, nothing would work without Wang Xian's blood. As such, only Xiao Yu, Elder Fang, and Sun Lingxiu among the 6 girls could be resurrected. Dragon King. At this time, Prime Minister Turtle, who had spotted Wang Xian earlier, swam over and greeted him when Wang Xian stopped for a rest. Hee. Upon seeing Prime Minister Turtle, Wang Xian beamed. The current Prime Minister Turtle was not a 7 meters colossal turtle. He was 1.7 meters tall, looked like someone in the 60s with a wisp of a beard, and had a shell behind his back. He looked just like the Prime Minister Turtle from Journey to the West on television. After going through the resurrection, he reshaped his body, and he possessed 2 forms now. Prime Minister Turtle has also advanced to the budding realm, which was 1 level up. Dragon King. Do you want me to get the rest of the members here? Asked Prime Minister Turtle to Wang Xian. Nope. Continue with your cultivation. Wang Xian dismissed him with a wave as he headed back to his Dragon King Hall. He activated the space ring, and spiritual stones fell on the ground. Subsequently, a heap of metals that could refine spiritual equipment piled up on the side. All these spiritual stones and metals were obtained from the Yongchang world, while a myriad of metal could pile into a hill. Ding! 100,000 spiritual stones and a ton of spiritual-grade material detected. Do you want to upgrade Dragon King Hall? Upgrade. Upon hearing the prompt from the system, radiance flashed in Wang Xian's eyes as he answered immediately. Upgrading Dragon King Hall to level 2 required 100,000 spiritual stones and a ton of spiritual-grade material. After upgrading to level 2, the cultivation speed would be enhanced by 6 times. The spiritual energy within the Dragon Palace was already less dense than Yongchang world. But with the 6 times speed enhancement, the energy within Dragon Palace would be much thicker than Yongchang world. Sensing the instant boost of the surrounding energy, Wang Xian was elated. He swung his arm, bringing out 1,000 pieces of spiritual equipment, a ton of material with water properties, and 200,000 spiritual stones. Ding! 100,000 spiritual stones and a ton of water-attributed material detected. Do you want to upgrade Dragon Sect? Ding! 1,000 pieces of spiritual equipment detected. Do you want to upgrade Dragon Field? Ding! 100,000 spiritual stones detected. Do you want to upgrade Dragon Cave? Wang Xian confirmed all the notifications that came in. With every building upgraded in the Dragon Palace, the effect would be doubled. Take Dragon Field for instance. The current Dragon Field was at level 2 where members of Dragon Palace could practice and understand their attack techniques at twice the speed. This would significantly enhance their combat capacity. All the more, the Dragon Cave could boost the cultivation speed of the members by a fold. We're left with Dragon Array, Dinghai Divine Rod, and Dragon Pool not upgraded yet. Once we upgrade these 3 buildings, the Dragon Palace will be at level 2, which is maneuverable. Wang Xian pondered to himself. After upgrading the buildings, the material and spiritual equipment were almost depleted. All that was left in his space ring were elixir pills. Next, I need to enhance the cultivation and levels of Dragonians, and get some good rest in Dragon Palace. Wang Xian dived out of the water and notified Mo Qi-Glong and his men. Subsequently, he dragged his tired body back to the royal residence hall. Due to the stress from the fact that the 9 cauldron worlds were going to descend into the real world, Wang Xian basically did not rest in Yongchang world. Now it was time to take a break. Back in his room, he already saw the girls sleeping on the bed. Perhaps they were too tired such that all of them were in a deep sleep. Wang Xian smiled as he walked to the bed and collapsed. When he woke up, he realized there was no one else except himself in the room. Wang Xian walked out with a broad smile as he spotted the girls cultivating in the Dragon Field. The incident had spurred them on, motivating them to cultivate themselves harder. Wang Xian visited Guan Shuqing, and everything was normal for her. He then proceeded to Dragon Field and gathered all the members of Dragon Palace. The current 9 level 12 venomous sea snakes were outstanding. One more level up and they could evolve into serpents. They remained in their original forms without changing into humans. For the Wuxia clan, they were all burly looking. Just as the Golden Swordfish clan had their weapons in their hands, the forks were carried in their muscular hands. Apart from roving Wuxia at level 12 and 15 of them at level 11, the rest of the entire patrolling Wuxia were at level 10. Devil monkeys remained in monkey forms with no changes. Roving Heavens was at level 12 while 10 of them were at level 11. The rest had advanced to level 10. On top of that, Roving Lobster and Roving Girl had advanced to level 11. The current strength of the Dragon Palace was already compelling. However, Wang Xian was still dissatisfied, especially after witnessing the prowess of the 9 cauldron worlds, establishing an underwater dynasty and civilization, establishing a sea region under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Palace dynasty, and the Dragon Palace would be the Emperor Palace. Wang Xian could never think of such a thing or even dare to think that way. This was an establishment of a new kingdom, proclaiming him to be a real king. Even after Wang Xian obtained the system and set up a Dragon Palace, He had never thought of building an empire or a civilization as a modern person. Yet Prime Minister Turtle suggested he established one. Wang Xian remained silent with a constant mixed expression. But the radiance in his eyes glowed brighter and brighter. Oceans occupy 70% of the Earth's surface, with races existing in the underwater world. But there isn't a real civilization in the sea just like the one on Earth. We can establish the first underwater civilization, the first empire. Those who defy our wish will be exterminated while the rest will become our subjects. Gather all the resources in the sea for the establishment of the civilization. We will take control of the myriad races in the sea. Even if we can only control a portion of them, we can still command them. The unlimited marine creatures will be our eyes, servicing us with the information that we need. Besides, we can set up our Dragon Gate. Whoever from the countless marine races that succeeds in leaping over the Dragon Gate will become our general of Dragon Sect. This could help us select and recruit talents, said Prime Minister Turtle to Wang Xian with excitement. Carry on. Wang Xian closed his eyes as he sank in his dragon throne. Currently, we only have the Devil Division, Dragon Guard Division, and over 200 Anomalocaris. During wars, there are various components such as formations, infantry, cavalry, archers. I think our members should be able to perform attacks, defense, close and remote attacks, air and land strikes, and support. There was a beam of wisdom in Prime Minister Turtle's eyes. Not only this, but we also need to complement the attributes of the members in Dragon Palace. In the event that we need to conquer or deal with more powerful enemies, our formations will greatly enhance our combat capacity. Among the 9 attributes of the divine dragon, metal, earth, wind, thunder, and darkness are better in close-ranged fights, whilst wood, water, fire, and light are good in remote fights. We can assign different roles accordingly to the members during battles. Lastly, we need to have wise civil subjects. They can be weak, but they must have strong analytical abilities and see things in a macro way. This would greatly benefit us in terms of territory management and warfare. Prime Minister Turtle slowly spoke while Wang Xian heaved a heavy breath. Establishing a real dynasty with its own territory and officials. The benefits of establishing an underwater dynasty were huge. As for wars, he also thought about the soldiers, ranged, support, and scouts. However, it was only a vague idea that Wang Xian had in mind. Now, Prime Minister Turtle actually mentioned all these with a proper system. The establishment of an underwater dynasty is not an overnight event, Wang Xian murmured. Dragon King, we can make preparations first. At present, the Dragon Palace is the strongest within a radius of 1,000 miles. We can first unify the marine races and cultivate generals from them. Every general of the marine races could rule those lower levels beings of the same kind. Then we'll make them leap over the Dragon Gate. Those who are able to enter Dragon Palace will be groomed as the soldiers of Dragon Palace. The best thing is we can manage our territory better and get hold of the updates within it if we had them in control, said Prime Minister Turtle to Wang Xian. Great, you'll handle this now. Get roving heavens, roving yiksha, 9 venomous sea snakes, anomalocaris, roving lobster, and roving girl over here now. Wang Xian nodded his head and commanded Prime Minister Turtle. Yes, Dragon King. I'll bring them over now. Prime Minister Turtle nodded his head. With a whiz, all of them rushed over. Dragon King. A group of level 12 members bowed to Wang Xian, who was sitting on the dragon throne. From now on, all of you shall listen to Prime Minister Turtle's commands when I'm not around. Cooperate with him as he's our majordomo from now on, Wang Xian ordered. Yes, Dragon King. Roving Heavens and the rest immediately nodded respectfully. Thank you, Dragon King. From now on, I'll be preparing to set up a team of wise civil officials, said Prime Minister Turtle, kneeling down. Sure. If you need any books, look for Mo-Chi Long and he'll get them for you. Wang Xian nodded. Yes, Dragon King. Next, Prime Minister Turtle will make plans on how to expand our territory and get more resources. I'll leave this to you. Yes, Dragon King. The rest of you keep cultivating. Now take your leave. Yes. The so-called first court meeting ended with Prime Minister Turtle and the members taking their leave. Wang Xian chuckled as he felt more and more competent as a Dragon King. He had no worries about the development of Dragon Palace since Prime Minister Turtle was around to save him the troubles. He could also leave all the things to the Dragon Sect members who were 100% loyal to him. For the next few days, Wang Xian stayed in the Dragon Palace, waiting for the awakening of Guan Shuqing. There was no day and night at Dragon Palace. When Ajaya and the rest were tired from their cultivation, they would return to the royal residence hall and rest. Wang Xian would definitely not miss the chance for a round of lovemaking. During these few days, he was leading a relaxing life. So beautiful. After the love session, Lan Qingwei came to the door of the royal residence hall and cast her gaze outside. There was a look of surprise on her face. The sea regions within a radius of 1,000 miles have been conquered by the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian saw that the densely packed marine creatures around the Dragon Palace were looking over in their direction in awe. The number of the surrounding marine creatures was in the billions. If he could devour all these marine creatures, he could definitely gain an immense amount of dragon energy. However, doing this, it was impossible for him to level up. Besides, these marine creatures were of great use. Under the gaze of Wang Xian, these marine creatures began their challenge of Dragon Gate. Their eyes were burning with fire as their natural instinct took over. After leaping over the Dragon Gate, they would have a completely different life then. Wang Xian smiled as he watched. He may not understand how to manage a country, but he knew that these marine creatures could increase the strength of the Dragon Palace by many folds. Those who successfully leaped over the Dragon Gate were all domineering existences. Even in the universe, they could be considered as wicked ones, and that is if they continue to work hard. Dragon King. There are 30 marine creatures that leaped over the Dragon Gate this time. More than 10 hours later, Prime Minister Turtle came to report to Wang Xian after the Dragon Gate challenge was completed. Only 30 out of tens of billions. That's 1 out of 10 billion. Wang Xian shook his head. Dragon King, we have more than these billions of marine creatures in the waters near us. Those who came today were only from one of the batches. After all the marine creatures complete the challenge, I believe our strength will grow by more than 100 members. Dragon King, after days of investigation by the members of the Dragon Palace, we have decided to attack an area. However, through our investigation, this area isn't simple. After reporting on the matters of the marine races leaping through the Dragon Gate, Prime Minister Turtle continued with a solemn face. Where are we attacking? Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Turtle and asked curiously. Here. To Wang Xian's surprise, Prime Minister Turtle took out a map as he spoke. The map had detailed records of the sea region in the vicinity. Prime Minister Turtle had also divided the map into several regions. Wang Xian looked at the map and raised an eyebrow. On the map, the white region represented the sea region with a radius of 1,000 miles that the Dragon Palace was currently occupying. Other than that, to the east of the Dragon Palace was a region marked out in black. Other than the region demarcated in black, there were still regions demarcated in red and blue. These three regions were clearly separated. The black region marked out by Prime Minister Turtle seems to be the disordered region. The red region is the area near Japan and the blue area is around India. Wang Xian looked at the map and thought to himself. Are we attacking the black region? Wang Xian asked. Yes, Dragon King. After our investigation, the black region is a place with bountiful resources. Although it is currently occupied by a large number of marine species, we can definitely give it a try with the strength that the Dragon Palace possesses currently. In this piece of sea region, we found a type of treasure called pure blood corals. Consuming these are highly beneficial for marine species. Prime Minister Turtle explained to Wang Xian. Pure blood corals? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow. He had heard about the pure blood corals in the disordered region when he was in the sea previously. Various forces and overseas wandering groups had gathered in that piece of sea region. Even a sacred sect had to be careful when entering the area. When are you planning to attack? Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Turtle. Right away. I'm thinking of mobilizing 300 devil monkeys and the Anomalocaris race. They will be led by Roving Heavens, the leader of the Anomalocaris race, Roving Girl, and Roving Lobster. Roving Sword will be stationed by the side. Prime Minister Turtle continued. There might be powerful creatures or races in this piece of sea region. We might not be able to occupy it this time, making it mainly a scouting mission. Powerful creatures? Could there be any creature that could match roving sword? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow. Dragon King. The region we are occupying is a region where marine resources are lacking. There aren't many marine species that have gathered here. The 3 regions that I have demarcated are regions where there are tremendous resources and races. The Black region has pure blood corals. Through our investigation, the Red region has a deep Grand Canyon. There are some spiritual objects within it and various terrifying races. Strange seabed creatures are densely congregating in the Blue region. There should be some mystical objects in that place. Prime Minister Turtle introduced each region to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head silently. The sea was an incomparably mystical place with various races occupying different areas. In that case, ask the Dragonians to follow me over. Yes, Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle nodded his head. Qingyue, Lingxiu Ajaya. Didn't you say that it's a little boring here? Let's go out for a trip. Wang Xian stepped into the royal residence hall and spoke to the 3 girls. Go out? What about Xu Qing? Are we leaving her behind alone? Lan Qingyue looked at Wang Xian and asked. Xu Qing has made it past the critical stage. I'll get Prime Minister Turtle to take care of her. Let's go on a trip. It won't take long. Wang Xian smiled and said to the girls. The girls immediately nodded their heads joyously. They had been staying in the Dragon Palace for over 20 days. Other than the time they were on the bed making love, they had spent all their time cultivating. This made them feel a little bored. I'll go inform Xiao Yu and Elder Fang. Wang Xian moved and arrived at the peak of a nearby mountain. Xiao Yu and Elder Fang had dug out a cave abode. Although it wasn't as luxurious as the royal residence hall, it wasn't bad at all. It's a great idea to get some rest outside. Xiao Yu chuckled and followed Wang Xian to the surface of the water. When Wang Xian boarded the yacht on the surface of the sea, Roving Heavens, the leader of the anomalocaris race, Roving Lobster, Roving Girl, and Roving Sword had already led the 500 Dragon Palace members to wait for Wang Xian at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, Mo Qilong and the other Dragonians would also be following them. Mo Qilong had now reached half-step to Budding Realm, while the rest of the Dragonians were at the Dan Realm. Overall, they were still a respectable force. The Dragon Palace felt more comfortable than the outside world. Upon boarding the yacht, Ajaya took a deep breath and frowned instantly. That's to be expected. The spiritual energy in the royal residence hall is several times that of the outside world. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. He took out a map and said, "We are heading to the disordered region. At the edge of the disordered region, there's a coral island. That's our destination, and we will be playing there for a few days." Wang Xian pointed to an island on the map as he spoke. Glacier Coral Island? Great. That's a famous tourist island. I heard that there's a spring on the island. Taking a bath there would be great for the skin, Xiao Yu remarked excitedly. Wang Xian nodded his head with a smile. Let's head towards there then. When we reach it, you girls can play on the island for several days while the members of the Dragon Palace will head towards the disordered region. All right, let's go. The 5 girls replied with smiles. Tourism was probably something that every girl was interested in. It was especially so for Xiao Yu. She had not been to many places and was interested to know more about the outside world. Put on a clean set of clothes and have some tea. Xiao Yu skipped to the second floor of the yacht, changed to a set of clean clothes and poured herself a cup of tea. Initially, she didn't have a love for tea. However, these tea leaves were brought back by Wang Xian from the Yongchang world. Not only would one feel refreshed with just a sip, but they would also want to keep trying the tea. It was the same for the other girls, after which they took out their mobile phones. After being disconnected from the world for a few days, they could finally have some fun. Wang Xian chuckled while standing by the side. He could sense the Dragon Palace members and the Dragonians below him while looking far ahead. The disordered region spanned a radius of 1,000 miles. That was a restricted region for navigation and fishing. Some old fishermen had circulated that the place was filled with underwater sea monsters and countless ruthless pirates. Death was almost certain for those who headed there for fishing. The yacht moved rapidly. After 5 hours, an island appeared before their eyes. We have reached Glacier Coral Island. the island that is ranked in the top 5 most beautiful islands. Xiao Yu looked ahead with anticipation. Glacier Coral Island was a huge island. The population of the island stood at approximately 1 million, and 50% of the population was made up of tourists. Wang Xian looked ahead. 10 kilometers ahead of the Glacier Coral Island would be part of the disordered region. Based on what Prime Minister Turtle said, if we can occupy this area, the Dragon Palace's strength will increase by 2 times. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. The members of the Dragon Palace were here to occupy the region below the sea, while the Dragonians of the Dragon Sect were here to occupy the sea surface. The sea would be the territory of the Dragon Palace in the future. Xiaoyu, Qingwei, Lingxiu, you girls stay here while I settle some stuff in the disordered region. The yacht approached the island and parked under the guidance of the staff. Wang Xian scanned the entire island, where it seemed to be overcrowded. You're going over now? It's almost evening. Lan Qingwei and the rest fixed their discontented eyes on Wang Xian. I was hoping you could accompany us. Wang Xian shook his head and smiled. After I settle the remaining stuff here, I can join all of you for a few days here. Sir, aren't you here for the Victoria's Secret fashion show? Why are you leaving again? Asked the staff from the Glacier Coral Island in bewilderment when he overheard their conversation. Victoria's Secret fashion show? Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the rest froze for a moment with a surprised look surfacing on their faces. Didn't you know about it? The reason for the crowd on this island these few days is because of Victoria's Secret fashion show. So I thought you guys came to watch it too. The staff smiled and did not say anything further. Is it being held today? The 5 girls exchanged gazes as they asked with glistening eyes. Yes, it's tonight. This time it's a public show, but it will be crowded. The staff nodded. Sir and madam, do you want to book a hotel? Yes. 2 presidential suites. Lan Qingwei nodded and stared at the rest of the girls fervently. It's the Victoria's Secret fashion show. We must have a look and buy some clothes. That's right. Hee. But I wonder if there are any more front row seats. All the angelic beauties from all over the world will be here. I feel like going too. Not only Lan Qingyue, but even Sun Lingxiu, who would have always been indifferent, was also full of interest now. No woman disliked beauty. Xiao Xian, are you going? If not, we're going to have fun ourselves tonight. Lan Qingwei huddled over and smiled at him. Fine, I'll go with you girls. Wang Xian shrugged and spoke with a smile. Hey, are you sure you're not changing your mind because it's the Victoria's Secret fashion show? What a pervert. Hey. The girls stared at Wang Xian, making him speechless. Am I that kind of person? I feel content with you girls around. Wang Xian shook his head immediately as he responded with a serious face. Who will believe you? Lan Qingyue rolled eyes at him. Let's go. It's 3 p.m. now. The show starts at 6. Let's go and get our tickets. Hurry. There are probably no tickets by now. Might have some scalper tickets? Let's see if we can get some. Although this was a public show, it had a seating area, and therefore tickets were required. In the country, there was once a fashion show where tickets were resold for more than 300,000. Even so, there were buyers around. One could imagine how crazy that fashion show was. Those who could enter the show were people who had a net worth of more than 10 million. Moreover, it was a lingerie show that featured the top-notch beauties from all around the world. Wang Xian had heard of the Victoria's Secret fashion show too. He ordered the members of Dragon Palace to enter the disordered region first while Mo Qi Long and his gang waited for him someplace on the island. Brother, go and ask where to buy the tickets. Arm in arm, the 5 girls instructed Wang Xian. Fine. Adding to his loss for words, Wang Xian found a passerby and asked him, Follow me, but I'm not sure if there are any more tickets. Wang Xian headed to a vintage building along with the girls. Glacier Coral Island, as a world-renowned tourist island, had a superb environment. Clean land, warm sunshine, clear skies with distinct colors from the sea. Cool hunks and hotties were all around the island. You better get us the tickets no matter what. Xiao Yu grumbled while Wang Xian chuckled and patted her head. They came to the official ticket office, and sure enough, the tickets had been sold out since it was near to the opening time. I'll check if there are any scalper tickets. Wang Xian shrugged as he surveyed his surroundings. Hey buddy, want tickets? Just then, A young man approached Wang Xian with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He fished tickets out of his pockets. "Her? How many do you have?" asked Wang Xian immediately after pausing for a moment. "How many do you want?" the young man asked instead. "6. Do you have them?" Wang Xian raised his eyebrow. "Yes, one for 400,000. It's in the front row." The young man scrutinized him from head to toe before he said this right away. "Give me 6 tickets." 400,000 for a ticket was a skyrocketed amount. 6 would make 2.4 million. "Are they authentic tickets?" Wang Xian asked impassively upon seeing the young man taking out his notebook, getting ready for the bank transfer. "Don't worry. Look for me if you got fake tickets. There are bank transfer records." The young man drew his lips and spoke with confidence. "Great." Without any further words, Wang Xian transferred the money over. "Done." Wang Xian waved the 6 tickets in his hands and looked toward the girls. "Awesome. Let's find a place and take a short break." The 5 girls pointed at a place and walked over while Wang Xian followed behind with a broad smile. "Haha, rich people are dumb. Such an idiot." That young man who had sold the scalper tickets was looking all excited as he stared at the disappearing figures. He didn't even bother to check. What a dumbass. Perhaps he's too silly such that he has 5 babes surrounding him. Humph. The young man could not help but kiss his notebook. "So what if you find out about my account? I have joined the Yaofeng Wandering Group as my backing if you dare to seek trouble. With this money, I can buy some pure blood coral to enhance my cultivation level." The young man murmured as he walked to a building in the middle with a beaming face. Wang Xian accompanied the 5 girls for afternoon tea while they were taking pictures without stopping. "Let's go." Around 5, Wang Xian brought the ladies to the Victoria's Secret fashion show. The show was located in the middle of the island and was set up outdoors with a luxurious catwalk stage and seating area. Many people came to watch the show, including not only men but also babes. Among these, there were renowned celebrities invited over from Asia. Every year, the Victoria's Secret fashion show marked a grand feast that brought together the top brands from the world and the most trendy lingerie. Not only did it attract the men, but it also attracted the ladies. Wang Xian had to say he decided to postpone his trip to the disordered region to tomorrow because of this. When Wang Xian and the ladies arrived, the entrance was crowded with over thousands of people. All of them were lined up to verify their tickets. "Wow, there are so many people around." "Yeah, take a look ahead." "Oh gosh, that's Ling Tianyue, the singing diva of Asia." "Ling Tianyue. That's the movie star Lu Kongfei." "There are so many stars here." "There are so many stars from our country." "And there are several stars from Japan and Korea too." Other than those elite stars, there are also a substantial number of famous businessmen and rich second generations. "There are so many people from our country." "Hee hee. Let's see if there are any nice outfits here. We can buy some here." Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, Ajaya, and the 2 other girls discussed excitedly. "I'll show you something great tonight. If there's anything nice, I'll get it for you." Wang Xian interrupted upon hearing their conversation. This was the second objective of Wang Xian for coming to this place. Buying some clothes for them. Wearing various styles would be pleasing to the eyes. "I know you wouldn't be so nice to us suddenly." Lan Qingyue rolled her eyes at him. She turned to hold Ajaya's arms and commented, "I feel that with Sister Ajaya's height and figure, she would definitely be the center of attention in a fashion show." "Yeah. Sister-in-law Ajaya's figure is really great. If only I had a figure as great as you." "What are you looking at?" At this moment, a furious voice came from behind them. "No matter how great my figure is, I'm just a toy. Aren't I pretty? Guys like you are creatures that will only think with your lower half." At this moment, the group could hear the voices of girls from behind their backs. Their voices were sharp and annoying. Wang Xian frowned slightly and turned around. There was a group of 5 behind them, of which 3 were girls while 2 were guys. Wang Xian could recognize one of the girls and one of the guys. They were some small stars within the country. To put it bluntly, there were stars without significant works or capabilities that had only become stars through marketing gimmicks. The other 2 girls were roughly 20 to 30 years old and were wearing branded clothes throughout. One was slightly plump while the other had the face of an internet celebrity. The slightly plump girl was unhappy with the guy beside her, who was staring at her. "I've just taken a glance. Not a second more," the guy said apologetically to the girl. "You are not allowed to take even a glance. If you dare to look at other vixens again, don't blame me for not being courteous." The slightly plump girl stared at the guy and spoke with a domineering front. All right. The guy nodded his head profusely, seemingly a little afraid of that plump girl. "TSK. You are the ugly one, and yet you still dare call others a vixen." Upon hearing the girl behind her, Xiaoyu looked over in contempt and blurted this out. With her brother around, there was nothing she was afraid of. If someone was insulting them, Xiaoyu would naturally retort, "What? Who are you calling ugly? Who are you talking about?" When the slightly plump girl heard Xiaoyu, the excess flesh on her face constricted as she stared harshly at Xiaoyu. "The ugly person would know. What are you getting so worked up for?" Xiaoyu smirked and replied plainly, "TSK. Some people might have a pretty face, but their hearts are black. No one knows how many men they have slept with. And don't be bothered by them." "That's right. Some girls might be pretty, but no one knows how dirty their bodies are." The other two girls beside the plump girl stared coldly at Xiaoyu and the girls while ridiculing them. "I have seen many pretty girls, especially in the entertainment circle. Those pretty girls will do anything to make their names known. Hee hee." The male star standing by the side said to the plump girl, "They don't even have a branded piece on them, and yet they dare to be here. They definitely are sugar babies. However, their sugar daddy is probably a poor fuck." The slightly plump lady looked at Xiaoyu and the girls, and jealousy gleamed in her eyes as she remarked ruthlessly, "You are. Ticket check. Please take out your ticket." Just as Xiaoyu and the girls were about to retort, they heard the voice of the employee ahead. They stopped and simply stared at the group. "Watch your words and don't bring yourself unnecessary troubles. You guys wouldn't be able to take it." Wang Xian stared emotionlessly at the group of 5 as he issued his warning. "Hee hee. Who do you think we are? We wouldn't be able to take it." The guy who was standing by the side with his arms on his waist and earrings in his ears stared at Wang Xian with contempt upon hearing him. "I'm sorry, ladies. These tickets are fake." At this moment, the voice of the employee sounded. What? Xiaoyu, Lan Qingyue and the girls were stunned and exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and a tinge of killing intent flashed across his eyes. He turned, ignoring the male star. He turned around and said, "We got these tickets from a reseller. I'm sorry, these are indeed fake tickets. Since you bought them from non-official channels, we won't be able to take responsibility for it." The young employee apologized upon hearing Wang Xian. "Haha, fake tickets. How interesting. Could it be that you couldn't afford the real tickets and made some fake tickets with the hope of getting in? That's a real possibility. Just take a look at the way they're dressed. It's within reason to think that they couldn't afford the tickets." Ridicule from the guys and girls sounded from behind them, annoying Wang Xian. The clothes on Xiaoyu, Lan Qingyue, and the girls were all level 12 spiritual equipment that he had refined. It was just that the style was similar to modern clothing. Without any labels, they were seen as cheap clothing in the eyes of others. How dare they lie to me? They must be tired of living. At the thought of the young man who had sold him the fake tickets, ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. "Get out of the way. Why are you still standing there? Don't delay our entrance." Once again, the voices of the girls and guys behind them sounded. "Huh? What happened? What's the matter?" The commotion at the entrance had instantly drawn the attention of the surrounding crowd. The truth was, some people had noticed this place when the quarrel started. "I think they bought some fake tickets." Fake tickets? Tickets can be verified directly. Why would there still be people falling for the fake tickets? The surrounding crowd discussed in shock. "That guy. He looks familiar." "Huh? He is. Gosh, it's him. It's really him. In that case, those girls with him." At this moment, some middle-aged and old men around him opened their eyes widely as astonishment was written all over their faces. There was a person whose name was known throughout the world. It was especially so since a month ago, in that catastrophe, All the families and sects in the country circulated a photo to warn all people not to court their own deaths. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to trouble the people in the photos to take action. Their families and sects would kill them personally. Following which, news of this incident had also reached all the rich and wealthy businessmen in the country. When this group of rich and wealthy businessmen heard the news, they almost wet their pants. Having 60% of the entire underworld wiped out was such a scary matter. Those affluent families and tycoons knew something about the underworld. Even though it might seem far to them, it was, in fact, not the case. In the face of those compelling martial artists, they had always been in reverence of them, not to mention those powerful ancient martial artist families. Yet, such a daunting underworld had 60% of its strength massacred by one man, massacring 60% of the martial artists and the ancestral sects of the underworld. What concept is this? This was the massive modern massacre. In this peaceful era, killing 1 or 2 people was the most heinous criminal. Then what about the one who dared to kill more than 10,000 people? Killing 1 is a sin, but killing thousands is overbearing. When those tycoons heard the news, they broke into a cold sweat and almost wet their pants. They were exclaiming that the underworld was such a scary place. Hence, they tried to obtain this person's information through various ties and channels. Dragon King of Dragon Sect. Those who had the resources had already gotten a picture of Dragon King to check out his look. They did it not out of curiosity but more for a precautionary measure. They could not afford to offend such a domineering existence, not even for the richest man in the country. No one could do anything even if he killed the top 10 moguls in the country. Not even the government could control such a person. Those who had the photo kept the face in mind so that they could avoid him at all costs if they ever encountered him. Yet, all of them present were not expecting they would meet Wang Xian in person on this very day, or even encounter such a drama. The Dragon King actually bought fake tickets? They could not help but pray for the fellow who had sold the tickets and secretly praise him for his boldness. That fellow who dared to cheat this man was definitely seeking his own doom. Apart from the ticket seller, they also took their hats off to several young people who had mocked the Dragon King and his girlfriends. They were deeply impressed by their ways of seeking quick death. Those who recognized Wang Xian had constant mixed expressions. One of the middle-aged men were looking even more dreadful. He was the director of Heavenly King Media, the famous bachelor and the boss of the largest media company in the country. As he fixed his eyes on the 5 young people, especially the guy with the earrings and the pretty girl, he almost wanted to faint. Darn! He could not help but curse as he felt like crying out. He remembered clearly the other time when a big shot from the underworld had called him, saying that one of his artistes had offended the Dragon King. Upon hearing the news, he almost jumped. Back then, the Dragon King was a colossus. Compared to the past, the Dragon King had grown even scarier, driving people to the wall. Why are those who offended Dragon King all from Heavenly King Media? Darn! Director Wang of Heavenly King Media was shaking in his boots. He was afraid that this brutal Dragon King would slaughter him straight away. Shit! With a mixed expression, Director Wang bit the bullet, dragging his stiff body over to Wang Xian. Dragon King! When Wang Xian wanted to teach the group of young people a lesson after hearing what they said, a sudden cry came from behind. Her? Wang Xian frowned and turned around, fixing his cold eyes on that middle-aged man. When both the celebrities saw the middle-aged man, they froze for a moment before standing up straight and calling out fervently, "Director Wang!" Director Wang ignored the 2 ignorant celebrities and forced a dreadful-looking smile on his face. Dragon King, I'm Xiao Wang from Heavenly King Media. As Director Wang spoke, he wiped away the film of cold sweat on his forehead. Our damn celebrities have offended you. I'll give you a satisfactory answer to this. Just leave it to me and I'll make sure you're happy with the outcome. Please do not mind those 2 useless beggars. What? The words that came from Director Wang struck the 2 celebrities dumb. Unbelievable looks surfaced on their faces. Their eyes widened when they saw their director lowering his body, humbling himself. Director Wang was the CEO of a company with a market value worth billions. Now it turned out, and he even said those kinds of words. Dragon King, I have 3 tickets over here. I hope you don't mind. Take them, and I'll get you another 3. Seeing that Wang Xian did not utter any words, Director Wang hurriedly handed over his admission tickets. "Hello, Dragon King." Just then, all the suited-up middle-aged men walked over with respect. Their voices were soft as they humbled themselves. All of them held tickets in their hands. "Dragon King, I have some admission tickets too. Going with the ladies." "Dragon King, I have some too. Here's for you." "Leave those 5 fellows to me. I'll take care of them." "Yes, leave it to us. Cease your anger, Dragon King." After Director Wang of Heavenly King Media walked over, those middle-aged men hesitated before they gritted their teeth and headed over with their tickets. They were not trying to befriend or curry favors, but rather, they did it out of awe and fear. Instinctively, they walked over with the admission tickets. They were not hoping Dragon King could remember them or asking for any advantages from him. It was purely out of reverence. At this time, the 5 young people behind Wang Xian were completely stunned. The director of Heavenly King Media, the largest media group within the country. The director of Donghao Group had a market value worth billions. The young master of the Lin Foundation, whose family's assets were worth hundreds of billions. The CEO of MoCube Technology Company in Modu with a net worth of over 10 billion. Each one of them was a renowned big shot, but now they were all walking over to that young man respectfully. All of them humbled themselves and handed over the tickets in their hands. Every big shot had at least 3 to 4 tickets, acting like they were some minions. What kind of people could strike reverence and fear into them? However, what they said shook the 5 young people. These several big shots said they were just some insignificant damn figures. Leave it to them. Their eyes dimmed. What kind of people did they offend or ridicule? "I just need 6 tickets and that will do. Thank you." Wang Xian extended his hand and thanked them. "Dragon King, take mine. I'll handle the 5 people. Plus mine, Dragon King. Take mine." The other middle-aged man and Director Wang hastened to pass the tickets over. "Well, thank you." Wang Xian nodded to the 2 middle-aged men. Director Wang and that middle-aged were so happy as though they were some elementary students being praised by their teacher. Puff puff. They are in. They are finally in. Who would have expected us to meet the Dragon King in this place? Seeing Wang Xian and the 5 girls enter, those middle-aged men standing outside wiped the cold sweat from their faces. From the beginning to the end, Wang Xian didn't speak on the matter. Nonetheless, this still brought immense pressure to them. The name of Dragon King had resounded throughout China after the incident a month ago. He was definitely an existence that no one could afford to offend in all of China. Even if it was just criticism, no one dared to. This was respect and fear built on violence. Director Wang turned around to look at the group of 5 and his attention fell on the 2 artistes under his company. At this very moment, the 5 of them stood in one corner, feeling horrified. That's right. They were horrified. It was as though they had just witnessed something terrifying. "Director Lin, leave the 5 of them to us." Director Wang looked at the few people around him, pulled a long face, and remarked, "Yeah, leave them to us. Make sure you handle this cleanly. We can't afford to draw the irk of that guy." "You don't have to kill them. Crippling them would be sufficient." Several other directors nodded their heads. The group of 5 had turned as pale as snow and despair filled their faces. "Director, we have learned our lesson. We have learned our lesson. Please let us go." "Director, we are artistes under your company." When that male star heard the conversation of Director Wang, his face was incomparably pale as he begged for mercy from the middle-aged man. "It isn't that I wouldn't want to let you off. It's that you guys have courted your own deaths. You have offended the only person that couldn't be offended in China. Yang Zhe was a good example. Who would have thought that you guys would court your own deaths? Don't blame me for being merciless." Director Wang stared emotionlessly at them. "What? Yang Zhe?" That male star was stunned and despair filled his face. Yang Zhe was also an artiste under Heavenly King Media. A few months ago, he was announced dead by the official channel of Heavenly King Media. At that time, the entire company was shocked. Initially, everyone thought he had really passed away. What they learned later was that he had offended some terrifying figure. The infuriated director announced he was dead right away and hid away from the public. Nothing was heard about him since then. Subsequently, they found out that Yang Zhe's family had declared bankruptcy were now beggars. No, He staggered back unconsciously and his eyes were dead. Both of you have offended the same person. However, as compared to the previous case, forget it. Regardless, your future is over. Director Wang didn't explain further. He looked at the few people around him and started calling up more people. Xiaoxian, I had not expected your name to be able to command such fear and respect. When they entered the show, Lan Qingyue smiled radiantly as she spoke to Wang Xian. She could recognize some of those middle-aged men. All of them were huge characters that could match her Lan family. As long as the 9 cauldron worlds have not descended into the world, no force is a match for ours in the country. They are naturally fearful of me. Wang Xian chuckled. After experiencing the cleansing of the underworld, he naturally knew his standing within the underworld and all of China. I wonder what changes the people from those worlds will bring to the country. Will there be chaos and riots? Sun Lingxiu pondered before asking. I don't know. However, each cauldron world has approximately 10 million people. All of them together will add at least 100 million to the population. There will probably be huge changes to China, said Wang Xian. Other than the huge population, almost everyone in the 9 cauldrons worlds practiced martial arts. At that time, the setting of the underworld would change completely. In fact, even the lands of the country would experience major changes. Besides that, the descent of the 9 cauldrons to the real world would bring about a terrifying impact. That was that the 9 cauldrons would stabilize and ensure the stability of the country. When the 9 cauldrons stabilized all of China, spiritual energy would be greatly increased. The land of China would gather spiritual qi from the entire earth. At that time, the entire earth would be affected. No one knew the changes this would bring to the other countries and regions. The future was filled with uncertainties. There was a high probability that a world of ancient martial arts would slowly descend into the world. Just as Wang Xian was thinking, the Victoria's Secret fashion show had started and beautiful models started their walk. Xiaoyu, Lan Qingwei, and the other girls pointed at the beautiful girls on stage while commenting. They were commenting on their clothing and they were extremely excited about it. Wang Xian chuckled and watched with excitement. The faces of Western girls can't be compared with Ajaya and the girls. Ajaya's figure is overwhelmingly better. In the aspect of facial features, Qingwei, Lingxiu, and the rest are miles ahead. After seeing a dozen-odd beautiful girls, Wang Xian's interest level declined. Ordinary people can't be compared with martial artists. It is especially so for a powerful martial artist like Ajaya. Fair and silky skin like a baby and the correct curves at the front and back. That feeling, hee. Leader, take a look around. Whoever catches your eyes, I'll send her to you tonight. At this moment, Wang Xian heard the voice of a middle-aged man from his side. There was a 50-odd-year-old man beside him. The old man was burly and felt like he was brimming with strength. Hee. The old man squinted his eyes and said, Those on the stage are beautiful, but those below the stage are even better. As the old man spoke, he turned his head around and faced Lan Qingyue and the girls. Oh! The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, chuckled sheepishly, and said, Leader, leave this to me. I'll definitely send them all to you tonight. MMM. The old man nodded his head while playing with his little beard before turning around and leaving with a vile look. With Qingyue, Lingxiu, and Ajaya's figures and looks, they are indeed magnets for trouble wherever they go. Wang Xian shook his head gradually. A blue and red light flashed across his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged and old men. Huh? Dan Realm experts? Wang Xian was taken aback. He squinted his eyes and sank into deep thought. His intentions of putting these 2 guys to rest had also dissipated gradually. Wang Xian didn't say a word and simply accompanied Xiaoyu, Lan Qingyue, and the girls till the end of the show. After the show, the 5 girls pulled Wang Xian along for supper energetically. Supper on the yacht was a unique attraction of the Glacier Coral Island. Each yacht wasn't large and could fit 7 to 8 people. At the same time, each yacht had all kinds of delicacies. The 5 girls wished to have supper out at sea. Thus, Wang Xian rented a small yacht and steered it towards the sea. There were many other yachts around them. Each yacht had several lanterns hanging around, making the scenery of the water's surface extremely beautiful. Wang Xian looked towards the shore and revealed a faint smile. You guys can have your dinner here in a while. I have something to handle. Wang Xian said to the 5 girls. Huh? Brother, what's the matter? Xiao Yu looked towards Wang Xian curiously. They must be from some forces of the disordered region. I need to settle some stuff. The night at Glacier Coral Island was beautiful. Wang Xian and the 5 girls were sitting on the yacht, enjoying the sea breeze and the delicacy. Life was relaxed for them. You girls go ahead. I'll be right back. At this time, Wang Xian stood up. All right, come back soon. Given Xiao Yu and Lan Qingyue's strength, they also sensed that someone who was up to no good was lurking around them. Wang Xian made a move and appeared on the beach. Dragon King, we have caught those people. They are from the Yaofeng wandering group and their hold-up area is here. Mo Qilong came to Wang Xian and reported to him under the dim light. Yaofeng wandering group? It looks like they must be the active wandering group in the disordered region. Wang Xian revealed a smile. Let's go to their base. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded and brought him to the center of the island. Several Dragonians around him carried 3 martial artists. Their eyes were wide open, filled with fear as they fixed their eyes on Wang Xian and Mo Qinglong. This is the place. Those 3 martial artists spoke in horror when they arrived at a luxurious manor on the island. Let's go in. Wang Xian did not hide. With a swift movement, they entered the manor directly. In the manor, there were unknown trees, swimming pools, and lawns. Everything looked delicate and exquisite. The entire estate was at least the size of 100 acres, which was incredibly huge. He swept around with his blue and red radiance before he walked to the center. Who's there? Who dares to barge in? Some of the martial artists cast their cold glances over at Wang Xian as soon as he walked into the manor. Bam! Before they could see any images, they were already attacked and collapsed on the ground. Too weak. Only those that are at least half-step to Dan realm are useful. They will consume a lot of elixir pills to enhance their strength if they are too weak. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and walked straight in. The group of people swaggered in boldly. Someone broke in. When he came to the central building, he heard a cold bellow. Without Wang Xian making any move, the Hadragonians already stunned them on the ground. Take control of the place. Mo Qinglong ordered the Dragonians. Who are you guys? Oh no, their strength is overpowering. Run. Ah! When Wang Xian came in, all of the people inside had already fallen to the ground. Wang Xian took a glance. The middle-aged man and the burly old man who they'd met at the show that night had already fallen on their knees in fear. Seeing Wang Xian's arrival, they were staring blankly at him. We met before, didn't we? Wang Xian looked at the 2 men with a smile on his face. He sat on the sofa as though some member of the mafia in the movie as he looked at the middle-aged and the old man. You. Both of them recognized Wang Xian and were startled. This was the young man who had sat beside them today. Never did they expect they'd be easily captured by him. Tell me more about the disordered region, said Wang Xian, looking at the duo with a beaming face. Who are you? The old man growled as he stared at Wang Xian in trepidation. Speak up. Wang Xian flicked his finger and a water sword stabbed the arm of that old man. Ah! The old man let out a shriek in horror. It was not only the physical pain that caused him to let out a scream, but it was also the terror that came from the strength of the young man. The fact that he was also a Dan realm expert, and yet he could not even see his moves and was injured in an instant. I don't have much patience. Wang Xian stared at the old man without any expression. I will speak. The old man's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he spoke. A total of 16 forces are active in the disordered region, and Yaofeng is one of them. The strongest one is the Devil Kid, an extremely strong faction in Asia. They have several budding realm experts, and the leader of the Devil Kid is known as the Lord of the Disordered Region. Next is Heavenly Spirits, who came from Japan. Their strength is also compelling. The old man quivered as he introduced them to Wang Xian one by one. Lord of the Disordered Region? Does the Disordered Region have a master? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked this of the old man with his curiosity piqued. No, there is an island in the middle of the disordered region where major various wandering groups trade. That area is controlled by Devil Kid and they maintain the order over there. Hence, the leader of Devil Kid proclaimed himself the lord of the disordered region and no one dared to retort. The old man answered quickly. Is that so? How strong is the Devil Kid? asked Wang Xian curiously. There are at least 5 budding realm experts and we don't know about the rest, the old man answered with cold sweat breaking out. How strong is Yao Feng then? Asked Wang Xian while staring at the old man. Not strong. In your eyes, we're probably ants to you. We have only 2 Dan realm experts, said the old man with trepidation. Do you have a map of the disordered region, a detailed one? Wang Xian stared at him. Yes, as long as you let me live. I will. You don't have the right to bargain. Stop testing my patience. Wang Xian stared at the old man impassively, swarming him with oppression. Yes, ahem, yes. The old man felt like the sky had fallen as he nodded in consternation. I'll get it for you. Wang Xian sank back in his chair, gazing at the red wine with some interest on his face. Oh, there is spiritual energy in it? Wang Xian poured a cup and was surprised by what he saw. This is the pure blood coral red wine. It's very precious. The middle-aged man answered his inquiry on the floor, looking fearful. Here. For you. Soon, the old man held a few sheets of paper and handed them over with respect. Wang Xian took it with eyes glistening with radiance. Let's go. Wang Xian took the sheets of paper and headed outside. When he was at the door, he halted. I wanted to take you in as my subordinate. Unfortunately, you harbored thoughts that you shouldn't have. What? The old man widened his eyes when he heard Wang Xian as an illusory sword penetrated his body instantly. This you. The old man's eyes were wide and round, filled with despair and disbelief. We have too few Dragonians in Dragon Sect. Recruiting men from the disordered region and wandering group is not a bad choice. Wang Xian recalled the records stated on the sheets of paper as he pondered. He wanted to boost the strength of the Dragon Palace and Dragon Sect greatly in the shortest possible time so as to cope with the upcoming change in the world. The wandering groups in the disordered region were just in line with his requirements. Are you done with your chores? When Wang Xian returned to the beach, Xiao Yu and the girls were still eating. Seeing Wang Xian approaching, they questioned him with smiles. Yeah, I have to head to the disordered region tomorrow. You girls can remain here and enjoy yourselves. Wang Xian sat down and spoke to them with a smile. All right, Xiao Xian. If there's anything you require our help with, you can just inform us. We aren't weak at all right now. Lan Qingyue replied to Wang Xian with a smile. All right, but I really don't need your help at this moment. Wang Xian chuckled. The girls were indeed not weak at the moment. Xiao Yu, Elder Fong, and Sun Lingxiu would be able to reach the budding realm soon. As for Lan Qingyue, she had reached the budding realm some time ago. The first Kuan she bred, Xiao Lan, had also reached level 12. The budding realm Xiao Lan had reached a size of over 70 meters. On Earth, it was definitely a terrifyingly huge creature. Moreover, based on what Lan Qingyue had told him, Xiao Lan would be able to reach level 13 within half a year. When Xiao Lan reached level 13, its size could reach 200 meters. Moreover, it would be able to fly in the sky. Its strength would definitely rank among the pinnacle among those in the same realm. Wang Xian accompanied them till 12 a.m. before the group headed back to the hotel. On the next day, Wang Xian led the group of Dragonians and steered towards the disordered region. As compared to other areas, the disordered region looked a little gloomier. It was especially so for the areas under the sea. Other areas might have seawater that was blue in color. However, the disordered region was much darker and had terrifying vibes being emitted from the bottom of the sea. Roving Sword, Roving Heavens, and the rest are a few hundred miles ahead of us. Wang Xian stood on the yacht and sensed the surroundings. He retrieved the map and instructed, head towards the disordered island straight ahead. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded his head, steered the yacht and moved towards the central location. Around them, several black mountain peaks extended out from the bottom of the sea. The peaks were rugged and looked extremely sharp. The further he proceeded, the more peaks he noticed that were extending out of the waters. One should note that the sea below them could reach a depth of over 3,000 meters. In other words, these protruding peaks were at least 3,000 meters tall. The deeper he moved, the more peaks he saw. In this place, it was impossible for large ships to move through. A mistake would result in the sinking of the entire ship. The grayish mist made the day resemble the night. The sun resembled the moon as it emitted dim light. Bam! Be careful. Suddenly Wang Xian felt a terrifying aura from the bottom of the sea. He was astonished and shouted to remind the group. Boom! At this moment, followed by a huge explosion, the front of the yacht exploded. A creepy creature extended its wings and charged towards them. Manta Ray, Level 10. Extractable Dragon Energy, 112,342. It's an inborn level marine creature. Seeing the Manta Ray charging towards him, Wang Xian was astonished. This level 10 Manta Ray was roughly 6 to 7 meters in size. Its entire body was pitch black and emitted dense devilish aura. It resembled a bat and had 2 fluid wings. At the edge of each wing was a razor-sharp bone spike. The Manta Ray had a horrifying mouthpart and teeth that resembled a fork that was protruding out of its mouth. It also had a black tail that was roughly 3 meters long. The Manta Ray jumped out of the water surface and charged towards them at a terrifying speed by flying. You must be courting death. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Mo Qinglong. He pulled back his arm and transformed his arm into a terrifying dragon claw before swinging it towards the Manta Ray. G. The Manta Ray cried out pitifully as it was caught. Huh? What a strong skeletal structure. Mo Qinglong was surprised. Flexing his arm, the Manta Ray was killed on the spot. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, more than a dozen additional Manta Rays flew out of the sea. They extended both of their wings and used their razor-sharp mouthparts and tails to attack Wang Xian and the Dragonians. Wang Xian waved his arm and the Manta Rays flew towards him. Bam! 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 The dozen-odd Manta Rays were killed right away and were put into Wang Xian's space ring. The disordered region is indeed something. While steering on the sea, we can even encounter terrifying marine creatures flying out from the sea. This area isn't a place where the weak could survive. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he stared into the water below him. Wherever there were strong marine creatures, they would likely have spiritual items around. Wang Xian leaped into the sky and dove right into the water. Huh? Level 11 Manta Ray. Just as he dived into the water, Wang Xian saw a level 11 Manta Ray right away. Its body was roughly 10 meters long and was emitting terrifying vibes. It flapped its wings while releasing streams of devilish aura. At this juncture, that Manta Ray was staring in the direction directly below him. It's not surprising now that the sea appears so dark. There are probably a large number of Manta Rays within the disordered region. Wang Xian reached forward and the water before him seemed to be held in his palms. Rumble. Water swords appeared out of thin air and shot towards the level 11 Manta Ray. With Wang Xian's current ability to manipulate water energy, killing creatures that were weaker than him was like a walk in the park. After putting the corpse of the Manta Ray into his space ring, Wang Xian dived deeper in. There was an underwater mountain below him. The mountain wasn't very tall, and Wang Xian saw a tuft of spiritual grass that emitted a blood-red glow in the middle of the mountain. Wang Xian squinted his eyes, dived down and appeared beside it in an instant. Pure blood coral. This is a tuft of pure blood coral. Wang Xian observed it in shock. This wasn't an ordinary coral or ordinary spiritual grass. The bottom of this pure blood coral was connected to various terrifying roots. There were countless mouthparts densely packed on these roots, making it look exceptionally grotesque. It had its own life. The pure blood coral was located in the middle of its 11 roots extension and was emitting vast energy. Is this the pure blood coral? It feeds on the fresh blood of living creatures to form the pure blood corals, while the living creatures can also greatly enhance their strength by devouring it. Tempt and be tempted. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. He waved his hands and a stream of water grabbed towards the pure blood coral. Swish, swish, swish. Those roots extensions with revolting mouthparts instantly surrounded the pure blood coral. Wang Xian waved his arm and 5 spiritual swords appeared around his hand before slashing those roots extensions. Wang Xian severed the roots extension and plucked out the pure blood coral with his hand. Dense energy was emitted in the instant. Pure blood coral, level 6. Extractable dragon energy, 18,621. It's still alive. Holding the pure blood coral in his hand, Wang Xian was astonished to find it still alive. Those roots extensions of the blood coral were still alive. Gradually, it grew palm-sized roots. This is If we don't remove the roots completely, it will continue to grow longer, hunt for living creatures to form new pure blood coral, and grow stronger. This is truly magical. Wang Xian was slightly impressed. Given some time, it would be able to form another pure blood coral with immense energy. In that case, there will definitely be lots of pure blood corals in this place. This is indeed a treasure ground. The contests of marine animals are just like the contests between humans. Wow! After he swam out from the bottom of the sea, Wang Xian noticed the yacht in ruin. A hole was found at the head of the yacht, but no water seeped in. Sailing with it was still possible. The ship from Century Ghost Group that we saw was made from level 7 materials. When there's a chance, I shall look for some material to build my own. Wang Xian pondered to himself as he looked ahead while the yacht continued to move on. Someone is here. After traveling for more than 10 kilometers, a ship appeared in their sight. The opposite ship was apparently traveling in the same direction as they were. This is interesting. I've realized this world is rather interesting. Haha. At this moment, 15 men stood on the deck of that boat. They looked into the distance, exhibiting pride on their faces from the bottom of their hearts. Out of the 10 men, the eldest was in his 40s while another 5 ladies looked like in their 30s. They spoke Mandarin, wearing peculiar clothing with long hair regardless of gender. Beside them stood 8 ladies looking frightful in their swimsuits. These 10-odd people exuded a faint demonic aura, which made them look devilish. Tisk, look at this babe. Even though her look is average, the way that she is dressed is rather common in the real world. Such a beautiful world. For the past 400 years, no one from the Xia Cauldron world entered the real world. For 100 years. I was almost bored to death in that little world. A middle-aged man wet his lips as he looked ahead with an evil charm. We must enjoy ourselves in this world these next few days. Despite the air over here being filthy, it's more exciting and interesting. A young man reached out his hand and hugged a babe in his arm, caressing the girl all over with excitement. After our world descends into the real world, we can enjoy ourselves again. Sect leader did not deplete so much of his energy just so that we could come out and have fun. A middle-aged man who stood in the middle said to them plainly, "Senior brother, aren't we doing serious business now? Currently, our strength in that world was too weak since all the resources were exhausted." A young man said with a smile. The Xia Cauldron world was, after all, too small. Even though this world is lacking in spiritual energy, there are many locations with hidden resources. Some of it was even better than our world. The middle-aged man in the center surveyed the surroundings as he spoke slowly. The ocean, indeed. Those creatures in the sea were already an incredible resource. We must get hold of more information on this world before other worlds descend into the real world. We should occupy some treasure grounds first. This place is comparable to our resources in Xia World a few thousand years ago. If we can take control of the disordered region, this will mark a great achievement for the Immortal sect. Since the remaining worlds have not descended, it'll be a piece of cake to control this place. Everyone revealed strong confidence with their lips curled slightly. One of them looked behind and said, "Senior brother, there's a ship behind us. Should we take them down first?" "Don't bother. Wait till it gets here and we'll take it down once and for all." The middle-aged man in the center swept a glance behind him and remarked coldly, "You're right. We don't have to waste our time on this." A young man chuckled as he sat in a chair leisurely and beckoned to the babes beside him. Wang Xian withdrew his gaze from that boat and looked ahead. Over there, the island slowly came into sight. It was like a ghost island within this pitch-black sea region. The yacht was moving fast. When Wang Xian arrived, he saw the ship that was ahead of him just now had already docked at the shore. More than a dozen ships surrounded that boat. Disordered island. Wang Xian looked ahead and spotted a gigantic boulder erected with a couple of letters on it. Beside the boulder stood 2 ferocious-looking middle-aged men, bearing their arms and staring at them with cold gazes. They must be the men from Devil Kid. Wang Xian jumped off from his boat while over 30 Dragonians and Mo Qinglong followed behind him. "You may enter, but don't make trouble. Otherwise, we'll kill you for sure." 2 middle-aged men from Devil Kid reminded the gang coldly at the entrance. Wang Xian nodded nonchalantly as he stalked straight in. The not-so-huge island spanned a radius of 5 kilometers with many places filled with rugged rocks. There were no trees on the island, which made it even bleaker. Conversations were heard from the island. Wang Xian walked along a road and saw luxurious houses at the end of the road. There were 5,000 people in the houses, and some of them were making trades. Men from Devil Kid were constantly patrolling around the area. Wang Xian went in with eyes flickering with blue and red radiance. He looked around the place where the trading was taking place. 48 half-step to Dan Realm experts, 15 Dan Realm experts, and only 2 budding Realm experts. Not bad for the disordered region. There are many experts over here. Given such a strength, it's compelling for international standards. Wang Xian quirked his lips. Taking in this group of people would significantly enhance the strength of Dragon Sect. At this moment, Wang Xian squinted his eyes as he stared at a group of 15 standing by the side. 15 people were standing there, looking ahead without any concern. They were surveying everyone with arrogance. 15 budding realm experts. 15 of them. Wang Xian was taken aback and surprised, as that strength was terrifying. All of them have long hair, even the guys. Their clothes look similar to those of Yongchang World. Wang Xian's eyes were beaming with radiance. Ancient clothes with long hair. Could it be? A tinge of seriousness welled in Wang Xian's eyes. Could it be that one of the 9 cauldron worlds had descended into the real world? What are they doing here? Wang Xian furrowed his brows, but soon he relaxed them. Regardless of whether they have descended into the real world, I should subdue this place first. Control the entire disordered region, and enhance the strength of Dragon Palace and Dragon Sect. Wang Xian drew his lips and walked forward, looking at each of the trading shops. Senior brother, there are only 2 budding realm experts here. When are we striking? A young man asked the senior brother in the center with a smile. Didn't a fellow say there will be several large wandering groups here for trading too? Let's wait until they are here. Be patient. In the past, all the forces had to bow down to us wherever we were near the various immortal sects. Back then, only the experts from Europe could match up against us. Now it's time for them to succumb to us. The middle-aged man looked around and commented plainly. All of them shall bow down to us. Wait till our master's arrival. Everyone has to surrender. Thinking back to the times when Wuxia was in its most glorious days, they had swept through vast lands easily. What had they relied on to subdue the masses within the 4 seas? Peerless experts and the powerful and prosperous immortal sects and army. When the 9 cauldrons stabilized the nation's fortune, all the tribes and dynasties within Asia had to pay pilgrimage to them. The underworld in the past was incomparably powerful and prosperous. It was only when experts from various immortal sects privatized the 9 cauldrons for their vested interests that the fortune of the nation started to dissipate, eventually leading to the decline of the nation. Although the times had changed, the malicious and immoral immortal sects beyond the region would definitely be extinguished. The 15 disciples from Xia Cauldron looked across the group of people with contempt. In their eyes, they were the only rulers. There's someone by the name of the Dragon King that has appeared in the underworld. Rumor has it that he's a demon-like talent and that he vanquished countless experts of the underworld. It's a shame that we aren't aware of his current location. A lady played with the mobile phone in her hands with great interest while speaking with a smile. If we happen to meet him, we can make him our subordinate and instruct him to do as we wish. Another young man standing by the side joked. This Dragon King is indeed a talent in the underworld. At this moment, the entire underworld sees him as their ruler. If we could subdue him, he would be greatly useful to us. That's completely pointless. Looking at the current underworld, I could have slaughtered all the martial artists in the underworld myself. He's just an ordinary man who has been enshrined as a legendary person. If we really encounter him, he would at most be at the budding realm. He might not even be a match for me. We wouldn't have much use for him. The group was conversing and commenting on the current underworld with a sense of superiority. Wang Xian glanced across the people before him before entering the trading grounds ahead of him. The entire trading grounds only had roughly 50 to 60 stalls. Besides these stalls, some people had laid their items on the ground for sale. Wang Xian looked around him and saw weapons, spiritual grass, the flesh of the underwater manta rays, and many other things with prices indicated clearly. These items would be really precious if brought to the underworld. However, they weren't of high value to Wang Xian. While Wang Xian led Mo Qinglong and the rest around each store, the surrounding people were also observing the group. Some of them squinted their eyes and light flashed across their eyes. No one knew what they were thinking about. The Lord of the disordered region is here. The people from heavenly spirits are here too. The leaders and heads of various prominent wandering groups are here. I wonder what kinds of treasures there are this time. At this moment, raucous discussions could be heard from the surroundings. Wang Xian turned around and looked to the entrance. Various martial artists emitting brutal and powerful aura were walking in his direction without any emotions on their faces. The first group of roughly 30 people had a myriad of tattoos on their faces, making them look exceptionally hideous and frightening. Among the group of 30 people, there were a dozen-odd inborn-level experts. They were led by an old man with a tattoo of a devil on his face. Budding realm expert. Several emaciated dwarves followed closely behind. Although they were at most 70 to 80 centimeters tall, the aura emanating from them made it impossible for anyone to belittle them. All of them were carrying black truncheons or black samurai swords. Among them, 2 of them were carrying a cage covered in black cloth. No one could tell what was inside it. Behind this group, various experts from various groups were also entering the trading grounds. The groups of people could be easily differentiated. Judging from the auras they were emanating, none of them would be pushovers. Quite a number of people are here today. The old man with a devil tattoo on his face looked eerily across everyone around him. When he saw the foreign faces of Wang Xian and his group, he commented plainly, "Get the trade started as soon as possible. I, your mother, still have things to handle." Just as the old man finished his words, a rather plump lady with a pitch-black poisonous snake in her hands remarked impatiently. The moment she completed her remarks, she waved her arm and the boxes in the hands of the middle-aged men behind her opened directly. Pure blood corals, cubs of manta rays, the blood of inborn experts. Is there anyone who wishes to make a trade? We are looking to exchange these for treasures and spiritual stones. Hee. Decisive. Buying pure blood corals and teeth of a Dan realm manta ray with spiritual stones. Devil's blood pill. 3 pieces of spiritual equipment. Various wandering groups took out their treasures and laid them out on the ground. Those who were around started moving towards the stall gradually with their eyes fixed fervently on various treasures. Although the items available for trade are great, they are similar to the past. Our heavenly spirits has brought something great today. An emaciated old dwarf looked across the crowd like a sinister snake. He smiled creepily before continuing, "Let's start the trade with what I have." Swish. As he spoke, he waved his arm and sent the cage behind him onto a platform in the center. "If it isn't something great, don't waste our time," the old man with a devil tattoo on his face remarked plainly. Hee. You will know once you see it." The old dwarf moved his arm and the black cloth was flipped aside, revealing the contents of the cage. "Huh? This is?" The surrounding crowd was astonished and had their eyes locked intensely on the creature in the cage. "Is this a merman?" An old man with a strange outfit exclaimed in surprise after seeing what was in the cage. "That's right. This is a merman we caught alive by chance," the dwarf answered with a smile. "A merman? This isn't even a beautiful mermaid. What's the use of getting it?" A middle-aged man asked with contempt. "Its skin is a great treasure. While wearing it, one can swim freely under the water. Why don't you tell us what use it would have?" Hee. The dwarf stared at the middle-aged man and answered in a creepy tone. "Huh?" The explanation from the old dwarf instantly aroused the interest of the crowd. Even level 10 spiritual equipment wouldn't allow them to swim freely under the water. "What are you looking to exchange it for?" the plump lady who spoke at the beginning asked with her eyes beaming with excitement. "Blood. The fresh blood of manta rays or inborn experts." The old dwarf licked his lips as he spoke. Merman Wang Xian, who had just been standing by the side as a spectator, was astonished to see the items being put up for trade in the center of the trading grounds. A merman was a marine creature that had existed in the myths. He had not expected that he'd encounter one in this place today. However, the surrounding crowd didn't seem to be as surprised. It would appear that they had seen countless other strange and unique creatures from the sea. "We are taking this merman." At this moment, a voice reverberated throughout the crowd. A dozen odd people entered the trading grounds. The surrounding crowd stared harshly at them as they squeezed past them forcefully. However, members of various wandering groups paled upon sensing the terrifying auras being emitted by the two young men standing at the edge of the group. They instantly moved aside and opened up a path. What an unexpected encounter! I would have never expected myself to find a merman today. Moreover, it's a merman who has not awakened. This is really uncommon. The old man in the middle of this group stared fervently at the merman on the center stage with his eyes beaming with excitement. "Senior brother, this merman is like the leader of the peculiar marine creatures. After awakening, it might be a peerless talent mermaid that could control water current. That's right. This foreign creature exists only in the vast ocean and was recorded as the spiritual beast. It's my first time seeing this. Haha. Guess our luck is good." The middle-aged man stared fervently at the merman and chuckled. "If we gave it good training, it would be a huge support to us. Unfortunately, none of us practice water-attributed skills." Her. The surrounding crowd that overheard their conversations revealed a surprised look. Upon hearing what they said, the old dwarf's eyes twinkled as he squinted and looked at them. "How much blood are you exchanging it for?" "Idiot." The plump lady beside swept at the group of 15. "You raised the price on your own. What a fool." "Bro, we Raging Sea Wandering Group practice water-attributed skills. This creature seems to have more affinity with us. I wonder what's so special about this merman." An old man holding onto a long sword asked with a beaming face while a water snake was coiling itself on his long sword. The middle-aged man slowly cast his gaze on the plump lady. With a broad smile, he stared at the merman in the middle. "A merman is priceless to water practitioners. But I want it." "How much blood do you want?" the middle-aged man asked the old dwarf plainly. "Dumbass. What a fool to say this. Isn't this giving a chance to heavenly spirits for them to quote any high price they want? Which wandering group does this bunch of people belong to? I have never seen them before. Newcomers, perhaps. But given this intelligence, they can't live for long." Upon hearing what the middle-aged man said, everyone was watching with scornful looks. "Such a creature is, of course, priceless. I want the fresh blood of 50 inborn level creatures or 5 Dan realm or a budding realm expert." "Ha ha." The old dwarf laughed out loud at the middle-aged man's words. "Heavenly spirits, you really dare to quote such a high price?" The old person with the long sword spoke with a darkened expression when he heard what the old dwarf said. "Ha ha. It's a divine creature. Of course, the value is relatively higher." The old dwarf looked at the middle-aged man and asked him passively, "If you can afford it, we can deal immediately." "No problem." The middle-aged man nodded with an unconcerned look. His words brightened the mood of the old dwarf, who was still slightly upset for quoting the low price. Everyone just looked at the middle-aged man with astonishment. "A budding realm expert is sufficient?" a young man beside the middle-aged man murmured. As soon as his voice stopped, he vanished into thin air. Ah! Just then, a horrifying scream that lasted for 1 second was heard before it came to an abrupt end. "Budding realm blood. For you." While all the surrounding martial artists of the wandering groups were watching, that young man lifted the head of that plump woman and tossed it to the old dwarf. "You!" Bam! 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 All the people staggered back in trepidation as they fixed their eyes on the 15 men with a mixed expression. "Hey! What are you trying to do?" The old dwarf glared at the gang with vigilance and fear. "Who are you people? How dare you create trouble on the disordered island?" The old man who had a tattooed face held out his weapon and stared at the middle-aged man with wariness. All the surrounding experts of the wandering groups fixed their cold gazes at the group, exuding daunting aura from their bodies. There was solemnness in their eyes. That plump lady who had spoken just now was a strong budding realm expert. Her strength was not weaker than the leader of Devil Kid. Yet she was beheaded in a split second. There were 8 budding realm experts on the spot. Ha ha! The middle-aged man let out a clap of hysterical laughter. "What are we trying to do? We are here to subdue all of you. Be honored that you can be recruited under devil-sealing Immortal sect. TSK. Surrender to us now. The young man who just struck was looking thrilled. As he swept his gaze around all the people, domineering demonic aura rose from his body. Surrender. Get down on your knees. Two young men exclaimed together with their demonic aura surging frantically. Subsequently, the demonic aura rushed to the air, looming over the entire area with their demonic oppression. The domineering oppression coagulated to form many devil's doors, with one exceptionally huge one in the air. On those devil's doors were huge malevolent demon patterns. The area with a radius of a few kilometers was cordoned off by the demonic aura. What? In the face of such sudden change, all the wandering groups were shivering in their boots. What compelling strength! There are 15 budding realm experts. The leader of Devil Kid, known as the Lord of the Disordered Region, was slightly trembling with the weapon in his hand. When that young man beheaded the Snake Lady in an instant, he was already taken aback by surprise. She was a budding realm expert. Killing her without a moment of pause despite it being a surprise strike already indicated the domineering skill of the young man. However, the remaining 14 were equally daunting. Bang, bang, bang. Those martial artists who were below the Dan realm had a drastic change in their expressions. Their bodies seemed to be being suppressed by mountains. All of them gritted their teeth as they knelt down with eyes full of consternation. You have 10 seconds. If you do not kneel and surrender, you'll suffer the same consequences as that plump lady. Of course, you guys can also challenge us, said the middle-aged man with a broad smile as he walked to the center and lifted his chin to look at all the people. Gulp! All the wandering groups were aghast as they looked around with fear. Who are you people? The leader of Devil Kid asked, quivering slightly. You have no right to ask me. The middle-aged man smiled as he stared at Devil Kid. 5 more seconds. As he spoke, he overlooked all the people. Ka. At this time, the devil's doors slowly opened with a ferocious demonic shadow coagulating into black spears. What kind of attack is this? How terrifying! The old dwarf from Heavenly Spirits was aghast as he sensed the ferocity in the air. His body trembled as he slowly went down on his knees. Bam! Upon seeing their leader kneeling down, the rest of the members from Heavenly Spirits followed suit. The demonic oppression was unstoppable. Bam! 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 Since the leader of Heavenly Spirits knelt down, the leader of Devil Kid went down on his knees, looking dreadful. These 15 daunting budding realm experts were not people who they could go against. The remaining leaders of the wandering groups all fell on their knees with quivering bodies. The demonic oppression was unstoppable. Hee. Watching them falling on their knees, one by one, the middle-aged man revealed a faint smile. Eventually, he looked at the 30-odd people who were standing by the side. There are really people who aren't afraid of death. This is great. I can use all of your blood to nurture the merman. There are really people who aren't afraid of death. This is great. I can use all of your blood to nurture the merman, said the middle-aged man. He wore a sinister smile, lifted his arm gradually and repositioned the terrifying black spears in the sky. Wang Xian lifted his head and stared at the middle-aged man and the 14 people that accompanied him. He asked in an emotionless tone, 9 cauldron worlds? Which world are you guys from? The middle-aged man who was raising his arm stiffened. He stared at Wang Xian and surprise gleamed in his eyes. Who are you? The middle-aged man lowered his arm gradually while observing Wang Xian and the group of Dragonians behind him. I'm the Dragon King from the Dragon Sect. Wang Xian answered the middle-aged man before questioning him again. May I ask which world you guys are from? How did you know about the 9 cauldron worlds? The middle-aged man didn't answer Wang Xian once again. Instead, he looked at Wang Xian with amusement and continued, Dragon King? I heard about you some time ago. You are pretty good. Huh? Seeing the middle-aged man wasn't answering him and acting haughtily, Wang Xian found it hilarious. So you are the Dragon King. You are indeed as young as the rumors claimed. You even have over 30 Dan Realm experts as subordinates. That isn't too shabby. Around him, the remaining dozen-odd experts of the devil-sealing Immortal sect were observing Wang Xian and were a little surprised by the strength he possessed. "You are pretty strong. It would appear that I have underestimated you. Surrender to us, and we won't be stingy with our rewards to you. Once our devil-sealing immortal sect of the Xia Cauldron descends into the real world." A middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian, nodded his head with satisfaction, and commented, "What kind of rewards?" Wang Xian looked at them with interest while the corner of his lips curved up slightly. "Since you know that the 9 cauldron worlds will be descending into the real world soon, you would have expected a major contest soon. Do you think you could rely on your own strength to gain a foothold in the near future? Only by surrendering to us would you gain the qualification to live on. Otherwise, you are just like a mud skipper in a small pond of mud in our eyes, let alone being called the Dragon King." The middle-aged man standing in the middle of the group stared at Wang Xian and continued his mockeries. "Become the subordinate of our devil-sealing immortal sect and you will at least have a backing. You guys are truly interesting." Upon hearing the middle-aged man, Wang Xian's face was filled with contempt. "Xia Cauldron World? Devil-sealing immortal sect? Ordering me to submit to you and be your subordinates? You guys are truly daring to dream. Hee senior brother. It seems like this brat is indignant to the suggestion. Let's just kill him directly." A young man was staring at Wang Xian and unhappy about how Wang Xian had reacted as he spoke up with discontent. If he has 30 Dan Ream experts as subordinates, he must at least be at the budding realm. Coupled with his status in the underworld, he's a little more useful than the rest. "Let's keep him alive," a lady suggested in an emotionless tone. "He doesn't know where he stands. Let me teach him an unforgettable lesson first," a young man remarked with a smile as a dagger appeared in his hand suddenly. He moved and a shadow flashed across instantly. That incomparable and terrifying speed was on display once again. Moments ago, the young man had beheaded the plump lady with his astonishing speed. One could easily tell how fast the group was. The middle-aged man in the middle did not attempt to stop the young man despite seeing him striking. Instead, he simply remarked, "Just teach him a lesson and don't go too far." "Ha. All right, senior brother." The voices came from different directions. Looking at the young man who was charging towards him, deep contempt flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. "Oh!" Black light shot out from the young man's eyes and devilish shadows appeared all around Wang Xian. Weapons from all directions were launched towards him. However, the young man's body stiffened after seeing his dagger plunge into Wang Xian's body. With the dagger still in Wang Xian's body, streams of water flowed out from the wound. "All of you kneel down now and surrender." At this moment, Wang Xian's chilling voice reverberated across. Soon after, to the astonishment of everyone in devil-sealing immortal sect, the head of the young man flew towards them. Bam bam! The human head fell beside the middle-aged man standing in the middle, rolled ahead and caused knocking sounds. "Junior brother May." The middle-aged man was astonished and shouted loudly. Rumble. At this moment, fear-inducing sounds of water flowing resounded. Wang. Soon after, to the horror of the group, they noticed that the sky had completely changed. The blue water streams were able to destroy the devilish auras that were surrounding them. The gigantic and terrifying devil's doors started cracking and the entire sky was dyed blue. Terrifying water swords formed in the sky, emitting spine-chilling penetrative force. What kind of terrifying existence have we encountered? At this moment, the crowd from the disordered region who had gone down on their knees were shivering in fear. What kind of terrifying existence had they encountered? They wouldn't be a match for any of the 15 people. And yet, there was someone even more terrifying here who suppressed the group of 15 alone. Listening to their conversation, they felt that this world seemed to have changed. The disordered region was a relatively more well-known place in Asia. Even the denominations in the international stage wouldn't dare to interfere recklessly. The truth was that those in the disordered region were all people who weren't concerned about life and death anymore. They were people who had offended the denominations, terrified groups, or found it hard to survive in other places. Even budding realm experts who were the leaders of these wandering groups were no exceptions. Otherwise, no one would willingly be in this terrifying sea region. Although they could get precious treasures, this place was the sea after all and belonged to the marine creatures in the sea. Incidents where even budding realm experts died weren't completely an exception. If these budding realm experts were to return to normal society, they would enjoy endless wealth. When placed in denominations, they would also be one of the most elite existences. Considering the current environment, the formation of wandering groups by experts who were more extreme was generally fostered. The wandering groups were referred to as wandering dogs by the denominations and other major forces worldwide to show how crazy they could be. And now, the wandering groups of the disordered region, which were known throughout the world, were wanted by two groups of people to be their subordinates. While undoubtedly feeling anger, they were more frightened. The strength that these people had demonstrated was simply too strong. Their strength had even instilled fear into these maniacs. What? The remaining 14 experts were shocked to see their devilish auras and devil's doors shattered by the terrifying streams of water. I'll give you 10 seconds to go on your knees or you will end up like him. Wang Xian took several steps forward and faced them with a gentle smile. You? Impossible. How can you possibly be so strong? How can this be? The group from Devil Sealing Immortal sect was shivering in fear. They lifted their heads and saw a clear blue sky that was shrouded in water and the countless terrifying water swords. Their pupils constricted unconsciously. You have 5 more seconds. Wang Xian smiled faintly, creating a strong contrast with the exceptional bitter faces of the group from Devil Sealing Immortal sect. At the same time, they felt indescribable fear as they stared at Wang Xian. It was just like moments ago when they'd put on the same front with the same might while ordering all the wandering groups to get on their knees. It was just that they were now on the receiving end, on their knees and surrendering. The people from the Devil Sealing Immortal sect had a drastic mixed expression as they fixed their eyes hard on Wang Xian. He had asked them, the people from Xia Cauldron, to kneel. The feeling and humiliation of asking them to kneel seemed like they were some beggars or slaves. They had come to this real world, and they had been overlooking the people in this world just like ants. Now the ant who they had always regarded as such was asking them to kneel. Prideful as they were, they found it hard to accept it. Sensing the frightful water energy around them, the middle-aged man in the center bellowed at Wang Xian with fear in his eyes. Your half-step to immortal or? Ants, your time is up. Wang Xian looked at the 14 people who were altering their facial expressions. With coldness flashing in Wang Xian's eyes, he placed his palms together while the water swords in the air whizzed downward. How dare you? We're the disciples of Devil Sealing Immortal sect. If you dare to kill us, our immortal sect will not let you off when the Xia Cauldron descends into the real world. The immortal experts will be after you. Trepidation flashed in a young man's eyes as he exclaimed loudly in a harsh tone. Don't think too highly of yourself. You guys aren't immortals. Wang Xian swept a cold gaze at that young man while the daunting water swords in the air exploded into endless streams of water swords sweeping into their faces. Kill! The middle-aged man was horrified as he let out a loud roar. I'll make you kneel today. A hint of contempt flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. With a thought, 5 level 12 spiritual swords appeared around them, slashing at the group right away. Given Wang Xian's current strength, killing a budding realm was effortless even in his humanoid state. 5 spiritual swords that were exuding immense water energy struck at them along with those endless water swords besieging them. Ah, no! As the spiritual swords whizzed over, a middle-aged lowered his head in fear. Their legs were already separated from their bodies at this moment. No, I surrender. I will kneel. Sensing the pain from his left leg, the middle-aged man looked down with horror in his eyes as he fell to his knees. His strength was unstoppable. They didn't have the slightest ability to resist it. This struck a deep sense of defeat and fear into them. How could there be such a domineering person in this real world? Everyone was bitter when they thought of the evaluation they'd made of the Dragon King of the Underworld. I surrender. I surrender. One by one, the experts from Devil Sealing Immortal sect knelt in consternation as they shouted. That's right. What were you waiting for? Wang Xian scorned them nonchalantly before he looked over to the wandering groups. How about you guys? Needless to say, we surrender. We surrender. The leaders of the wandering groups hurriedly exclaimed at the top of their lungs. They had already submitted themselves to the 15 daunting experts just now. Why would they not surrender now? Get them to explain the situation in Xia Cauldron world. Also, the battle techniques they are cultivating and the application of the demonic aura. These will be of great use to you guys. Wang Xian spoke to Mo Qinglong behind him. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded as he headed slowly to the experts of Devil-Sealing Immortal sect, staring at them over their heads. As though God had descended to the world, they were shaking and were left with only despair when they saw Wang Xian. Speak up, Mo Qinglong commanded them coldly. Looking at Mo Qinglong, the group of people clenched their fists while the middle-aged man in the center began his account with a dreadful look. Wang Xian peered over and walked toward the merman. Merman. Level 9. A merman at level 9 is far too weak. Wang Xian sized up the merman. It was no different from human body size and somewhat took the shape of a human. It was wrapped in a skin that was grim-looking. What do you mean by the awakening of the merman? Wang Xian asked this plainly while his voice was ringing in the ears of the people from Devil-Sealing Immortal sect. They took a deep breath with a serious look. We're not sure of the specifics, but according to records, mermen are rather mystical creatures in the ocean. They are ugly and weak before they are awakened. After they awake, they possess striking appearances and great talents. A middle-aged man explained it to Wang Xian with a sullen face. Oh? How do we wake them up? Asked Wang Xian curiously. Feed it spiritual grass and flesh. The more well-fed they are, the stronger they will become after awakening. In addition, they will have intelligence and their own inheritance. The middle-aged man continued to answer. I see. Wang Xian nodded gently and turned to the wandering groups. Those who are half-step to Dan realm and above, get over here. Yes, sir. The group of the wandering group's experts quivered before they stood up and humbled themselves before Wang Xian. 8 budding realm, 23 Dan realm, and 50 half-step to Dan realm experts. This is just right to boost the strength of Dragon Sect. Wang Xian exhibited a satisfied look. He waved his palm, and drops of blood essence appeared on it. Take this and do not resist. Otherwise, you're dead. As Wang Xian spoke emotionlessly, the drops of blood essence hovered over to them. Yes. Upon seeing the golden drops of blood essence, the experts of the wandering groups were having different thoughts. They knew that the outcome would be disastrous if they did not resist it. However, if they did, they would die. They might be maniacs, but none of them wanted to die. Back then, no other denominations could have me controlled. Radiance flickered in one of the leader's eyes as he absorbed the blood essence. Buzz. When the blood essence entered their minds, a scary thought was formed inside them. Their eyes were surging with a hysterical look, staring at Wang Xian passionately. Greetings to the Dragon King. They yelled with 81 wandering groups experts kneeling uniformly before Wang Xian, like passionate believers. The group of Devil-Sealing Immortal sect disciples turned around in disbelief as they stared at the fanatic wandering groups. They are being controlled. What kind of means is this to control their minds? The middle-aged man murmured with shock as he looked aghast. Are you going to control us too? The middle-aged man was shocked as he shuddered. They came to this world only to become slaves to someone else in the end. They were not even subordinates, but slaves with no minds of their own. All the surrounding members were horrified by what they saw. They lowered their heads in trepidation. Dragon King, we got all the information. About 10 minutes later, Mo Qinglong came to Wang Xian and reported. Okay, since we got what we wanted, then just... Wang Xian looked at those Devil-Sealing Immortal sect people. Are you going to control us too? The experts from Devil-Sealing Immortal sect were terrified. Just kill them all, said Wang Xian indifferently. In that case, you guys can die now. The instant Wang Xian completed his words, the surrounding seawater contracted at a terrifying speed. What? The group from the Devil-Sealing Immortal sect was stunned and fear could be seen on their faces. You went back on your word. The middle-aged man in the middle was furious and roared loudly. Wang Xian stared at them but didn't say a word. The next instant, the surrounding seawater struck towards the group of 14. No! They desperately thought of running, but the seawater was like a swamp and emitted an insanely high temperature. Arg! Blood-curdling cries reverberated and Wang Xian stood by the side silently while watching them. Sigh. It looks like it will be an era of competition in the near future. Even if the era might not be chaotic, the world won't be as peaceful as before. Wang Xian looked at their corpses and heaved a long sigh. high and mighty as though they were immortals looking down on the entire world. This was the attitude that was displayed by the people from the 9 cauldron worlds and the exemplification of the pride and arrogance from their core. In their worlds, they wouldn't have to follow laws and regulations. Everything was dictated by strength. When facing people from other 9 cauldron worlds, these people might be a little more courteous. However, if they were facing people from the real world, they would definitely have a sense of superiority. Take these dozen-odd people as an example. Despite facing experts of the same realm, they still acted haughtily. It was as though they thought they were immortals from the heavens looking down on the mortals. This mentality would definitely be a huge blow to all people living in the real world. In fact, for most people living in the real world, the descent of the 9 cauldron worlds might not be a great thing. As he was the strongest expert and leader of the most powerful dragon sect in the underworld, there might be people thinking of subduing him to display their might and strength when the 9 cauldron worlds descended. Some might even kill him to lift their standing and reputation. If you dare to look down on me and take a high stand, I'll bury you 3 inches below ground. A light flickered across Wang Xian's eyes as he glanced across the corpses. He waved his arm and several screens of water veil surrounded these corpses. In an instant, those corpses had turned into a ball of blood-red essence with immense energy. However, such energy was incomparably violent and hard to digest. Wang Xian threw it towards the merman. The merman lifted its head and stared at him without any traces of emotions. Those were eyes that belonged to a wild beast. Wang Xian turned around and looked at the members from the various wandering groups. Under his supervision, the surrounding 4,000 to 5,000 members of the various wandering groups could feel perspiration covering their foreheads as fear gripped them tightly. They were now awaiting Wang Xian's judgment. Kill them. Wang Xian wasn't going to be compassionate to them at all. The hands of this group of people had all been tainted with fresh blood. Recalling his encounter with the Century Ghost previously, Wang Xian did not have the slightest good impression of them. If he didn't require manpower, Wang Xian wouldn't have considered accepting wandering groups from the disordered region as his subordinates. Dragon King, I would suggest using them for breeding pure blood corals. With so many of them, we should be able to breed a large number of pure blood corals. The leader of Devil Kid suggested to Wang Xian. All right, deal with them as you suggest. Wang Xian nodded his head plainly and looked across the newly accepted Dragonians. Evildoers. This group of people could be considered as those who had committed the most heinous crimes. After consuming the essence blood, they would follow his instructions to the fullest. They would also see Wang Xian as the absolute ruler. However, their initial beliefs and way of doing things wouldn't change. Mo Qilong and the Dragonians previously weren't great people. However, when compared to the group of people before him, Mo Qilong and the Dragonians previously were definitely kind. Using evildoers would be like using a cursed sword. I should be able to use them to slay other evildoers. Wang Xian chuckled and wasn't too concerned about their past actions. With him around, this group of people wouldn't be able to come up with tricks. Leader. No. No. Don't. Around them, the crowd of members from the various wandering groups begged for mercy from their leaders. Hee. You guys should be grateful that your death will bring some value to the Dragon King. It's totally worth it. One of the leaders of the wandering groups grinned as bloodlust could be seen from his face. Members of the wandering groups weren't bonded by blood whatsoever. Even without Wang Xian, they wouldn't feel any sorrow if their subordinates died. Old Mo, tell me about the situation of Xia Cauldron World. When I'm not around in the future, I'll leave this group of people under your supervision. Wang Xian looked across them before instructing Mo Qinglong. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded his head and continued. Dragon King, the Xia Cauldron is located at the Ping Chuan mountain range and spans approximately 1,000 miles. There are 2 immortal sects in the Xia Cauldron world. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire island shook violently. From several tens of kilometers away, a terrifying aura shrouded over. Flashes of gold and black light appeared across the sky, making the entire disordered region seem to be in the center of an apocalypse. Shit! Dragon King, the Manta Ray King of the disordered region, is currently fighting with another terrifying existence. Seeing the terrifying scene from afar, the leader of Devil Kid was filled with horror as he spoke to Wang Xian. King! Wang Xian turned around instantly and his expression turned solemn as he looked into the distance. Manta Ray King is an immortal class creature. It is the strongest existence in the entire disordered region. In the past, I offended an immortal and he chased me to this place. In the end, he incurred the fury of that terrifying Manta Ray King. It has a body that is over 30 meters long. Its pitch-black body is covered in terrifying-looking scales. At that time, that immortal escaped in a hurry after exchanging a dozen moves with the Manta Ray King. It can fly in the sky and swim underwater. When it emerges from the seas, the devilish aura masks the sky and no light can reach the area within a radius of several dozens of miles around it. Old Dwarf Man explained to Wang Xian while looking flabbergasted. It is also because there is an immortal class creature in the disordered region that deterred many elite experts from various denominations from entering. If we had the choice, we wouldn't want to be here either, an old man said, looking into the distance. The Manta Ray King is the true lord of the disordered region, the leader of Devil Kid explained. You guys shall stay here while I go take a look. Feeling the intensity of the battle in that direction, Wang Xian moved towards it at an incredible speed. Be careful, Dragon King, the newly joined Dragonians reminded. Just relax. Mo Qinglong looked at them and commented plainly. The one fighting with the Manta Ray King was Roving Sword. If there was an immortal class creature in this place, there should be many budding realm class Manta Ray. Roving Heavens and the remaining Dragon Palace members have likely run into some trouble. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and a red and blue light flickered. He dived into the water and executed instant shift immediately. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying figure emerged from the sea. It was entirely black and was over 30 meters long. It resembled the terrifying creatures that only existed in ancient times. When it emerged from the seas, the color of the sky changed and the area within a radius of 20 to 30 miles was shrouded in the devilish aura. This is what is truly meant by covering the skies with devilish aura. Dang dang dang. Suddenly, a blinding golden light emerged from the seas. The golden light transformed into a sword and split the devilish aura that covered the entire sky. GGG. GGG. A scary buzz came from the sky. A manta ray of more than 30 meters was flapping just like a bat flapping its wings in the air. Its teeth were 5 meters long as though bones were piercing outward when the mouth was open. Along with its cry, clouds of scary demonic aura coagulated into smaller manta ray images of 4 meters in size. The demonic shadow struck at the sharp golden swords. Boom boom. The manta ray demonic phantoms collided with the golden sword shadows, giving off a huge explosion. Black and golden colors exploded like daunting fireworks. Whoosh! At this instance, rays of golden beams darted out from the sea as though some terrifying things were rising out from it while the seawater spread out on its own. Roving Sword stood on the long sword that was glowing in golden radiance. He was staring at the Manta Ray King that was oozing with demonic aura in the air. Get out of our region! The Manta Ray King suspended itself in the air as it stared at Roving Sword with its pitch-black eyes, spewing rings of ripples. The ripple waves were like a transmission on a spiritual level as the voice traveled out to a radius of over 10 kilometers. All the living creatures could understand, as though its words could enter into the mind of every living being. We came from the Dragon Palace. If you submit to us and join us, we can spare your life. Roving Sword stared at the Manta Ray King and spoke with a cold face. What Dragon Palace? Get out of this water region or else die. The Manta Ray King flapped its vast wings, shrouding Roving Sword with a domineering demonic aura. At the same time, its body looked like a fighter plane, whizzing in at Roving Sword. Swords rule the world. I'm the supreme. Seeing Manta Ray King going for a strike, Roving Sword jerked himself back, releasing daunting metallic energy and blocking the shrouding demonic aura. Millions of golden longswords appeared in the void, aiming straight at Manta Ray King. ZZ. Manta Ray King suddenly retracted its wings while the sharp teeth in its gigantic head went for a bite of Roving Sword's head. Spaceless blade. Seeing that no swords left any trace on its wings, Roving Sword raised his arm and brought it down. All the golden radiance came together at rapid speed, forming a 100-meter-long sword pointing at Manta Ray King. Bang, bang, bang. Behind Manta Ray King was a black tail that extended to a length of over 10 meters like a devilish whip sweeping in at Roving Sword. Sword defense. There was a change in Roving Sword's expression. The surrounding golden swords were spinning at a rapid speed, forming a wall of sword defense. Boom. However, the compelling forces swept off Roving Sword, causing him to plummet into the sea at a terrifying speed. Waves splashed up 100 meters. GG Devil Shadow. Manta Ray King watched the sea with trembling wings. Another similar-sized demonic shadow headed into the sea. Boom. Another explosion was heard. All the seawater within the radius of 1 kilometer sank down, forming a scary whirlpool. Roar. At this moment, a beam of sword radiance darted out from the sea. The golden longsword was 20 meters in size, directed at the Manta Ray King. This was not a golden longsword, but a daunting metallic swordfish. Golden swordfish, Roving Sword. At this time, Roving Sword returned back to his original form with imposing aura. His entire body had turned into a ruthless sword. Using the spine on his head as the tip of the sword, and his body as the edge of the sword, his fishtail was the sword hilt. Sword becomes one. I'm the sword. Bam! Roving Sword transformed into a sword and charged. Boom! Petrifying impact and a deafening clang resounded through heaven and earth. GG. However, Manta Ray King went forward slow and steady with its hair-raising wings and tail. Boom boom. The battle between the immortals was destructive. Patches of gold and black filled the air while all the water in the sea tumbled. The current sea was like a small boat rocking in a tsunami. Bam bam bam. At this moment, Manta Ray King's tail was emitting dazzling black demonic aura, looming over Roving Sword's body with its devil's whip. The unparalleled domineering power caused the glow on Roving Sword's body to dim. Bam! Countless devil's whips suddenly got together and stuck forcefully at Roving Sword. Roving Sword was thrown off, sinking into the deep blue sea. Oh no! What a terrifying Manta Ray King! Wuxia, who flew over from the disordered island, was aghast. GG, go to hell. The tail of Manta Ray King suddenly grew long and stabbed into the sea. Sword Alps! Roar! No hesitation at all. In that instance, Wuxia swept in with majestic energy. The seawater within a radius of 10 kilometers tumbled, forming a daunting sword Alps on the sea surface. The sword Alps of a few thousand meters stood before Manta Ray King, blocking off its tail. At the same time, Wuxia turned into a marine divine dragon 10 meters in size. Ka. The Manta Ray King's tail stabbed into the sword Alps. The mountain-like sword Alps cracked at a rapid speed. Crazy attacking power. Wuxia's expression changed. You're courting your own doom. Manta Ray King's eyes slowly turned red. The appearance of Wuxia infuriated him. Wuxia swayed his body while his tail rocked in the sea. Great waterfall water shockwave. Instantly, the water from the sea shot up straight to the sky. All the water up to 2,000 meters deep rose into the sky in a split second. As the seawater rose up, a black seabed emerged. Get out of my territory or die. Manta Ray King spun around and fixed its eyes at Wuxia. It flapped its scary wings, transforming into a devil shadow. It charged through the water region that rose in the sky 10 kilometers high ahead of it. Water shockwave. Wuxia stared at the domineering Manta Ray King and exhibited a stern look on his face. His body exuded a dazzling azure glow. Boom boom. Streams of water shockwave rushed towards Manta Ray King within a radius of 10 kilometers, with water shockwaves coming one after another. Every water shockwave rose to 1,000 meters just like the twine of aquatic ropes, gathering forces of supremacy. Clang! At this time, there was another clashing sound. A 20-meter-long sword was charging toward Manta Ray King again. Wuxia had an idea. A hole tear in the great waterfall water shockwave such that Roving Sword could charge. Ow! Along with the water shockwave force, the merciless sword slashed across. An agonized voice was heard while dark blood slowly flowed out from its body. Damn you! The devil's whip of Manta Ray King swept Roving Sword aside while his wings were flapping at a daunting frequency. OM! What fast speed! Seeing Manta Ray King disappearing at his right-hand side immediately, Wang Xian was slightly horrified. Illusory dragons, explosive crunch. Wang Xian flexed his muscles and over 100 water divine dragons appeared around him. Each and every water divine dragon charged towards and attacked the Manta Ray King. Bam! 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 The Manta Ray King stared intensely at the overwhelming number of water divine dragons around him. Swinging its tail across, countless devil's whips appeared and slapped towards the water divine dragons. The illusory figures that were formed from water energy were destroyed instantly. This guy is too strong. Wang Xian's expression changed drastically. Edgeless blade. At this moment, Wang Xian could hear roving swords roar. A huge sword smashed towards the Manta Ray King directly. Fuck. You guys deserve to die. The Manta Ray King growled furiously once again and was sent smashing downwards after being hit by the edgeless blade. At this very moment, the vast sea that was below the Manta Ray King previously was now blasted to a patch of pitch-black seabed. There were also countless fish that were tumbling on the seabed. The majority of them were now dead. Surrender. Wang Xian pulled a long face as he spoke. The sea region that was in the air and which spanned 10 kilometers changed drastically. A water sword that was over 100 meters smashed towards the Manta Ray King at the bottom of the sea. It was as though a terrifying rain of swords was falling down. Gore! Gore! Just you wait! The Manta Ray King extended its wings and revealed the countless wounds on it. It used its wings to shield its head, and its blood-red eyes were locked on Wang Xian. The next instant, it flew towards the faraway sea region. Wang Xian's eyebrows knitted together instantly as the seawater in the sky smashed towards the ground. Rumble! Roving Sword turned back into his human form from his golden swordfish form and moved towards Wang Xian with a solemn look. Dragon King, that Manta Ray is really strong. I'm not a match for it. If we based it on the classification of Yongchang world, it should be a middle-class immortal. It's really strong and highly intelligent. Wang Xian's eyebrows knit together. When fighting together with Roving Sword, they were barely able to suppress the Manta Ray King. If Roving Sword was to fight along, all he could do was flee. The creatures in the open sea are truly terrifying. If it flew to shore, it would be able to destroy an entire city easily. Wang Xian heaved a sigh while looking below him. The seawater fell back into the sea and was tumbling constantly. From a far distance away, Roving Heavens, Roving Lobster, and the rest were swimming towards Wang Xian rapidly. What's the situation here? Wang Xian asked Roving Sword. Dragon King, this is truly a treasure ground. There are a large number of pure blood corals in this place. Other than that, there's a type of spiritual medicine known as Devil Cloud Bead. The Devil Cloud Bead would be greatly useful for devil attribute cultivators. Roving Sword gave Wang Xian an introduction. For races in the sea, the largest race would be the manta ray. This species of fish is extremely violent and will attack any living creature. The Manta Ray King was acting as such a while ago. Once it saw us, it attacked us the next instant. Other than the Manta Ray race, there's another small race. They were a type of mystical sea demons and exceptionally cunning. Oh? Sea demons? There are other races in this region where there is an immortal class creature. Wang Xian felt a little curious. That group of sea demons is extremely cunning. They could even avoid my pursuit, and the Manta Ray King might not be able to catch them either. Roving Sword explained to Wang Xian. Is that right? Wang Xian nodded his head and his eyebrows soon knitted together. It's getting a little troublesome now. If that Manta Ray King wishes to flee, we have no way of killing it at all. Moreover, with its intelligence, it is clear that it wouldn't surrender. It would be a little difficult to occupy this place. Roving Sword seconded. Although Roving Sword had just entered the immortal realm, his strength, and especially his attacking prowess, wasn't something that lower-class immortals could match. It was the same for Wang Xian. After transforming into his divine dragon form, his strength would also be a lot stronger than a lower-class immortal. They were barely able to suppress the Manta Ray King when they fought together. It would be impossible for them to kill it. If we can't occupy this place, let's sweep through this place. The edge of Wang Xian's lips curved upwards as he remarked, Take all the treasures of this place along. Dragon King, Dragon King. Roving Heavens and the remaining members of the Dragon Palace arrived and greeted Wang Xian respectfully. "Let's go. Follow me." Wang Xian saw many devil monkeys holding pure blood corals in their hands, with many others holding black beads the size of a fist. The next instant, he flew towards the island in the disordered region. Yes, the group of Dragon Palace members followed closely behind. "Those two darn fellows. How dare they barge into my territory? What the hell is the Dragon Palace? I hope they will leave as soon as possible." At this very moment, several tens of kilometers away, the Manta Ray King wiggled its devil's whip violently while letting out a creepy voice. He was surrounded by approximately 45 huge manta rays. Each one was at least 15 to 16 meters long, with terrifying auras surrounding them. All of them were level 12 budding realm existences. The Manta Ray King wiggled its body and entered a mountain peak on the seabed. The remaining manta rays swam around it. "Dragon King! Dragon King!" On the disordered island, the Dragonians called out respectfully as soon as they saw Wang Xian arriving. "Lead me to the edge of the disordered region," Wang Xian ordered the newly accepted Dragonians. "Dragon King, we will be closest to the edge if we head in that direction." The leader of Devil Kid pointed to his right while speaking. "All right." Wang Xian nodded his head, looked across them and said, "In the future, your name will be Dragon Kid. Yours will be Dragon Spirit. Yours will be Dragon Wolf." Wang Xian gave each Dragonian who had reached the budding realm a name, making reference to the wandering groups they were once from. "Thank you, Dragon King, for bestowing upon us new names." The newly accepted Dragonians thanked Wang Xian respectfully. "Let's go." Wang Xian led the way and the group moved ahead at a terrifying speed. From this place, start sweeping ahead and kill all creatures at the inborn level and above. Sweep away all the treasures within this region and put them in the space ring. Wang Xian instructed them and threw a space ring towards Mo Qinglong, Roving Lobster, Roving Heavens, and the rest of the group. These space rings were from the 15 people from the Devil Sealing Immortal sect from Xia Cauldron World. There was a total of 10 space rings, and each had a rather large storage space that allowed one to store a huge number of corpses and treasures. "Yes, Dragon King." The Dragonians and members of the Dragon Palace caught the space rings and looked across the piece of sea region. "Since we can't dominate this region, we can only take a step back and sweep this place." Wang Xian dived into the sea and transformed into his divine dragon form while observing the surroundings. After which he swam rapidly forward. The best option for him would be to occupy this region. However, the shame was that there was a terrifying Immortal-class manta ray around this region. Unless there are 2 more Immortal-class creatures from the Dragon Palace, it will be difficult to occupy this region. Wang Xian thought deeply about it. For him to complete the first transformation of the Divine Dragon, he would require 1 billion units of dragon energy. 1 billion units of dragon energy was astronomical. It would require him to devour several thousand level 12 marine creatures for him to gather the necessary amount. 1 billion units of dragon energy would also allow him to raise roughly 20 Immortal-class Dragon Palace subordinates. "I've got to raise 2 more Immortal-class Dragon Palace members as soon as possible." The Dragon Palace was still too weak. Currently, only Roving Sword and he possessed Supreme-class combat capacity, and there were a dozen or more budding realm experts. As the Dragon King of Dragon Palace, it was not possible for him to suppress the entire sea region. Hence, he would need Roving Sword and the rest. However, he alone was completely useless if they encountered a situation similar to Manta Ray King. There must be 2 level 13 Dragon Palace members here to suppress this place. On top of that, it was best to have an Immortal-class expert in suppressing this place too. Hence, the best-case scenario was to have 2 Immortal-class members from Dragon Palace. With high-end combat capacity, Dragon Palace could better develop themselves. In order to establish the order in the sea, the prerequisite was to have a strong military force to suppress it. During the battle with the Manta Ray King, it had high intelligence and knew when to retreat. Knowing that it could not beat them, the Manta Ray King ran away. If there were more compelling members in Dragon Palace, they could totally take down the Manta Ray King. Even though they could not kill it, they could at least stun it and eventually rein it in. Even if Manta Ray King did not surrender and wanted to continue to stay there, it must be bound by the Dragon Palace. Immortal-class Manta Ray King's intelligence was very high, but its subordinates were otherwise. Dragon Palace could order their subordinates to go through the Dragon Gate test. If they passed the test, they would become the members of Dragon Palace. With talents and the boost in cultivation, Dragon Palace would slowly turn stronger. Fueling their combat capacity with warfare would enhance the speed of their cultivation too. If they had sufficient Immortal-class experts in Dragon Palace, they could easily kill those Immortal-class creatures who failed to surrender. They could suppress one place and establish an invincible force centered around Dragon Palace, or even underwater civilization. Let's hope we can comb through the resources from this disordered region to groom 2 Immortal-class members of the Dragon Palace. If that's the case, the territory of the Dragon Palace will expand to 1,000 kilometers. Wuxia pondered to himself. He surveyed the surroundings. On his left and right, a few hundred Dragon Palace members and Dragonians were scattered around a few kilometers away from him, combing the entire disordered region for treasures inch by inch. Looking ahead, he could see mountains standing under the sea in darkness. There's a pure blood coral over there. Dragon Spirit Dwarf stared at the middle of the mountain with excitement in his eyes. They had dived to the bottom of the sea. In the past, the wandering groups could only dive no more than 100 meters deep. Diving 1,000 meters in a big group was not what budding realm experts would dare to do, as the manta ray in this water region were extremely scary. Failing to seek it out, Wuxia and Roving Sword could only survey the surroundings with vigilance to prevent Manta Ray King from sneaking an attack. There are too many pure blood corals in this entire region. Besides, the pure blood corals will still grow if we cannot clear their roots completely. The manta rays devour pure blood corals to gain their strength, while the pure blood corals devour the manta rays and the other marine creatures to enhance their own strength. This is a perfect cycle. As long as there are marine creatures in this water, the pure blood coral will not go extinct. Pure blood corals can give off a special scent to attract the marine creatures, feed on them, and grow. Even without manta rays in the disordered region, there is a large number of fishes around. Mo Qinglong, Dragon Kid, and Dragon Spirit were exchanging conversations. I guess the Devil's Sealing Immortal sect disciples also spotted this natural treasure ground. Thus, they wanted to take over this place. Wuxia pondered as he listened to them. The members of Dragon Palace and the Dragonians discovered pure blood corals and Devil Cloud beads spiritual grass from time to time. Their advancing speed was fast. Even when there were occasional appearances of manta rays, Roving Sword took care of them easily. As long as the Manta Ray King was not here, this place would not pose the slightest danger to them. The entire disordered region spanned over 1,000 miles, and it would take at least half a month to comb through the area thoroughly. But they had all the time. After reporting the situation to Xiaoyu, Lan Qingyue, and the rest, Wuxia stayed put in the disordered region. His space rings were filled with priceless pure blood corals and Devil Cloud beads. Let's pluck those low-level Devil Cloud beads and plant them in the Dragon Palace, said Wuxia to the members of the Dragon Palace and Dragonians. He was going to open up space for a medicine garden to grow all kinds of spiritual grass. Dragon King, there's something odd ahead. At this time, the Dragon Spirit sounded quizzical. He fixed his eyes ahead with vigilance. Wuxia looked ahead when he heard the Dragon Spirit. The Dragon Spirit was that old dwarf who was not even a meter tall. However, he possessed alertness that Dragonians did not have. They had combed through more than half of the disordered region for 6 days when they came across the region with mountains lined up ahead. Dozens of mountains were closely packed together thousands of meters away. Wuxia furrowed his brows with a puzzled look. What's strange about it? Asked Wuxia, looking at Dragon Spirit. I don't know either. When I was chased by the creepy snake group from Japan, I always had the same feeling. We are good at hiding, assassinating, deception. This place gave me a similar vibe. The small-built Dragon Spirit was looking around with all his wrinkled skin squeezing together. This made him look scary. Clang clang. Roving Sword took out his sword and put it in front of him, giving off the clanging sound of metal. A hint of doubt flashed on Wuxia's face. His body slowly circled around. Boom! Great waterfall water shockwave. The blue energy instantly covered an area with a radius of 10 kilometers, and the whole entire region was within the coverage. Quite a good hidden means. Is this the kraken that you were talking about? Wang Xian looked to Roving Sword with surprise. Yes, Dragon King. This must be the kraken we encountered before. It's quite creepy. Not very strong. But it can easily avoid my tracking. Roving Sword nodded as he looked at the surroundings. Boom! The water within a radius of 10 kilometers vibrated immediately when Wang Xian swung his dragon claws. Whoosh! At this time, figures sharing similar colors with the sea seemed to have wriggled out from two-dimensional space, striking at Wang Xian. What a great way to hide. They are actually just 100 meters in front of us. Wang Xian was taken aback as he watched a claw that was as sharp as daggers coming at him. The claw fell on the dragon head without leaving any trace. Wang Xian jerked backward, and a blue glow appeared ahead instantly. A kraken of 1.5 meters with two sharp claws that were bigger than its body appeared before him. But to his surprise, the kraken showed up under the blue light for 1 second, and then vanished once again. Mysterious Demon, Level 11. Extractable Dragon Energy, 553,353. When the information appeared in Wang Xian's mind, the figure before his eyes had completely disappeared. Despite the region before him being part of the Great Waterfall Water Shockwave and a region controlled by Wang Xian's water energy, he still couldn't sense the mysterious demon at all. Perfect concealment visually and energy-wise. This mysterious demon is truly terrifying and a natural-born assassin. Wang Xian was a little shocked. It was not surprising to him now that such creatures would be able to survive within the territory of that manta ray king. The mysterious demon was just like a chameleon. However, it was a lot more incredible than a chameleon. SSS. The disappearance of the mysterious demons before their eyes made the group of Dragonians gasp and stare vigilantly at their surroundings. Roving Sword was equally shocked. He waved his arm and blinding golden energy shrouded around him for several kilometers. Under the illumination of his metal attribute energy, several figures appeared in his sight. These figures were roughly 1.5 meters tall with emaciated bodies and razor-sharp arms. Wang. However, the moment these mysterious demons noticed they'd been discovered, their bodies shimmered and disappeared from sight a second later. Dynamic talents. A flash of light ran across Wang Xian's eyes. The blue water energy around him flickered and the range of the Great Waterfall Water Shockwave shrank rapidly. Wang. At his moment, he felt movement from a direction. Water imprisonment. Wang Xian tightened his dragon claws and rods made of water streams formed a solid cage. Bam! At this moment, a figure surfaced. Razor-sharp claws extended into the water imprisonment. It was clear that a mysterious demon was trying to save its companions from the water imprisonment. Wang Xian gripped his dragon claws once again and streams of water trapped the other mysterious demon. Wang Xian could easily crush a level 11 creature to death. With two mysterious demons trapped within cages, the entire space quietened down. Not a single mysterious demon dared to show itself again. The space of the Great Waterfall Water Shockwave shrank further as Wang Xian observed the region. Appear now and surrender. Otherwise, die. Wang Xian shouted coldly. The water region controlled by him contracted rapidly. In just a dozen seconds, the area had contracted to a radius of 1,000 meters. Huh? Wang Xian frowned and was clearly becoming impatient. Whoosh! The seawater started boiling and terrifying heat emitted from him. Screech, screech, screech. In an instant, figures appeared one after another. They had blue skin and relatively long ears. There was a total of more than 100 mysterious demons who were staring at Wang Xian and the group with deep grudges. White-colored energy emitted from their bodies as they resisted Wang Xian's boiling water attack. Hee. Are you guys going to surrender? Wang Xian stared at the 100-odd mysterious demons and revealed a faint smile. At the same time, water ropes extended and wrapped around the mysterious demons. What are you trying to achieve? We have no feud with you. The water ropes wrapped around the necks of the mysterious demons. When they tried to break free, they were surprised to find out that their attempts were futile. A relatively larger and bulkier mysterious demon stared at Wang Xian and questioned him. Surrender to me and my dragon palace, Wang Xian said in a low voice as the water ropes around their necks tightened. What benefits would we get for surrendering to you? That mysterious demon asked Wang Xian once again. It looked solemn and had eyes that seemed to be brimming with intelligence. Wang Xian was pleasantly surprised and answered plainly, "You wouldn't have to die. You wouldn't have to die." In other words, if they did not surrender, they would die. The group of mysterious demons exchanged glances, and some of them were clearly bitter about it. Wang Xian stared at them curiously, looking at their expressions. His desire to subdue them grew even stronger. The intelligence of this group of mysterious demons could almost match the Immortal-class Manta Ray King. However, they were clearly a lot weaker than the Manta Ray King. Intelligence was an exemplification of the strength of a race. Although this wasn't the only criteria, creatures with higher intelligence would find it easier to reach a higher level. Nonetheless, this wasn't the main reason why Wang Xian had such interest in these mysterious demons. The main reason was for their concealment abilities. Those were simply too insane. "We are willing to accept your deployment," the mysterious demon replied with a solemn face. He. Seeing that they were feeling a little indignant, Wang Xian smiled faintly. Drops of essence blood hovered in the water. "Absorb it and do not put up any resistance. Otherwise, you will die." Wang Xian waved his arm and drops of essence blood flew to them. A total of 113 mysterious demons. They looked at the essence blood before them before turning their attention to the mysterious demon that had spoken to Wang Xian. That mysterious demon shook his head helplessly and absorbed the essence blood. The surrounding group of mysterious demons observed the reactions of that mysterious demon silently. A race that is filled with intelligence and is peace-loving. Wang Xian stared on. That mysterious demon that had absorbed the essence blood beamed with excitement. Let the other mysterious demons absorb the essence blood. Yes, Dragon King. That mysterious demon bowed respectfully and nodded his head at the surrounding mysterious demons. The surrounding group of mysterious demons did not hesitate any further as they absorbed the essence blood. 15 budding realm and the remaining are all level 11. The mysterious demon race is really strong and powerful. Moreover, their talents are really insane. Wang Xian's eyes beamed with excitement. "Greetings, Dragon King." At this moment, the mysterious demons that had consumed the essence blood went down on a knee and bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. "You must be their leader, right? Are the members of the mysterious demon clan all here?" Wang Xian waved his hand at the mysterious demon that had spoken up previously. "Yes, Dragon King." That mysterious demon nodded his head before saying, "All our members are here. This region is our nest." Wang Xian looked at the approaching mysterious demon and placed his dragon claw on his body. Indeed, just as I expected. A really unique body composition. Wang Xian stared at the mysterious demon while mumbling to himself. Unique body constitution and bloodline were both bug-like advantages for any cultivators. Body constitution and bloodline could be differentiated into different tiers. Elite tier body constitution and bloodline could allow a creature to stand at the very peak of the entire universe. Sun Lingxiu's holy light constitution, Wang Xian's divine dragon constitution, the bloodline of the heavenly hound, and the body constitution of the mysterious demon were all unique. The reason why Wang Xian was certain that the uniqueness of the mysterious demons lay in their body constitution and not their bloodline was because of their flesh and skin. Their flesh and skin possessed a very unique form of energy. This energy allowed them to conceal their figures. Natural-born killers and terrifying shadowless assassins. They could blend into any environment within a second. This ability of theirs could no longer be described as concealment. Assimilation. Perfect assimilation. Even if Wang Xian had released a region controlled by his water energy, they could still assimilate into the region rapidly, making it impossible for Wang Xian to detect their location. I wonder what kind of constitution this is? It's truly exceptionally powerful for assassination, sneak attacks, and making it hard for others to guard against an attack. Wang Xian heaved a sigh emotionally, feeling he had chanced upon a treasure this time. The value of the mysterious demon race could even match the golden swordfish race. At present, Wang Xian was more optimistic about the development of golden swordfish and mysterious demon race, given their potential and combat capabilities. Golden swordfish practicing swordsmanship after they turned into humans were extremely daunting. Especially when Wang Xian saw the attacking means of roving sword today. Hence, he valued the future golden swordfish more. He recalled that roving sword had returned to his original golden swordfish form and transformed into the terrifying merciless sword, confronting the enemy. I'm the sword, slaying the void. If roving sword and the golden swordfish clan decided to become immersed in swordsmanship, they might become the peerless swordsmen of the universe. At that time, they could slash the starry sky with a golden longsword. As for the mysterious demon race, their talent in metamorphosis into any environment would make them the top-grade killers. Wang Xian was 2 levels higher than level 11 mysterious demon. Yet, they could remain hidden within his water energy region. Not to mention, one of them was in the Immortal class realm. If the golden swordfish race could become supreme-class swordsmen that could slash the starry sky, then the mysterious demon race could become unparalleled killers that eliminate thousands of enemies. Wang Xian stared at the mysterious demon with eyes full of surprise. Wang Xian regarded these 2 races highly and was looking forward to their growth. On the contrary, Wang Xian had not discovered the advantage of the anomalocaris and devil monkeys. The potential that both races displayed was worse than the Wuxia race. The speed of the Wuxia race, combined with their attacking skills and compelling defense, made them the best guards for the Dragon Palace. I will subdue races in terms of their potential in the future. Wang Xian pondered to himself as he looked to the leader of the mysterious demon race. Today, I'll bestow upon you the name Roving Demon. You'll be responsible for any assassinations arranged by the Dragon Palace known as the Dragon Assassinating Division. In the future, you'll be practicing Light Divine Dragon Transformation. Thank you, Dragon King. Roving Demon bowed down with respect. Wang Xian nodded slowly. Does your nest have any worldly treasures? Bring them up. Dragon King. We have some pure blood corals. Roving Demon answered. Okay. Bring everything up. Mysterious demon race's constitution was in favor of light. They could make use of light to alter their body colors and aura so as to camouflage themselves in the environment. Hence, Wang Xian could only teach them the Light Divine Dragon Transformation. Practicing light-attributed skills would allow them to walk under the sun as assassins. Her? You actually have so many pure blood corals in your lair. When Wang Xian followed them to one of the mountains, he was shocked to see the number of pure blood corals. There were about 1,000 tufts of them. Each of them was on par with level 6 elixir pills. More than 1,000 tufts of pure blood corals are much more than what we had searched for in half of the disordered region. They are very valuable. It looks like the mysterious demons have collected quite a number of treasures with their daunting concealment skills. No wonder all of them are at least level 11 and not a single inborn could be found. Wang Xian was thrilled. The number of pure blood corals was equivalent to over 100 million points of dragon energy, which could help a Dragon Palace member to advance to the Immortal realm. Prime Minister Turtle must advance to Immortal first. Then, the remaining materials should be able to cultivate another one. Let's go! Wang Xian was elated as he raised his voice at the Dragonians and members of the Dragon Palace. All of them continued to swim ahead. Subsequently, Wang Xian and his gang killed all the manta ray they met along the way in the disordered region, reaping all the pure blood corals and devil cloud beads. Days passed and the resources Wang Xian gained were increasing at a terrifying rate. Dragon King. The nest of the manta ray is straight ahead. When Wang Xian and the gang arrived at a massive mountain in the bottom of the sea 4 days later, Roving Demon appeared by his side to remind him. Is it here? Wang Xian looked at the mountain that was towering over the sea with radiance flickering in his eyes. He looked ahead and spotted a pair of bloodshot pupils staring right in his direction. Let's take a detour. Wang Xian did not want to provoke this fellow and decided to make a detour out of the Manta Ray King's region. Seeing them taking another route around it, the Manta Ray King went back to his nest. He knew he was not a match for those 2 fellows. Since they did not provoke him, he would jolly well turn a blind eye. He was not a fool. Whoosh! 13 days later, Wang Xian surfaced out from the water and transformed back to his human form. Behind him, Dragonians followed and stood on the water. We're at the end of it. Wang Xian had a faint smile on his face. They had reached the end after combing through the entire disordered region, and almost all the treasures were ransacked from it. Let's go back. I wonder if Shu Qing is awake. Xiaoyu, Qingyue, and the rest should be anxiously waiting for me. Wang Xian slowly walked ahead as he spoke with an indifferent tone. Dragon Kid walked to Wang Xian and asked respectfully, Dragon King, the Devil Kid has a luxurious yacht. Should I steer it over? Go on. Wang Xian nodded. In less than 10 minutes, a yacht of a size more than 100 meters long steered over. It was white in color, looking extravagant. The yacht was divided into 4 stories. Dragon King, I got the shipping company to make this for me while I provided the materials. It can withstand up to a level 8's full-blown attack. The interior is also decorated in the most high-class style. Dragon Kid walked over and spoke to Wang Xian with high esteem. Let's go. Wang Xian looked at the yacht and laughed. Even if this kind of yacht was made of average materials, it would be worth more than $1 billion. However, money was nothing but a worldly possession to Wang Xian. He had seen at least a few hundred shipwrecks in the sea. There was gold, jewelry, porcelain, and other precious artifacts that could add up to hundreds of billions, if not trillions. Wang Xian had been letting them lie around in the sea. Now he needed spiritual stones the most. When the 9 cauldron worlds descended into the real world, spiritual stones would become the currency. Let's head to Glacier Coral Island. Wang Xian flew to the highest story of the yacht with a beaming face. He stood on the deck in front of the most luxurious lounge, staring ahead. The rest of the Dragon Palace members followed behind at a farther distance. The treasures within the space ring will suffice for cultivating another 2 Immortal-class experts. One of them will be Prime Minister Turtle, but who should I choose next? Wang Xian touched his own space ring with a hesitant look. Roving Heavens, Roving Yuxia, 9 venomous snakes, Roving Anomalocaris, Roving Lobster, Roving Girl. Perhaps I can get them to spar. Whoever wins will be promoted to the Immortal realm. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. This was a feasible method as he could also witness their strength. I heard something strange has happened to Mt Taibai in China. The entire mountain range is just like an immortal region. White-colored spiritual energy shrouded the entire mountain range, and the place is cordoned off right now. Really? So magical. I heard it from a friend of mine from China. He said something huge has happened there. Although the entire region of China is behind the times, it had its glory days in the past and has many ancient ruins. Perhaps someone has discovered one of them. Should we head over to take a look? I think we can forget about it. I heard that this incident has drawn the attention of various international forces in Asia. The creepy snake of Japan has already headed there. Glacier Coral Island. Xiaoyu, Lan Qingyue, and the other 3 girls sat in a restaurant by the sea. Several young men walked past them and were discussing softly. Ruins? Xiaoyu and the girls exchanged glances before turning to the group of young men with curiosity. The 4 young men sat beside them with a tinge of arrogance and pride. They leaned back against their chairs and continued discussing casually. Hi, handsome. I overheard you saying that something strange has happened to Mt Taibai of China. Could you elaborate in detail? Xiaoyu looked to one of the young men and asked this with a smile. Huh? When the 4 young men heard Xiaoyu, they were taken aback slightly. His eyes beamed with excitement the moment he turned around as he answered, Oh? Hey, pretty, are you from China? Yeah. Can you elaborate on the matter in detail? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. You girls haven't heard about it? Dense spiritual energy has descended on Mt Taibai of China. Do you girls know about spiritual energy? Are you girls martial artists? A handsome young man smiled and observed the girls as he replied with a smile. I don't know. What happened after that? Xiaoyu asked curiously. Spiritual energy flowed down like water and into the mountain range. Several tens of kilometers around the mountain range now resemble an immortal region. If an ordinary person were to live in that area, that insane level of spiritual energy would allow one to become a martial artist easily. As the young man spoke, he gestured to the waitress by the side and said, Please get these beautiful girls a glass of red wine each. That's not necessary. Xiaoyu shook her head and thanked him. Sisters-in-law, Do you all think that's because the 9 cauldron worlds are starting to descend into the real world? Xiao Yu asked curiously. That's a possibility. When Xiao Xian gets back, let's tell him about it. The expressions on Lan Qingyue and the girls instantly turned serious. They had heard from Wang Xian how exceptionally powerful the 9 cauldron worlds were. There were several immortal realm experts and over 100 budding realm experts. If the 9 cauldron worlds were to descend into the real world, the rules of the underworld would undergo huge changes. Yeah, we've got to increase our strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, we might be in real danger in the future. We can't be dragging Xiao Xian down again. Sun Lingxiu chuckled. Sister-in-law Lingxiu, the cultivation speed of you three is much faster than me and my master. Moreover, you look so much better than us. Our forms are simply too ugly. Xiao Yu pouted. Recalling her image as the skeletal dragon, she couldn't cheer herself up. Haha. Xiao Yu, are you thinking of getting a boyfriend now? Why are you so concerned about your appearance suddenly? Sister-in-law, what are you saying? The girls joked around. Every action of theirs released a charm that made the 4 young men sitting beside them swallow their saliva. Hey, pretties, do you mind if we sit by you? A young man couldn't hold back and stood up. He held a glass of red wine in his hand and asked them softly. We mind. Sorry. Ajaya looked across them and answered plainly. Huh? Hey, pretties, aren't you going to show us some face? That young man's expression stiffened and he didn't stop walking over. With a gentle smile, he sat on a seat beside the girls. Bam! The moment he sat down, the chair fell back onto the ground. The young man was shocked. Just as he wanted to stand up, he suddenly felt a force weighing down on him. His body was pressed into the ground directly. The huge commotion drew the attention from the surrounding crowd. Hee. We have already told you that we mind and yet you choose to walk over. Xiao Yu looked at him with mocking eyes while wearing a radiant smile. Xiao Xian is here. Let's go. At this moment, Lan Qingyue saw a message on her phone and said this to Xiao Yu and the girls. Let's go. Xiao Yu and the girls smiled and stood up. You girls must be too eager to die. Fires of fury were smoldering in the eyes of that young man as he stood up immediately. Boom! However, a terrifying aura swept across his body at this instant. That young man was astonished as he slumped onto the floor in fear. The other 3 young men were equally shocked by what they witnessed. Wow! What a huge luxury yacht! Xiao Yu and the girls walked towards the giant yacht which stopped by the beach with excitement. They exclaimed with ecstasy. It's just a yacht. Look at how happy you are. Xiao Xian smiled at Xiao Yu and continued. How was it? Have you girls enjoyed yourselves over the last few days? Pretty good. The 5 girls continued observing the huge luxurious yacht inquisitively. The luxurious yacht was initially built for leisure. There were various kinds of entertainment on it, and it had several luxurious rooms on the 2nd level. It was several dozen times better than the one that they had taken to this place. Let's head back and see if Shu Qing has gotten better, Wang Xian said to them. Oh yeah, Xiao Xian. We heard something a while ago. You can check it out on the Underworld website. Lan Qingyue told Wang Xian what they had heard about the incident. Wang Xian's expression turned a little serious as he retrieved his phone and entered the Underworld website. The current Underworld website was a lot quieter than in the past as the entire Underworld had become more peaceful. At this moment, there was almost no longer any killings in the Underworld. Everyone was just growing silently. However, MT Taibai had experienced some anomaly just a few days ago. Dense spiritual energy flowed down the sky and into the mountain range as though it was water. This matter had instantly stirred up the entire underworld. All the martial artists swarmed towards MT Taibai frantically. This is crazy. Too crazy. I have advanced 2 levels in a single day. The spiritual energy around here is just like flowing water. Staying within it can cleanse one's meridians and channels. A while ago, a monkey even grew into a huge 5-meter ape. This is too shocking. Let me tell everyone a piece of bad news. There are martial artists from overseas who have headed there. These forces are likely beyond what we can handle. Wang Xian was astonished as he went through these threads. The 9 cauldron worlds have descended into the real world? However, this shouldn't be happening. The spiritual energy within the 9 cauldron worlds isn't even this horrifying. What's happening? Wang Xian immediately made a call to the Dragonians responsible for the omniscient group and requested that they send him all the information on that place. This is likely to be still related to the 9 Cauldron Worlds. Anomaly of MT Tai Bai. The yacht was moving in the direction of the Dragon Palace at a fast speed. Wang Xian was sitting in his chair, reading the information in his hand while Lan Qingwei and the rest of the girls crowded together with curiosity. The anomaly of MT Tai Bai started 5 days ago. A sudden surge of spiritual energy in the air rushed to the mountain range like flowing water, causing a drastic change to places within a radius of less than 20 kilometers. With the sweeping of the spiritual energy, all the ordinary beasts grew larger by 3 to 4 meters, turning them into powerful creatures. Under the wash of the spiritual energy, martial artists greatly enhanced their cultivation. Within 5 days, dozens of inborn experts emerged. Where did this spiritual energy come from? No one knew about it. All the martial artists of the underworld gathered at this place. It streams down from midair. Hence, it must come from the 9 Cauldron Worlds. I wonder what happened. But what makes it even weirder was that the spiritual energy did not dissipate in the air but streamed into the mountain. Wang Xian was full of curiosity as he read the data. With such an immense amount of spiritual energy entering the mountain, wouldn't that form a spiritual or mine? Asked Dejaya with slight surprise. Totally possible. I guess MT Tai Bai has become an immortal mountain now. Wang Xian's eyes were gleaming. This is a great chance. Let's return to China in a few days' time. It's time to go back too. The girls nodded. Back on MT Tai Bai, thick and dense spiritual energy poured down to the mountain range from midair just like a waterfall. Martial artists were sitting with their legs crossed at the foot of it, absorbing all the spiritual energy with excitement. An area not far from them was divided into 2 different worlds by a compelling force. On the other side of the world, 5 significant obscure figures were standing in the air, staring at the colossal cauldron above them. The cauldron was enormous, containing an incomparably insane level of energy. The energy was imposing and vast, just like the sea. At the same time, the spiritual energy from heaven and earth was flowing out of the 100-meter cauldron. Those long divided shall be united. Those long united shall be divided. Such is the way of the universe. The 9 cauldrons are returning to earth. What a surprise. The current real world was no longer our world, and the 9 cauldrons are returning to their homes. A great figure murmured with a voice that sounded like a large bell, sending his voice across the sky. The 9 cauldrons were refined by 9 dragon veins with their great might. Now that they are returning to where they belong, there will be 9 immortal areas emerging in this world. Our array in the world is weakened. Hence, those inborn and beyond will not have any danger to their lives if they get out now. At most, severe injuries. Send some disciples out and began their cultivation at this immortal mountain range. When our world descends into the real world, we will divide the mountains again. 2 more months before our Xia Cauldron world descends into the real world. At that time, how are we going to face it? The world has changed and divided with different kings ruling it. Since we are entering the real world, we can only influence the world, but not change it. If we can't change it, we have to adapt to it. The most important thing is our resources. The figures took turns speaking. As the 5 pinnacles of the Xia Cauldron, their words sealed the fate of millions of people. Greetings to the Dragon King. Back in the Dragon Palace, all the Dragon Palace members knelt in the Dragon King Hall, greeting Wang Xian with respect. I called you guys here to make an announcement. Today, there will be a sparring competition in the Dragon Palace. Apart from Prime Minister Turtle, I'll enhance the strength of the strongest person over here to the next level. Apart from that, the remaining Devil Division, Dragon Guard Division, Dragon Assassinating Division, and Anomalocaris race will be divided into smaller teams based on the strength of the experts. We'll be doing training, formation changing, and choosing the team captains. From now on, every head of division and the team captains will gain extra cultivation resources, said Wang Xian to them slowly. Establishing a set of complete rules was suggested by Prime Minister Turtle. He had devised detailed rules for every division's training and development. Amongst them, the selection of the leaders was the top priority. The rules established by Prime Minister Turtle was a combination of ancient and modern systems. forming a set of a complete system. This could better stimulate and enhance the strength of the Dragon Palace members. The main reason accounting for the army becoming powerful was discipline. According to Prime Minister Turtle's idea, not only must the members be restricted with military rules, but they must also cultivate themselves under a high degree of pressure. Dragonfield was not a decoration. They must make use of it to spar and test their battle techniques. In addition, there would be a promotion system based on strength. The stronger ones would get access to more resources. Competitions would be held regularly in Dragon Palace. That was only one part of it. After Prime Minister Turtle groomed a team of wise and intelligent civil officials, all the Dragon Palace members could learn from them. Yes, Dragon King. The group of Dragon Palace members answered in sync. At present, the members of the Dragon Palace might have had high intelligence. Still, they did not possess the mindsets of humans in society. Commands and orders were the only things they understood. This could be good and bad. But when their strength hit a certain level, they would think further. This train of thought was a good thing, as this represented the birth of a true civilization. Fallen at the Dragonfield. With a swift movement, Wang Xian arrived at the Dragonfield. Standing in front of the members, he said, "Among the leaders of level 12, I'll enhance the strongest one to the next level. If you think you're the strongest, step forward for the challenge." Roar, Dragon King. "Let me do it." The first to step forward was Roving Heavens. He was 7 meters tall with a body of dark fur. Under the fur was layers of scales. His burly muscles were even bulging out. He was carrying a huge, 7-meter metallic rod on his shoulder. "Who will challenge me, Roving Heavens?" Roving Heavens let out a loud bellow as he placed his rod down, staring at Roving Wuxia and 9 venomous snakes with burning fighting spirit in his eyes. Wang Xian looked at Roving Heavens with a smile on his face. Wang Xian did not consider the strength of Roving Heavens to be the strongest. However, his insane combat capability and desire were above all the other members. "Me." Roving Wuxia, looking on impassively, pointed at Roving Heavens with the fork in his hand. "We fight." Roar. The first competition in the Dragon Palace had officially begun. Violent devilish aura surged from Roving Heavens. The furious aura caused some of the weaker members to stagger back immediately. The devil monkey is violent. The more violent it gets, the more terrifying it becomes. Apart from Roving Sword, Roving Heavens should be ranked number 1 within the Dragon Palace. At this time, Prime Minister Turtle's voice surprised Wang Xian. "Her? Roving Heavens is the strongest?" "Roving Wuxia, Roving Demon, and 9 venomous snakes should not be weaker than Roving Heavens, right?" asked Wang Xian with surprise. "Dragon King, even I could not withstand the violent attacks from Roving Heavens when it comes to a life-and-death match. Dragon King, watch and you'll find out." Roar, roar, roar. The violent roars, the terrifying devilish aura, and the blood-boiling battle. This is? Wang Xian was shocked to see the battle in the Dragon Field as he turned to look around him. Around him, various Dragon Palace members stared intensely at the battle between Roving Heavens and Roving Wuxia on the Dragon Field. The Wuxia race, Anomalocaris race, and Mysterious Demon race were frowning as they watched the battle. However, the Devil Monkey race was completely different. All the members of the Devil Monkey race could feel the strong battle desires from their leader. Their eyes were slightly red and their hairs stood up. The terrifying battle will was released without any intention of masking it. Those with dark attributes favored battle from birth. The more they fought, the more excited they would get. Fresh blood made their own blood boil. The more they fought, the braver and stronger they would get. Wang Xian looked into the field. When the battle started, Roving Heavens was constantly being knocked back by Roving Wuxia's water energy. However, as the battle went on, huge fangs appeared in Roving Heaven's mouth. His eyes were also starting to turn red. All his hair stood up and the speed of the metal rod in his hand grew faster and faster with escalating strength. Gradually, Roving Wuxia could only defend passively. When it came to defending, Roving Wuxia was indeed better. He was adept in diverting the brunt of the attack as he manipulated water waves to redirect powerful attacks. However, passive defending would eventually lead to defeat. After 10 minutes, Roving Wuxia lost. Roving Heavens didn't stop there. He continued the challenge and fought more and more bravely. One venomous sea snake charged towards and attacked Roving Heavens. The venomous sea snake was exceptionally fast. Those who were weaker could only see a green shadow moving across. When facing the venomous sea snake in battle, Roving Heavens suffered several wounds within a short period of several tens of seconds. However, when his violent body was completely covered in pitch-black dragon-scale armor, the outcome of the battle soon became clear. When the devil monkeys rage, their blood boils and the divine dragon bloodline in them will be completely triggered. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. Looking at the illusory vision of a divine dragon on Roving Heavens, he was completely astounded. When his bloodline was completely triggered, he could even challenge those that were stronger than him. He was even stronger when compared to the venomous sea snake who possessed the wind divine dragon bloodline. Let me give it a try. Roving Demon flexed and disappeared from everyone's vision without a trace. Roving Heavens observed his surroundings in shock. Assassination. The true assassination. Wang Xian was slightly surprised. Even he couldn't sense where the traceless Roving Demon was. This was indeed frightening. Roving Heavens was hit several times consecutively and wounds the size of a fist appeared across his chest. However, when Roving Heavens closed his eyes, Wang Xian realized a unique talent of the devil monkey. Their ears were shaking constantly. Bam! When Roving Demon attacked, Roving Heavens met him directly. Roving Demon had to show itself when he attacked. When he saw Roving Heavens meet him directly, he was astonished and was knocked back several steps. According to the legends, the dragon has 9 sons with different talents. Those powerful descendants are not any weaker than their father. Now that we have inherited the essence blood from the Dragon King, we are unique sons of the dragon. As we cultivate, we will awaken different abilities. Beside Wang Xian, Prime Minister Turtle explained after Roving Sword broke through to level 13, it triggered part of his divine dragon bloodline and he obtained the unique talent of Metal Edge Body. As for Roving Heavens, despite not reaching level 13, he has triggered even more of his bloodline than Roving Sword. Wang Xian was enlightened. He looked into the field and said, the talents of Roving Heavens are indeed a little unique. I wonder what kind of abilities he will be granted. Prime Minister Turtle also looked ahead curiously. Defeat. Roving Heavens challenged Roving Wuxia, Venomous Sea Snake, and Roving Demon consecutively and defeated all of them. This had completely exceeded Wang Xian's expectations. Roving Lobster and Roving Girl had just reached level 12. It wouldn't be necessary for them to participate in the battle as they wouldn't be a match either. As for the following battle, the strength of the leader of the Anomalocaris race had also exceeded Wang Xian's expectation. His fist was fast and furious and carried powerful electric powers. He was just as mighty and powerful as the Thunder God. It seems like Lady Luck is really shining on me. The Devil Monkey race and Anomalocaris race aren't as weak as I had expected. Wang Xian was pleasantly surprised. In the Dragon Palace, Roving Heavens was the strongest, followed by the 9 venomous sea snakes. Subsequently, it would be Roving Demon and the budding realm experts of the mysterious demon race, Roving Wuxia, and the newly advanced Roving Lobster and Roving Girl. Roving Wuxia, being relatively weaker, was within Wang Xian's expectation. His strength lay in group attacks. The Wuxia's talents were in teamwork. When working together with their race members, they could launch terrifying attacks that were far beyond what they could do individually. Following this was the battles between Dragon Palace members below level 12. The entire grand contest lasted for 2 days and Wang Xian stood by the side all along while watching. They would form the foundation of the Dragon Palace and he had rather high expectations for them. Prime Minister Turtle and Roving Heavens. Follow me. After the grand contest had ended, Wang Xian spoke to them in a solemn voice. Yes, Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle and Roving Heavens followed Wang Xian to the Dragon King Hall, feeling a little excited. I'll raise both of your strength to level 13. Wang Xian waved his arm and dense streams of dragon energy flowed into their bodies. This dragon energy was extracted entirely from the pure blood corals and would be sufficient to raise 2 people to the immortal realm. Growling Grr. Huge changes were happening on the bodies of Roving Heavens and Prime Minister Turtle. Prime Minister Turtle reverted to his initial form. His huge 10-meter body gradually grew to 15 meters and the pattern on his shell deepened and became clearer. There were patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, and one would be able to tell that it was extraordinary with a single look. As for roving heavens, he grew 2 additional ears. This greatly surprised Wuxia. "Thank you, Dragon King." Terrifying auras emanated from their bodies. They went down on their knees and shouted respectfully. Roving heavens, who had reached the immortal realm, would be able to grow to roughly 2 meters. He manipulated the 7-meter metal rod in his hands and stuffed it within his ears directly. Wuxia was stunned to witness it. Sun Wukong? However, there was a difference between Sun Wukong and roving heavens. For the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, he simply shrank his golden rod. For roving heavens, it was because of the powerful ability of his ears. I might really be able to raise a devil monkey capable of destroying worlds in the future. Wuxia thought to himself and couldn't help but smile. Dragon King, I believe there's one more thing we should do now. At this moment, Prime Minister Turtle wiggled his body. To Wuxia's astonishment, Prime Minister Turtle shed his turtle shell, shrank it, and held it in his hand. He caressed his turtle shell as he spoke to Wuxia. Huh? What's the matter? Wuxia looked at Prime Minister Turtle. Wuxia was completely convinced of Prime Minister Turtle's intelligence at this moment. Having an old and wise official proposing and executing plans for him was a great thing for him. Preaching Tao. Preaching Tao. Wuxia was a little confused. That's right, it's about preaching Tao. In the legends of China, a saint preaching Tao could enlighten thousands and grant intelligence to countless living creatures. All living creatures are capable of cultivation. Dragon King, you could preach Tao in the Dragon Palace. The billions of marine creatures within the region of the Dragon Palace could listen in. Through preaching Tao, their intelligence might be manifested. Even if they failed to do so, they would still be able to roughly understand the concept of cultivation. Perhaps there will be a day that they undergo a metamorphosis and their chances of leaping through the Dragon Gate will be higher. Preaching Tao. Upon hearing what Prime Minister Turtle said, Wuxia was shaken once again. Establishing an empire was shocking enough for him. Preaching Tao like the saints in the olden days? He never dared to have this thought. Preaching Tao is to educate the billions of marine creatures. Education is not so simple as you think. Prime Minister Turtle lowered his head and stared at the palm-sized shell in his hand. For marine creatures, it is difficult for them to activate their spiritual intelligence. They must have an enlightenment. Most importantly, this is to lay a strong foundation for the Dragon Palace members. Of course, we wouldn't take that long to develop into a stage similar to human beings with the resources in the ocean. Human civilization development took thousands of years to reach where it is today. In fact, the cultivation of humans has occurred for over 1,000 years. With the guidance of the Dragon Palace in the ocean and your preaching of Tao, billions of marine creatures will be able to transform into dragons within a century. Perhaps there will be immortals all over the sea after a century. But of course, the prerequisite is to have sufficient resources. Prime Minister Turtle's eyes were beaming with wisdom. The turtle shell in his hand was glowing with mustard radiance. Wuxia was startled. Just as Prime Minister Turtle said, humans took thousands of years to develop civilization on land while there was none in the sea. What could be the possible reason for this? Were the marine creatures too dumb? If he could preach Tao and enlighten billions of marine creatures, then they could also form a civilization. Oceans occupied 70% of Earth's surface. Thus, the resources were several times more than what could be found on land. The time to establish a civilization might be shortened by 10 times. Prime Minister Turtle, what's that turtle shell in your hand for? Asked Wuxia with curiosity as he stared at the shell that was giving off a mustard glow. Changes on Earth bring the rise of civilization, and the planet is made up of everything on Earth. I sensed something mystical from this turtle shell of mine, just like it was describing the planet's changes. Prime Minister Turtle murmured, and he seemed unsure of what exactly his shell did. In that case, you'll organize the session, and I'll preach Tao. Wuxia nodded and spoke to Prime Minister Turtle. Yes, Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle nodded immediately and went off to settle it. Wang Xian cast a glance at roving heavens, who looked like an evil monkey ready to wreak havoc. He grinned and said, "The devil monkeys are rather weak now. You guys have to do more training." "Yes, Dragon King. The Devil Division will become the strongest unit in the Dragon Palace from now on." Roving Heavens answered with respect as he headed out with determination. Wang Xian was very satisfied as he watched Roving Heavens. Xiao Xian. Fights are going on in the underworld. Sui family and Xiao family are seeking your assistance. At this time, Lan Qingwei and the other girls flitted over as soon as they saw him finishing his business. Her? What happened? Wang Xian was puzzled as he looked at them. Now, the overseas factions have taken over MT Taibai. All the people from the underworld have either been killed or expelled from there. They are now occupying that area with haughtiness. Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan would like you to strike, as those foreign guys are simply too arrogant. They want you to chase them away, said Lan Qingyue and Xiao Yu. Her? Really? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. If they are international forces, they must be from Asia. Yes, from Japan, India, Korea, and other international forces. Elder Fong nodded. The news about MT Taibai has been going around. Given the underworld strength, it's impossible for them to protect that place. Hence, it's been taken over by a group of overseas forces. And those people were extremely cocky. They kept saying China has no talents and calling us names like sick man of East Asia. Xiaoxian, should we go and teach them a lesson? Elder Fong was slightly infuriated as she spoke. The rest of the girls were also elated to fight it out with them. Sick man of East Asia? Haha. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile as coldness flashed in his eyes. Yes, we should go. But I need another 2 days to preach Tao to these billions of marine creatures here. Preaching Tao? Awesome. Our Dragon King will definitely live a long life and enjoy a lifetime of prosperity. Xiao Yu brightened up her eyes and giggled. Wang Xian patted her head. This concerns the future development of Dragon Palace. Reply to Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan and tell them that I'll be back in 2 days. Sure. Xiao Yu nodded. I'll reply to them. Brother. When will sister-in-law Shu Qing wake up? I'm not sure. Shu Qing is full of strong vitality now, as daunting power is hidden within her body. After she wakes up, she might be more powerful than me. But I'm not sure why she is still in her sleep. This is the first time that I've seen a phoenix nirvana. Wang Xian sighed as he looked at Guan Shu Qing, who was lying quietly on his dragon throne. She was shrouded in the flames of the boundless branch, but no one knew the reason why she was still sleeping. Shu Qing is fine and she'll wake up one day. You don't have to worry. Lan Qingyue and Ajaya consoled them. Wang Xian nodded. He was not that worried since they would find a way to wake her up as long as she was full of vitality. Let's go. We should get some rest now. Wang Xian, who had not rested for 3 days, took Lan Qingyue, Ajaya, and Sun Lingxiu back to his royal residence hall. Xiao Yu could not help but roll her eyes. After a session of lovemaking, Wang Xian lay on his bed and rested. Dragon King Prime Minister Turtle said the class is ready. You may begin your preaching. After a dozen hours, Roving Girl's voice was heard outside of the room. Prime Minister Turtle had specially arranged for Roving Girl to provide morning call services similar to the role of a maidservant in Dragon Palace. Wang Xian could not help but feel that Prime Minister Turtle would be a competent majordomo in the future. Great! As soon as Wang Xian's voice was heard, he walked out of his royal residence hall. But he was astonished when he came to the surroundings of the Dragon Palace. Billions of marine creatures in myriad colors and forms were packed around him. The number of marine creatures was 10 times more than those that had been there when they did the leap at the Dragon Gate. 8-meter sharks, 10-meter killer whales, close to 20-meter whales, and different forms of marine creatures were swimming around him. Countless living creatures filled the space around him for more than 10 kilometers. It was extremely scary when one looked at it. Xiaolan, 70 meters in size, was slowly swimming above the Dragon Palace, exuding an imposing might. All the marine creatures remained peaceful as they floated around with discipline. All of you are citizens of my Dragon Palace. To the countless living creatures, I, the Dragon King, will be preaching Tao today to kickstart and enlighten your path towards cultivation. Wang Xian made a move and transformed into a divine dragon. He slowly landed on top of Shaolan, above the dragon palace. His mighty roar traveled through the 4 seas. All of you are citizens of my dragon palace. To the countless living creatures, I, the Dragon King, will be preaching Tao today to kickstart and enlighten your path towards cultivation. A voice with a majestic aura entered the minds of every marine animal in the sea. The divine dragon was the king of the marine races. He could understand any languages of marine animals. At the same time, his words could reach the minds of every single type of marine race. This was the powerful talent of the divine dragon race. This was also a terrifying ability of the ruler of the marine animals. Around them, billions of marine animals shivered. They looked towards Wang Xian and felt respect and fear that originated from their very core. Wang Xian rested his body against Shaolan. The huge 70-meter Kuan hovered in the water without moving an inch. This scene made countless marine animals even more fearful and respectful towards the Dragon King. The cultivation path of marine animals starts with absorbing the spiritual energy within heaven and earth. Today, I'll impart all of you with the path of cultivation. Wang Xian's voice entered the minds of each and every marine animal. This group of billions of marine animals couldn't understand what Wang Xian was preaching. Only a very vague concept lingered in their minds. Wang Xian couldn't do anything about it at all. However, all he was trying was to place a seed within the billions of marine animals. This seed would gradually germinate as they grew stronger and eventually reaped the rewards. For the cultivation arts of the marine animals, Wang Xian imparted upon them the simplest way of absorbing spiritual energy. Absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth and digesting spiritual energy. Wang Xian had only imparted these 2 methods. Despite wanting to achieve more, imparting too many methods might overwhelm these fishes which did not possess intelligence yet and wouldn't be able to memorize most of these methods. He spoke really slowly. With just a thought, image after image appeared within the minds of various marine animals. Billions of marine animals remained stationary and silent. Some marine animals even closed their eyes. It was especially so for dolphins, tiger whales, and other marine animals who had relatively higher intelligence. They were trying to memorize and understand deeper. The preaching of Tao will end here for today. The next session will be announced by the Dragon Palace again. If you wish to become stronger and become a true ruler, cultivate diligently. Wang Xian said slowly, "My citizens, you are dismissed." Whoosh! When Wang Xian finished his last sentence, the marine animals at the edges moved and swam away. Sea turtles, sea snakes, fish, sea leopards, sea horses, and others left rapidly in an orderly manner. I wonder how many marine animals among the billions could cultivate, become experts of the marine races and leap through the dragon gate. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. He moved and entered the dragon palace. Now that the seed had been planted, they had to rely on their own encounters. Since he had started on his first session of preaching Tao, Wang Xian was prepared to host more sessions at regular intervals. At the same time, he could check on the progress of evolution for these marine animals. "Shao Xian, has it ended?" Seeing Wang Xian flying over, Lan Qingyue asked. "Yeah, I'm done. Let's head back to China." Wang Xian nodded his head and said to the girls. "All right." The 5 girls nodded their heads happily. Xiao Yu even clenched her fists excitedly and said, "I'm going to occupy an entire mountain for my Thistles and Thorns sect. All hail the queen of the Thistles and Thorns sect." Lan Qingyue and the girls chuckled and flew away. Roving Sword didn't follow this time. He was heading towards the disordered region with Roving Heavens to suppress the Manta Ray King. The Dragon Palace wanted the entire disordered region to be under its control. That would be a relatively more important piece of land for the Dragon Palace to obtain resources. "Let's go!" Xiao Yu and the rest stood at the top deck of the yacht. They extended their arms in excitement as the yacht steered towards Rivertown. Mt. Taibai was the separation line for northern and southern China. It lay in the central region of China. This was also the largest mountain range in China. As for Mt. Taibai, it was also one of the most well-known mountains in all of China. Mt. Taibai was an exceptionally famous scenic spot. At this moment, The entire MT Taibai was just like an immortal region. From a long distance away, one could see spiritual energy flowing down like a waterfall. Below it, a dozen-odd mountain peaks were shrouded within the spiritual energy. Among them, the tallest peak also had the densest concentration of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy entered the mountain range as though it was water. Around the base of these mountains, countless martial artists sat on the ground and were absorbing spiritual energy frantically. Spiritual energy could cleanse one's channels and meridians. When immersed in such terrifyingly dense spiritual energy, it wouldn't take more than 5 days for a level 9 martial artist to reach the inborn realm. As for inborn experts, they would be able to reach the Dan realm within 1 to 2 months under the cleansing of the terrifyingly dense spiritual energy. Ordinary martial artists could cleanse the impurities within their bodies simply by being below it. Chance encounter. A terrifyingly insane chance encounter. For the majority of martial artists in the underworld, this was definitely the greatest chance encounter they could possibly have. Yet, at this very moment, over 10,000 people had gathered on a mountain beside MT Taibai. All the martial artists in the entire underworld had gathered. There were even some wealthy moguls who had come. The group looked extremely gloomy. Those groups of bastards occupied each mountain and didn't allow us to get close. For those who can't occupy a mountain, they still prohibited us from going over. They should know that they are in the territory of China. What should we do? Dear Laosis from various sacred clans and sects, are we just going to watch them occupy this bountiful land and seize resources that belong to us? They killed several dozens of my Qifeng sect just because of a dispute and humiliated our female disciples. Dear Laosis from various sacred clans and sects, you've got to teach them a lesson for us. Beside the mountain, various martial artists of the underworld remarked furiously and sorrowfully as they looked at the Laosis from their sacred clans and sects. Haze! The difference in strength between them and us is truly too huge. We aren't a match for them at all. They are simply too strong for us. An old man from Reed's Spirits of Diabolism pulled a long face and heaved a sigh. Currently, there were only 3 remaining sacred clans in the underworld: Sui clan, Shao clan, and Gu clan. Xiao clan and Donghua clan had been annihilated by the Dragon King. As for sacred sects, it was even more pathetic. Only the Sacred Followers Guild, Imperial Beast Sect, Sacred Seas of Swords, and Reed's Spirits of Diabolism still existed. As for the remaining sacred sects and powerful sects under Diabolism, they were all annihilated by the Dragon Sect. Reed's Spirits were the strongest among them with 3 Dan Realm experts. As for the rest, they only had 1 each. However, Imperial Beast Sect and Sacred Seas of Swords weren't here, and the guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild wasn't here either. There was only a total of 5 Dan Realm experts. This was because the Gu clan was annihilated by a force from overseas 2 days before. The Dan Realm expert from Gu clan was killed by a single strike. When the Gu clan was annihilated and the Dan Realm expert was killed, all the martial artists in the underworld were shocked. When various overseas forces looked down from above, all of them could only retreat from that place. They didn't dare to make any retaliation. If they were to say a single no, they would be killed on the spot. Several overseas forces even mocked them as the sick man of Asia. Yet all they could do was to endure the mockery. The current underworld was too weak. Ever since the various sacred sects and clans were annihilated by Dragon Sect, their strength was weakened by more than half as compared to before. At present, there were no orthodox sects or diabolism as the 2 leaders were dead. The underworld was back to their peaceful days. After the catastrophe of Dragon Sect annihilating most of the underworld's clans and sects, the remaining martial artists lived in peace together. Even in the face of international factions, they had come together to fend off their common enemies. However, the difference between both parties was too huge. The international factions were totally overkilling. However, all the local martial artists were unwilling to leave this place and give up this golden opportunity. Sui Huang, Old Shao, did you 2 inform Dragon King? What's his reply? A sect leader from a first-class force could not help but ask Sui Huang and Shao Quanshan in the middle. As soon as he finished his question, the surroundings were plunged into silence. Dragon King had become the unspeakable person of the entire underworld after he annihilated so many people, dealing a massive blow to the underworld. They had reverence and fear for the Dragon King and Dragon Sect. I contacted him 2 days ago. He said he'll come as soon as possible. Sui Huang looked at the surrounding crowd and spoke in a low voice. I guess even the Dragon King is no match for them. An inborn expert sighed as he spoke with a complicated look. The Dragon King was indeed compelling, and Dragon Sect was invincible in the underworld. But when they spun around and looked at the dozens of peaks at the side, they had only fear in their eyes. More than a dozen mountains around them were shaved in half. They could not help but quiver at the sight of the horrifying scene. That was what happened after experts from 2 international factions fought. Back then, there were 8 experts in combat. The sky was darkened. The whole world lost its color while the mountain peaks broke in half with a slash from the experts. They used to think that the imposing aura displayed by the 4 elders in the pictures posted on the forum was stunning enough. However, that battle was even more ghastly to them. Looking at the pictures and witnessing with their own eyes were 2 different things. When they sensed the mightiness, they almost went down on their knees. Yes, those 4 elders were on par with them. However, there are about 13 such people on their side. From what I heard, they aren't the most powerful ones in the group. Another inborn expert nodded in agreement. This bunch of international factions who occupied their blessed ground by force was much stronger than they had imagined. They were multiple times more powerful than the underworld before the massacre. Those above Dan Realm are known as Budding Realm. The group of people who fought 2 days ago were all Budding Realm experts. The powerful experts that they mentioned are not here. They have been intercepted and stopped by the guardian divine beasts of China, said Xiao Quanshan slowly. The underworld might be weak, but relics were often discovered at this place. To all the factions in Asia, the underworld was an excellent treasure ground. However, their entry to the underworld was restricted by the presence of guardian divine beasts all the while. Without the guardian divine beasts, the underworld would belong to other factions of the world. Even so, the top forces of Asia had not stopped sending their experts over. Even though the most supreme class experts were not here, the entire underworld could still not put up a resistance. Does that mean that nothing can be done even if Dragon King were here? A middle-aged man could not help but ask. Perhaps we can claim back 1 mountain. But apparently, it has nothing to do with us. A Dan Realm expert from Reed Spirits replied in a stern voice. Everyone was dejected by his words, and their faces formed dreadful expressions. In their opinion, Dragon Sect's strength was at most equivalent to 6 flaming elders. 6 of them were already terrifying. But compared to those experts occupying the mountains here, it was still far off from them. Boom! At this time, a horrible-looking palm was coming their way. The palm was 100 meters in size, exuding a daunting yellow glow. It swept directly in their location. Oh no! Get out of the way now! Seeing the incoming palm, Sui Huang was aghast as he hurriedly screamed. Thousands of people had a change in their expressions as they quickly dodged to the side. However, there were hundreds of people who did not manage to escape from the gigantic palm and were smashed into flat meat. Ha! I advanced! Awesome! At this time, an old man from MT Taibai let out hysterical laughter as he exclaimed. His voice traveled over 10 kilometers. The group of martial artists from the underworld grimaced upon hearing his untamed laughter. Their eyes were filled with trepidation when they saw the 100-meter palm mark and the blood on the ground. Just a casual swing and a palm of 100 meters landed beside them. From their perspective, this daunting strength was like the work of an immortal. Trashy martial artists from China, get lost now. The arrogant voice from the old man was heard again while another 100-meter palm came sweeping in from 2,000 meters away. Run! Sui Huang shouted out as he ran to the foot of the mountain swiftly. Ha! Poor doggies. Useless bunch of sickening dogs. Stay out of our way. Otherwise, we'll kill you any time. Seeing them scampering off, the old man on the mountain let out a burst of arrogant laughter. His excitement could not be contained after he leveled up in his cultivation. They actually drove us out. Having been chased out from their own land, the bunch of martial artists in the underworld were extremely embarrassed. Let's go over there. Suddenly, hundreds of members from the first-class force in the underworld stopped. They exchanged a look before they headed to one of the mountains. Song Chi Tian, what are you guys doing? Song family, have you all become the lackeys of the overseas factions? Just then, the 100 people heard raging voices yelling at them. We just want the Song family to grow stronger. What's wrong with that? If we can cultivate under the spiritual energy for a while, it's possible for all of us to become inborn experts. An old man turned his head and spoke with a stern look. So, this is the reason for being a lackey? An inborn expert returned a dreadful look. The entire underworld has fallen into such a state. What more do you want? The old man scoffed at the remaining crowd and walked off. Becoming a lackey of Asia's factions would earn the right to cultivate at the foot of the mountains. That was the condition of the overseas factions. China had too many relics, and the Immortals would not dare to set foot here because of the guardian divine beasts. However, the international factions were setting the Chinese up. They intended to recruit some Chinese martial artists as their subordinates to gain better control of the underworld. It seemed like the strategy was working. At the foot of Mt. Taibai, the group of martial artists of the underworld stared bitterly at the Song family. All of them felt exceptionally embarrassed. The Song family of China wishes to join the Nether Flame. We hope that the various experts from the Nether Flame will accept us. The family head of the Song family, Song Qingtian, shouted towards the elite force in Asia, Nether Flame, who had occupied a mountain. Hee, Song family of China? What's the strength level of your family like? There was a total of 13 mountains that were shrouded within the waterfall-like spiritual energy around Mt. Taibai. 5 forces occupied these mountains, among which Creepy Snake and Gautama were the strongest 2 forces, and they occupied a total of 6 mountains. Nether Flame occupied 2 mountains and had a budding realm expert stationed in this place. An old man with a rather dark skin tone stood at the mountain peak, looked down on the Song family and spoke with contempt. Our Song family is a first-class force in the underworld with 3 inborn experts. Song Qingtian lowered his head and said respectfully, 3 inborn experts? You guys are really trashy. However, your entire underworld is trashy. I guess the Song family isn't that bad in comparison. Come over. The old man felt a little contempt as he spoke to Song Qingtian. Yes, Your Excellency. Our Song family will see Nether Flame denomination as our leader from here onwards. Agitation flashed across the eyes of Song Qingtian as he answered in a hurry. Great, great. The old man revealed a satisfied look. The group of people from the Song family approached the old man with ecstasy and lowered their stance once again. In the future, you guys can't go against any of the orders from our Nether Flame. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. If there are any secret lands or treasures in China, you have to report it to us immediately. Yes. Our Song family wouldn't dare to defy Your Excellency. We will take instructions from the Nether Flame denomination from today onwards. The family head of the Song family answered immediately. Come over. Yes. The group of people from Song family was exhilarated and immediately started cultivating at the foot of the mountain. Under the cleansing of the spiritual energy, all the people in the family would be able to reach the inborn realm within a month. So what if they had to become the subordinates of the Nether Flame? When the various forces of the underworld saw the Song family sit below the spiritual energy waterfall, their expressions changed and they started hesitating. Our Qingfeng sect is willing to join the Gautama denomination. We hope that the Gautama denomination will accept us. At this moment, the sect leader of Qingfeng exchanged glances with the members of the higher management of the sect before walking ahead emotionlessly. They shouted respectfully at the international force that had occupied 3 mountains. Come over. You guys will see our Gautama denominations as your ruler from today onwards. In the near future, all of you will be the subordinates of our Gautama denominations and shall not betray us as long as you live. An old man with an angry look turned towards where the Qingfeng sect was and instructed solemnly. Yes. The group of people from Qingfeng sect hurried over immediately. Our Xian sect is willing to join the Creepy Snake group. Our Ivory Lotus sect is willing to join Graceful Massacre denomination. With someone taking the lead, several forces shouted respectfully towards various overseas forces, surrendering and becoming their subordinates. As for those overseas forces, they were happy to witness this development. There were countless treasures and secret lands within China. With eyes within China, they would only be advantages to their denominations without any disadvantages. Moreover, they wouldn't have to give up anything to recruit them for their use. Therefore, they were more than willing to accept these forces. Within a short period of a few minutes, half of all the forces in the underworld had chosen to join the 5 forces from overseas. This made all the other forces of the underworld feel extremely embarrassed and bitter. Haze, as a sacred clan of China, how could I possibly contemplate joining overseas forces? Tisk. Witnessing the developments, Sui Huang stormed off furiously. Xiao Quanshan also shook his head as he led his fellow clan member away helplessly. We are devils at our cores and would never be willing to become slaves of others. An old man from Reed Spirits turned around emotionlessly. Our diabolism will only accept others who listen to us. There's no way we would take instructions from others. After the experts from Sacred Clan and sects had left, the group from Thistles and Thorns sect also left. The remaining martial artists of the underworld hesitated for some time and eventually heaved a long sigh. We can't cultivate here, and yet they are allowed to. In no time, the entire underworld will be under the control of overseas forces. An old man shook his head with melancholy as he headed for the exit. Some people were willing to become traders, but there were also some who weren't willing. As those prideful experts left, the remaining cultivators were in a dilemma. Cultivating under the spiritual energy waterfall would not just greatly enhance their cultivation realm. The greater effects would be cleansing their physical bodies. Their future cultivation would be smoother and their foundation would be more solid. Although those forces and martial artists of the underworld had become the dogs of the overseas forces, the rewards they would be reaping would be even more terrifying. In a month at the most, those forces who had chosen to become traitors for the overseas forces would leave those who had chosen to leave today far behind. Although there weren't any sacred clans or sects who joined the overseas forces, it wouldn't take long for those who had to overtake the sacred clans and sects. Tragic. The tragedy of the underworld and China. Everyone, can our Black Wind denomination get a mountain? At this moment, several hundred people flew over at neck-breaking speed. 2 terrifying experts stood in the air, and their domineering voices reverberated across the sky. Another powerful foreign force had arrived. Is this MT Taibai? At this moment, at the entrance to the tourist attraction MT Taibai, Xiaoyu looked inquisitively at the snow-white curtain that extended into the sky. The 1,000-meter-long white curtain that started from the sky was exceptionally majestic and beautiful. Yeah. Wang Xian nodded his head. A red and blue light flashed across his eyes as he stared at the sky. He could vaguely see another world. A large cauldron that seemed to have existed since ancient times hovered in the air and seemed to be suppressing an entire world. Let me ask the Thistles and Thorns sect. Xiao Yu and Elder Fong were about to make a call to the sect leader of the Thistles and Thorns sect. However, before they had even taken out their phones, they saw dejected martial artists of the underworld walking out. Eh? That's Sui Huang and the Xiao clan. Lan Qingwei looked at the crowd and remarked doubtfully. Wang Xian looked across the group of martial artists of the underworld. Leading them were the Sui clan, Xiao clan, and Reed Spirits. Over 1,000 people followed behind them and each had a gloomy face. Sui Huang, old Xiao. Wang Xian walked ahead with a smile after seeing them. Huh? Wang Xian's voice took Sui Huang and old Xiao by surprise. The remaining martial artists also lifted their heads with shock. When they saw Wang Xian, they were stunned and speechless. Master! Xiao Rang greeted with ecstasy when he saw Wang Xian. What's the matter? Wang Xian nodded his head and walked over with a gentle smile. SSS. Seeing Wang Xian approaching them, some martial artists took several steps back instinctively. Even the Dan Realm experts from the Reed Spirits also took a step back in fear. The one before them was the terrifying existence that had annihilated half the underworld. Wang Xian. Sui Huang and old Xiao were ebullient to see Wang Xian as they hurriedly headed in his direction. Xiao Yu, Elder Fong. Sect Leader Tang and Vice Sect Leader Lei from Thistles and Thorns sect walked towards Xiao Yu and Elder Fong with broad smiles. The arrival of Wang Xian and the gang immediately became a supporting pillar for them. 5,000 martial artists behind them remained silent, watching them. What's the matter? The spiritual energy is like a waterfall over here. Cultivating under it is a great chance for any martial artists. Just a month of cultivation and the underworld will regain its peak period. Wang Xian chuckled as he spoke, looking into their eyes. Wang Xian, we were chased out of the mountains. Those strong overseas forces won't allow us to practice around this area unless we become their lackeys or subordinates. Sui Huang shook his head bitterly, revealing a dreadful look. Those that are behind us did not agree to join those overseas groups. Now, we only have these martial artists from the underworld left. The rest have become the lackeys of the overseas forces. Xiao Quanshan darkened his expression. The underworld was bound together for good. Now that the underworld had come to such a state, none of their facial expressions looked good. Oh, they are in our territory, and they are asking the martial artists of the underworld to get lost. There was a flash of cold radiance in Wang Xian's eyes. As he spoke, he headed inside. Ask them to get out of China's territory. Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan were stunned as they quickly continued. Wang Xian, those overseas forces are very compelling. Wang Xian gestured a dismissive sign. We shall see. Hayak hayak. A clap of grisly laughter came from behind. Sui Huang, Xiao Quanshan, and the rest were shocked as they looked behind Wang Xian immediately. More than 30 people led by a middle-aged man, Mo Qinglong, whom they were familiar with, were walking behind Wang Xian. But they had not seen the rest. There were 8 elders whose heights were less than 1 meter, holding daggers in their hands. The one who chuckled was an old man, exhibiting a sinister smile on his face. Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. Apart from the 8 elders, there were other middle-aged men and elders with heavily tattooed faces. The killing and murderous aura being exuded were rather apparent. None of these middle-aged men and elders looked normal. Their demeanor made everyone uncomfortable. Those martial artists that were rather weak were even more aghast. Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan exchanged a look as they followed behind Wang Xian. Dragon King. Upon seeing Wang Xian walking over, the 3 Dan realm experts from Reed Spirits quickly gave way to him while humbling themselves with a bow. Follow me. We cannot let some outsiders flaunt their prowess before us in our territory. Wang Xian nodded gently and spoke softly. Yes. The 3 Dan realm experts of Reed's Spirits slightly paused for a moment before they nodded their heads with radiance flashing in their eyes. Over 5,000 martial artists around him were taken aback. They took the initiative to give way to him and followed him. All of them were wondering about the group of peculiar experts following behind Dragon King. I wonder which world is at MT Taibai. Wang Xian looked toward MT Taibai in the distance as he walked towards it. He whispered something that none of them could understand. Wang Xian, there are 6 overseas forces, including the one that just arrived at MT Taibai, among which there are over 10 budding realm experts and close to 40 Dan realm experts. Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan dropped reminders to Wang Xian by the side. Wang Xian nodded as he craned his head slightly, looking at the mountains that were being cleansed by the spiritual energy. On the peaks of the mountains sat various martial artists. Some of them were exuding imposing aura from within. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Xian led the group of martial artists slowly to the middle of the mountain range. The trash from the underworld is here to submit to us. Become our subordinate and you'll have a chance to cultivate. Haha, you guys had better submit to us now. Seeing over 5,000 martial artists return again, the elder who had struck just now shouted at them with arrogance from one of the mountains. His face was filled with arrogance since he had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation level. What he said darkened all the expressions of the martial artists. Hee. Hearing his voice, a tinge of coldness welled up in his eyes as he swept his gaze across the peaks. Do you know where we are? Do you know where we are? A thunderous voice exploded within a radius of 10 kilometers, instantly alerting all the martial artists who were cultivating. Who is here for his doom? A grumpy old man stood up straight away as he hovered in the air. Those who interrupt our cultivation shall die. A middle-aged man swung his arm, and a long blade emerged in his hand. On the highest peak, the experts from Creepy Snake Group narrowed their eyes. At the same time, their samurai swords were giving off a cold radiance. Get out of China! Wang Xian looked at the experts hovering in the air without any expression. His voice traveled over a distance of 10 kilometers once again. Upon hearing the thunderous voice, all the martial artists behind him were shaken as they looked at Wang Xian with reverence. Haha, get out of China? Can you guys chase us out? What a surprise to see a budding realm expert in such a trashy place. An old man chuckled hysterically at Wang Xian from a peak. SS. That is... the Dragon King. It's the Dragon King. He's here. His arrival is unexpected. Dragon King is here. At this moment, those martial artists of the underworld who had given themselves up to the overseas forces were shocked when they saw Wang Xian. They drew in a cold breath and spoke in horror with twisted expressions. Her. Upon hearing what they said, those overseas forces were puzzled. Who is the Dragon King? Asked the experts from the forces in low voices. He's the most terrifying existence in the underworld. We used to have a couple of budding realm experts too, but they were all killed by the Dragon King. Also, the underworld is not as weak as what you are seeing now. Just a month ago, the dragon sect established by the Dragon King annihilated half the clans and sects in the underworld, said these martial artists with trepidation. Those 2 days marked the darkest days in the underworld a month ago. All of them were afraid of the dragon sect experts showing up on their doorsteps. Dragon King. All the experts of the overseas forces spun around and stared daggers at Wang Xian. So I see. The most powerful force in China, Dragon King. Hee. But so what? You want us to leave here? Fat chance. Today, I'm announcing that this will be the territory of the creepy snake group. Any martial artist from the underworld who isn't willing to surrender will die if you take a step in. Today, I'm announcing that this will be the territory of the creepy snake group. Any martial artist from the underworld who isn't willing to surrender will die if you take a step in. Above the main peak where the spiritual energy waterfall originated, 5 old men stood at the tallest point while staring down at Wang Xian. Their cold voices reverberated across the entire area. Dragon King from the Dragon Sect? So what if he had annihilated half the underworld? Known throughout the underworld? So what? In this small underworld, there was indeed nothing that their creepy snake group had to fear. What was there to fear about the ruler of the underworld that was as big as a small pond? So there are still budding realm experts in this underworld. This is really unexpected. Show us your strength. If you have the strength, you can get a mountain. An old man with a metal skull truncheon from Gautama denomination shouted in a low voice, keep your arrogance in check. Otherwise, your outcome will be catastrophic. Kid, show us your strength. If you are weak, just get lost. There's no such thing as territory of the underworld. If my fist were larger, this would be our territory. Ha. An old man kept his hands behind his back while standing on a mountain peak and shouting arrogantly. When facing the Dragon King of the Dragon Sect, not a single overseas force was afraid or willing to back off. Although the Dragon King and the Dragon Sect are exceptionally terrifying, it would just be their wishful thinking to demand all other forces to get lost. No matter how strong the Dragon Sect might be, they would at most be at a level similar to the creepy snake group. It might be possible to occupy 1 or 2 mountains. The Dragon King still doesn't have the strength to demand all of them to get lost from this place. That's right. There's nothing wrong with our decision. Even if the Dragon King can occupy 1 or 2 mountains, only those from the Sui clan, Shao clan, and Thistles and Thorns sect would be allowed to cultivate on these mountains. There's no way we will get a chance. On various mountains, those martial artists that had joined the overseas forces looked down and commented gloomily. They had no regrets over their decisions at all. Brother Wang Xian, they are too strong. Why don't we occupy 1 or 2 mountains first? Looking at the terrifying old men on various mountains, they suggested solemnly. Wang Xian shook his head, looked around him and said, since you guys aren't leaving, this will be your burial site. This is a rather good resting place after all. Huh? Wang Xian's response stunned everyone around him. Hee. Creepy snake group. Your creepy snake excellency almost killed me in the past. I'm going to collect some interest today. Killing is the most enjoyable thing in this world. At this moment, Dragon Spirit, Dragon Kid, and the other Dragonians that had been following Wang Xian finally stepped out. Eerie voices came from them before they charged towards the 13 mountains. Mo Qinglong was equally focused as he charged towards the mountain directly ahead of him. Rumble. In an instant, 9 budding realm experts released their auras explosively from their bodies. The terrifying might instantly shook the spiritual energy waterfall. Time to kill. The Dragonians Wang Xian had brought along this time were from the wandering groups of the disordered region. Every member of these wandering groups had a lingering pungent blood scent on them. Brutality and massacres. Despite becoming Dragonians, their cores remained the same. Therefore, Wang Xian had brought Mo Qinglong along. With his orders and Mo Qinglong to restrict them, these people wouldn't commit acts that were over the top. What? The 30-odd experts from the 6 forces that occupied the mountains were shocked to see these experts charging towards them with frightening auras. It's you, old spirits. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in the disordered region? Since when did you become the dog of someone else? The 5 old men from Creepy Snake Group growled as they saw the old dwarf approaching. Their expressions had also turned bitter and gloomy. I, your father, will bury you here today. Dragon Spirit gave a creepy smile and the dagger in his hand glowed with a faint green light. A black light shimmered in his eyes. You must be courting your own death to dare to attack all of us at once. Kill them. These arrogant bastards are courting their own deaths. The experts from these 6 forces were furious to see Wang Xian instructing his men to attack directly. None of them had any regard for the underworld of China. Yet, they were belittled by Wang Xian, who ordered his men to attack them recklessly. Moreover, what surprised them was that there were 9 budding realm experts among the experts who charged towards them. The experts from these 6 forces pulled a long face and met the attacks with raging killing intent. The battle exploded without any prior signs. Gulp. The Dragon King is still as domineering as before, attacking 6 overseas forces at once. Is this the entirety of Dragon Sect's strength? They are too strong. They actually have 9 budding realm experts. It's not surprising that the Dragon Sect would be able to annihilate Nie Wushuang, Emperor Qi, and the 4 old men previously. The crowd of martial artists from the underworld couldn't help but gasp as they felt their hearts palpitating violently while watching. This 9 budding realm experts. Is this the strength of the Dragon Sect? So strong. At this moment, those martial artists that had turned themselves to the overseas forces were completely shaken to their cores. They exchanged glances and could see a bad premonition from the looks in one another's eyes. 9 budding realm experts and 30-odd Dan realm experts from the Dragon Sect against the 15 budding realm experts and 40 to 50 Dan realm experts from the 6 forces. There was a huge difference in terms of the numbers of experts between both parties. The Dragon Sect would definitely not be a match for the 6 overseas forces. However, the Dragon King had not made a move. Furthermore, the Dragon King had shown the same dominance as before. Based on their prior experiences, they weren't certain who would emerge victorious in the end. How dare you even think of taunting us with just 9 budding realm experts? None of you shall even dream of escaping today. The old man from Creepy Snake Group was brimming with dense killing intent. His samurai sword was wrapped in black devilish aura and opened up a devilish mark that extended over 1,000 meters. Rumble. An explosion reverberated across the sky and the spiritual energy waterfall as spiritual energy scattered down like rain. Dragon Spirit, Dragon Kid, and other budding realm experts were fearless despite the other party having an overwhelming advantage in numbers. All of them were experts that had survived a bloodbath. Now that they possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon, their strength was enhanced once again. All of them were holding level 12 spiritual equipment. These were specially crafted by Wang Xian. With the materials on hand, Wang Xian was able to refine 20 pieces of level 12 spiritual equipment. As for level 11 spiritual equipment, he had sufficient materials for over 100 pieces. Die! Creepy, ruthless, and violent attacks were launched by the Dragonians. Their strength was a lot higher than Mo Qinglong, who had just reached the budding realm. Shit! Why would your attack be? An old man who stood opposite the Dragon Kid was astounded. He stared at his weapons that were now covered in cracks, and fear started welling up inside him. Grr! Dragon Kid, who had a hideous expression, shouted loudly. The next instant, a huge devil dragon illusion appeared behind him, and the hideous face on it trembled. The killings start now. Wang Xian looked at the battle in the sky and revealed a satisfied smile. He wouldn't have to say much to these overseas forces. All he had to do was kill them all. Wang Xian was neither interested in replying nor listening to their rattles. Since they were not leaving, then they could stay here for good. With level 9 Dragonians, their strength, coupled with the spiritual equipment, was just barely enough to fight against 15 enemies of equivalent levels. However, with him around, he could instantly end all the fights. Wang Xian decided to support them by making a strike. He wanted to observe the strength of the Dragonians and give them some training. When 5 level 12 spiritual swords appeared in his hand, he hurled them into the air at a daunting speed. However, the 5 spiritual swords stayed put and suspended themselves quietly in the air as they exuded domineering energy, striking fear into everyone. Is the Dragon King going to strike? Gosh, 9 budding realm experts can actually go against 15 budding realm experts. 5 spiritual swords from the Dragon King are also ready to strike. This group of overseas forces is doomed. The Dragon King is still, indeed, the Dragon King. Those martial artists of the underworld behind Wang Xian were elated to see this. At first, they thought the Dragon King could at most occupy 1 or 2 mountains. Little did they expect Dragon Sect's strength to have grown to such a domineering level. The Dragon King was going to chase away all the overseas forces. Even better, kill them all. Since the Dragon King did not ask us to leave, does that mean that he is allowing us to practice under that spiritual energy waterfall? One of the Inborn experts asked with a slight thrill. Several people beside him nodded slowly. I wonder what conditions the Dragon King has. So what? It's fine to even become a subsidiary sect of Dragon Sect, since the entire underworld belongs to him now. That's right. Given their current strength, unifying the entire underworld is a piece of cake. Some martial artists commented softly. Several inborn experts even nodded their heads in agreement. Even if Wang Xian requested all the martial artists in the underworld to join Dragon Sect, none of them would have any objections. The 3 Dan realm experts of Reed Spirits nodded in silence after exchanging looks. Whoosh! At this time, 5 spiritual swords in the air were stabbing one of the Nether Flame budding realm experts. Boom! The budding realm expert from Nether Flame was horrified. Dragon King, are you bent on making enemies with the Nether Flame? When Nether Flame God arrives here, you'll die a horrible death. Hee, this is your burial place. If you want to leave, you can only do so by killing the Dragon Sect's men. Otherwise, stay in China. Wang Xian cast an indifferent gaze at the overseas forces with a taunting look on his face. Brother, use your spiritual swords to stab that old man in mustard clothing. Just now he killed one of the Thistles and Thorns sect's disciples, said Xiaoyu, tugging on Wang Xian's arm. Okay. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. He cast his gaze at the old man in mustard clothing, who was besieging a Dragonian with another budding realm expert. That Dragonian kept staggering back, as he was completely under suppression. Wang Xian waved his arm, and 5 spiritual swords darted out instantly. Damn it! The elder who was attacking the Dragonian was horrified as he staggered back hastily. He swung his palm, and a mustard palm of 12 meters slammed onto the 5 spiritual swords. Swish! However, the 5 spiritual swords pierced through the palm right away. Under the horrifying gaze of that old man, the swords penetrated his limbs, crushing his entire body with domineering energy. Ah! A shriek was heard as fear flashed in the eyes of that old man, looking at the 5 scary spiritual swords in horror. So strong! Attack that fellow and stop him from controlling the spiritual swords. One of the budding realm experts from Creepy Snake Group exclaimed while a black figure charged at Wang Xian immediately. Whoosh! However, the 5 spiritual swords split into millions of swords instantly, looming over the incoming figure. Baka! That black figure grimaced and let out a raging roar. Ah! When millions of swords penetrated him, the black figure let out a terrifying cry. His 4 limbs were, 2, pierced through by the spiritual swords, and exploded. This is toying around. Playing with them? The group of martial artists of the underworld widened their eyes as they saw the Dragon King grinning from ear to ear. They quivered as stunning looks welled up in their eyes. This is the consequence for playing punk in China, a martial artist of the underworld asked blankly. The 4 budding realm experts from Gautama denomination could not help but narrow their eyes upon seeing the annihilation of 1 budding realm expert. Not that Wang Xian could not kill that expert, but he crippled him just like he was a toy. This struck fear into them. For experts exchanged glances with dreadful expressions. The Gautama denomination does not want to fight with the Dragon King. We'll leave China now. One of the experts from Gautama denomination darkened his expression and bellowed in a low voice. Too late. The Chinese are hospitable people. You can be buried here. Wang Xian chuckled as his eyes became filled with disdain. Thinking of leaving? How could it be that easy? How do you say we're the sick man of East Asia? Trashy underworld. Xiao Yu snorted coldly as she stared with a beaming face. Upon hearing what they said, the experts from the overseas forces felt their hearts sink. In this instance, the spiritual sword in Wang Xian's hand whipped up another attack. The water swords that were shrouding 5,000 meters of the area penetrated the 4 budding realm experts, and they were crippled right away. Okay, now we're one-on-one. This is much fairer. Those who defeated my subordinates can leave. Other than that, don't ever think of escaping. Wang Xian's indifferent voice reverberated across more than 10 kilometers, causing embarrassment for all the supreme-class experts from the overseas forces. From the combat just now, they were shocked to realize that this expert who exuded murderous aura was far stronger and more fearsome than they had thought. They would never be a match for him one-on-one. At the same time, they could not escape. In other words, they would be killed by their opponent. He's toying with us. Such a thought suddenly popped into their heads. They had arrived here with pride and self-esteem, and they stuck their heads in the clouds, thinking that they were here to teach the uncivilized people some lessons. Now, they had fallen down from their clouds. Embarrassment, rage, fear, and a tinge of despair were all they felt. They are the overseas forces that we surrendered ourselves to. Back at the bottom of the mountain, those martial artists of the underworld who had surrendered themselves were completely frozen. Their masters were being toyed with by the most powerful expert from their underworld. Dragon King of Dragon Sect, they trembled, unsure of whether it was out of fear or hatred. All the 6 ultimate overseas forces and over 10 budding realm experts had met their doom on this land that, in their opinions, bred the sick men of East Asia. They had met their doom in the underworld, which they regarded as a piece of trash. Keep one alive from each of the forces. Let them go back and spread the word. They need to consider the consequences before they enter China in the future.